Libya yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, you've been to Libya. Quite a number of us,
Yeah.
especially people with somewhat the socialist ideology,
Ideology.
in those days.
In those days.
Yeah.
I've been to Malta. That's where I did my second degree.
Actually, I was in transit in Malta.
Right.
To get across in those days, you had to get to Malta, Egypt, and then Egypt to.
You can travel through
Libya.
from
Because
England.
yes,
You go to
please.
Malta and you cross the Mediterranean.
That's correct.
Sea,
That's
you know.
very correct. You have to.
So right now it's hot.
It's another hot topic.
Right. So I noticed that I was looking up the population of Iran, 90 million, and the population of Israel is 9 million.
The population. Let's take it again.
The population of Israel is 9 million.
Mm-hmm.
The population of Iran is 90 million.
So you're saying that to see what?
No, I'm just
So
telling you.
you're saying that 10 times more in
Just
terms
show
of
you.
population,
But
Iran over that of Israel.
But there are about 15.1 million Jews.
Uh-huh.
Of that, 6 million lives in the United States.
So you're
So the
saying to
Jewish lobby in the United States is very,
is
very,
very
influential.
in the United States.
Very influential.
Because you're saying that there are much more Israelites living in the United States than
outside of Israel.
right.
And they hold a lot of
you
key
know,
positions.
I normally say to people that the Jews in this present Israel state are European Jews. I normally say that.
Yeah.
I try to wonder sometimes if Hitler did not did not have that genocide on these people, whether they would be in Germany in big numbers
Right.
or other parts of the
But
world.
very surprisingly, most of the Jews living in Israel came from Ukraine and Russia.
And Russia, yes.
So Russia and Israel has a good relationship as well.
Yes.
As well as with Iran.
Right.
So it's very interesting.
But it is strange though too that in reference to Russia and some of its policies, that international policies, you'll find that the Israelites would, or the government of Israel would support that of the United States over that of Russia.
Well, they're very close.
And you would have seen even during Joe Biden period, where the Jews, I should say, the American, the Israelites government, that of Benjamin, would have supported Ukraine over that of Russia by supporting the United States.
Well, yes. But they're always talking. In fact, right now, as we speak, there are over 2,000 Russians in the nuclear facility, one of the nuclear facilities in Iran.
I wonder why.
They're helping Iran to develop, quote unquote,
To modernize or to
modernize.
develop?
Talking about
No, they
atomic
will not be
energy.
afraid war. They will not be afraid.
atomic energy, because there's nuclear energy
Right.
that you can
I was
use
about to
it
say
for.
to you that I was about to say that there is nuclear energy
Yeah.
versus that of atomic energy.
Well, nuclear energy can be converted into
Atomic
into electrical energy to generate electricity.
right?
Power. And
So are you saying that the Russians are using this as an excuse to be in there?
well, I cannot speak to that. I mean, all I know is that there was supposed to be an agreement between the United States and Iran in terms of the nuclear discussion.
We are living in an uncertain world,
So
A
I knew
world-
that they were supposed to meet on Sunday, which is today.
Because you see, I just said that we live in an uncertain world. The reason why I'm saying this is before it was isms that were fighting, ideologies. Today's world, you have quite a lot of religious, territorial wars. Some of us call it civil wars. And you have other partners, allies, joining with those wars, and I don't know where the world is going with
Right.
this.
Because Iran is run by
You get closer to the mic.
Iran is run by an Ayatollah.
Yes,
So it's a
that's always been it.
theocratic system. So you have the church,
Yes,
the Muslims running, Iran since after the Shah was overthrown.
yes. And the Shah was overthrown in the late 80s, right?
Right, by Khamenei.
By Khamenei, yes.
Yeah.
That was a big war.
Yeah, that's a big war.
Yeah,
so you had a war at one time between Iraq and Iran.
And Iran, yes.
Right,
And
so-
we're no longer hearing this,
Yeah, so they're neighbors.
Yeah, they have been neighbors.
Right.
And then we have been hearing about wars of that of Pakistan and India.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at the size of Israel? Have you looked at the map?
I looked at the size of
compared
Israel.
to Egypt,
yeah.
Saudi Arabia,
It's a very small piece
Iraq,
small piece of land.
Iran, Turkey.
Yes,
Very
Turkey is huge.
Huge,
Yeah, Turkey is huge.
So we need to pay attention.
And I think that's important. What we are saying there is to really help our Dominican folks. Before we get to Medina, we normally do that. Medina, we normally have a chit chat for what 15 minutes. I think what needs to happen also to Brain is that in the development of social studies and geography, because in our days going to school, geography was very critical in understanding the mass of land, the things that make up a country. In social study, we dealt with population, we dealt with elements, resources, and so we had a better understanding as to why certain countries would fight against each other. So we know who has oil, we know who has diamond, we know who has gold, and we know why these countries would be fighting against each other.
One of the reasons that they bring up, one of the hypotheses, or one of the theories being generated is that they want to break up BRICS.
Well, I'm not seeing that happening,
That's what I say.
I remember once upon a time I said to you right here, I can see the United States joining the BRICS rather than any member of the BRICS joining the G7.
Right.
And I have reasons for saying that. Today, when we listen to President Trump, he's not speaking to his friends at the G7. He's very tough on them. We realize that even in the G7, you have the Great Britain, and the other countries, really tough on President Trump because of his trading policies that he's been developing. We know that he has held back some of those policies to see what the world might be thinking.
And by the way, whilst we're talking quickly, because I see our time, the next 5 minutes, did you read the editorial in the Chronicle?
I haven't had a chance to do that this week.
Let me tell you what it says. It's talking about, let me just move across quickly and let you know, we're tired of talking about Trump, but we must. You must read that editorial.
Yes, I will.
It's very interesting, especially as it relates to small island developing states.
I want us to remember that when Trump, before taking power, Trump indicated that he was going to make America great again. And he is doing what is required of him as the leader, president of the United States, to make America great again. But the rest of the world is not only looking on. You have seen the rest of the world themselves are placing their not sanctions, but their own rules, their own regulations that eventually will affect the economy of the United States.
Right, but certain countries, especially what they're thinking of, is that countries that support so-called leftists is not really in the good books of the United States.
But the United States is behind time if they're talking about right and left. We no longer, the world is no longer talking about right and left. The left was, the headquarters of the left was the Soviet Union. There's no more Soviet Union, there's no Russia. And you had Czechoslovakia, all of these countries, Poland, that all part and parcel of the left movement. We are hearing more of socialism. So if Donald Trump still thinks, and we looked at the United States as the capital, the headquarters of capitalism. Is capitalism still existing? Yes, we have seen capitalism in a way almost victorious, I should say, or if not victorious over that of the left, because even in Russia today, you have quite a number of capitalists inside of Russia.
Let me put a question out there, because we will have some other time to discuss it, but just to make the public think. How does the United States view small developing states? How does it look at it?
Great question. And
how does it look at us?
Great question. And I've had my views as to how to deal with the United States, and I don't want to place it on radio. That's just my views.
Right.
I don't want anyone to be penalized for my views on how I think and view.
But I just threw it out.
Because I honestly believe, I heard the chairperson of CARICOM, that is some time ago, telling the United States that we have family in the United States, we are friends of the United States. So, let's give us that break. Basically saying, let's give us that break. But as to whether or not I'm in total agreement to what she says, I am 50-50. I'm not totally, in support of all what she has said, because I believe that in the small developing states, we too have a pride. We too should have a pride. We should not just fall and die and decide that's whatever the United States asks, that's what it should be. I don't believe that. Right now, we are hearing quite a number of people around the region. They're
very concerned.
Not only concerned. Some people are trying to get to the United States and they are turned down. I have a friend in St. Lucia who made mention to me that she was very much disappointed that she had all what was required to get to the United States through the embassy, and they turned her down. And she questioned the person at the how you call that?
Where they in
the interviews, yeah.
Okay.
She tried to question the person, and the person had no answers to them. So basically, what they're doing is just doing the things that they were directed to them.
Okay.
And I think the small island states, not just the Caribbean, we should. And when I say the Caribbean, many of us forget that there is the western side of the Caribbean and there's the eastern side of the Caribbean. So all of those countries, like Belize and all of those countries, we all should come together now and to take a stand as to what we think is best for us.
Right.
It's time we start thinking of doing trade among ourselves, because we have some resources that is required of us. I think it's time that we too start to develop our relationship with Africa. Africa has quite a lot that can be offered to us. So we must not only leave our resources or leave our kindness to Europe and that of Asia and that of North America. We should now open our doors. Like once upon a time, we never believed that we would have had a relationship with China. Look at what China has done for us and with us. So I think it is important that we have to now start opening the doors and start to speak to leaders of Africa, not South Africa or West Africa. We know that there's one young man, I don't want to call his name, but there's one young man, that is really sending the African countries, in a frenzy, with great support.
Let me send one more homework for you so we can think about it. The Prime Minister was recently at an OECS meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you what one of these ideas that's being thrown out. Is Dominica willing to share its sovereignty? PM Scared advocates for transfer of national authority to advance OECS integration. But that's another topic.
No. That's I wish that the two of us could have a discussion on that matter.
That's another matter.
And let's say the public's opinion. I think we are talking about the United States of America. And the United States of America is made up of 50 states. We heard Trump saying, you want 51. You want 51 states, talking about Canada. But we know that's not going to happen because Canada will not become a blue state.
He's also talking about, is it Alaska or Greenland?
Yes.
One of those places there.
And so the Caribbean, in 1959, we started the process, 58, we started the process of the Federation. And if we had the Federation, we would have been by far further than where we are as a Caribbean state. I think we must remove that sovereignty from us. We must start talking about the Caribbean unity. We have Guyana with oil right now, and Jamaica with bauxite, and Barbados with tourism resources,
Trinidad
and Tobago with oil, and
all this discussion.
And we can have our own setup to have other countries of the world, like how we're seeing Israel with the United States and the United States with England, creating the allies. I think it's an opportune time. It's a real opportune time where our leaders must now start to talk about Caribbean unity, coming together, free movement of people. It's time for us to tell ourselves that we must stop looking at ourselves as just Dominicans and let us look at ourselves as Caribbean people. Unless we do that, we're going to remain where we are as a Caribbean people.
That's that discussion we'll have.
Yeah. But
anyway,
I'm
we're
sorry.
here with the young lady. We went a little bit 5 minutes
yes.
over time.
Medina, Good evening to you.
I'm there.
I hope that you enjoy the discussion that we're having.
Yes, I've been enjoying listening to you guys. Sounding good.
Yeah, I know. And normally, Medina, when we have a program of that nature, we find ourselves looking at issues of the week, and we go into that discussion. But tonight we took 5 minutes of your time. We normally go
No
for 15
problem.
minutes.
That's all good.
No, Medina, I'm happy to have you.
So am I.
We raced together, right?
Yes, we did.
Not far from each other.
At all.
Great Marlborough Street, Fieldsley.
Phil's Lane, Great Marlborough Street, Bath Estate. It never ended.
It never ended. Well, the only thing that separated us was Cock Street.
Cock Street, yeah.
And we lived a life, as
Gunsmoke City.
Gunsmoke City. It was when we say Gunsmoke City, we're not talking about guns, eh?
No, man.
No, we're not talking about guns.
No, Cock Street was chokers. Cock Street was chokers. Yes,
Chokers.
Cock Street was chokers.
Yeah, that's correct, And in those days, we had, as you rightly said, we had areas that were given adopted names.
Like nicknames by us, by youth growing up in the area.
Yeah, I remembered as a boy, we had another lady, and I have to bring her on the program. She was my first football captain, a woman. Remember that woman?
Which one?
I can't believe you forget that lady, man. Agatha.
Oh. Agatha Ito.
Agatha. I never knew her surname. She lived, Mano's sister.
Agatha Tousse.
Agatha Tousse, all right.
She around them times there.
Yes, and strange but true, where she lived, we see in Magie Dominic right there.
Yeah.
That's where that a number of houses were in that little kuwe there. So Roseau had quite a number of kuwes.
Quite a number of them.
And you came from a kuwe.
I came from a kuwe.
A very small kuwe above that.
Yes, I was born and raised in the kuwe in Great Marlborough Street.
Just about how many houses? 5? 6?
Three. No, it had 3 houses.
Hazuri grandmother.
Yes, it had 3 houses, but six apartments.
Right, 6 families. Right. So yes, that can you imagine a little kuwe where you see we can see where Manu gone had his office, his law office.
Yeah,
right.
Gone
Emmanuel inside there.
Next to the credit union, right? The old credit union, right there.
So they were inside there. So you had Medina Bellot family. Mm-hmm. You had Hazuri grandmother, great grandmother.
Charlie Mo mother.
And
we had Mabella. We had Miss Irene too.
Miss Irene and Mabella. Yes. I remember these people, them elderly people, when they spoke to you, you had to either run or obey. So tell us a little bit about
I remember when I used to beat us, remember I used to pass us over the partition and send us on my belly bed, and my belly would hide us from my father to beat us.
Can you imagine? We're going to talk all about that tonight, Now, Medina.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about who you are. First, tell us the school that you went to as a girl.
I went to St. Martin's School.
Which one? The big or the small one?
The big one.
So
big and small. I went to big and small.
Right. You went to big and small.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I was a fighter, so I got kicked out early enough.
No, literally a fighter, Medina.
Literally a fighter. Yes.
I mean, bad girl. Fighting, physically fighting.
Every day. Every single day. I used to fight. Every day. There are not much people I went to school if we don't fight. So then
I can imagine you and Agatha.
Oh man, Agatha used to go and pick. We used to go about and get Kenny seeds first to roast. Remember, people going around the street running, getting Kenny seeds first to roast and eat. Mm-hmm. I remember that my mother sent me river, and me, Agatha, and the crew go and bathe in front of post office. Remember that stone they used to have, that step they used to have?
Yeah, that step there. As you said that yesterday, I happened to go and take a little walk, came from one Daniel, and I decided, what, let me just take a walk in that area in Donkey Beach. I said, let's take a little walk. And when I arrived there, I saw that big anchor. Mm-hmm. It is painted in yellow, and I was like, wow, watch this, After many years, I've not seen that anchor. So that's what Medina is talking about when we were growing up as children.
We used to call it kakadiab. Yeah. And look at me, take all the dirty clothes and go in the sea and try to wash. No lava coming and we then try back on and we go home like nothing never happened. My mother watch that. When you wash the clothes? Yes, mama. When that clothes wash? Yes, mama. When you wash it in the river, mama? Who tell you? The kind of whooping I get, it wasn't funny.
I know, because in those days when you wash in the sea,
Or
no
the
lava and it would beast the
No
clothes.
lava and it beast.
Beast in because beast.
Wow.
You can do what you want, you know. It's so strange.
School should turn yellow.
So now, so tell us, Medina, about school days.
Well, school, I think I was misunderstood because in school, the thing is that everybody said I was rude. I don't consider myself rude. I consider myself, I would say what's on my mind. You do me something wrong, I wouldn't wait for, no, I will tell you straight up, no matter who you are, I don't like it. People used to find me bold-faced and rude and out of place, but that was just who I am. My father raised me to make me know, if I don't like something, but you say it now, then keep it on your heart, and then you have pain. So I was just outspoken, bold-faced, and doesn't take nonsense. And people find it rude. You tell me something I don't like, I would answer you right away, make you know, stop it. So people used to find that rude, but I find that outspoken. I got a lot of problems for that at growing up because everybody say Medina is a rude child, Medina disrespectful. But I wasn't. Unless you get to know me. Like, so most of my teachers, they prejudge me. Because from one class, the word spread, Medina is a rude child. So when I went to the other class, they was ready for Medina. And Medina was more ready for them because I don't know the cycle already. So I was already more ready for them. So then it happened that way till I left school.
So give us some of the experiences that you would have had with your teachers.
Okay. For an instance, let me see if I can remember. If I don't know something, if I do like I can do something, I would go to them. A big girl like you cannot do that. I already vex. Because if I knew, I wouldn't come to you and ask you, Miss, what is that? A big girl like you cannot do that. Back in your seat and try. I don't understand. That's why I come to you to ask you for guidance. But they were so prepared for me already that they wasn't taking the time. Only teacher I remember take the time off with me was Marene and Miss Deloney. I adore these teachers there. Miss Deloney told me one time, Medina, you know something, I have a feeling you misunderstood. Come to my class every afternoon after school and let's work. And that went on for a while. It was beautiful. We never had no problem. Marine is something, they give me a chance. One teacher, watchman, tell me, your future. I didn't know what future mean. You see your future already. That means she don't have time for me because it's my future already. She didn't have time for me, so that make it, well, me and her, we had it for a long time going. I wasn't willing to take nonsense from nobody, not even from my teachers.
So, okay, we have some people on the line already. Anthony Mead, you know who's this person?
Yes.
That's our brother, right?
Yes.
From another mother. Anthony Mead.
Tony Mead, man.
Tony Mead, right. Daryl Titz, Yulan Kepel, Sandra Norris. Sandra Norris is good evening, good discussion, guys. Thank you very much, Sandra. Jennifer Titt. She said, hi, Medina, love and blessings. That's
Hi,
Jennifer
Jen.
Titt. Rosanna Roy said, good night.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you. Medina, it has been a while.
All of my classmates.
That's a classmate. Yes, Jennifer Titt says hello to the host and viewers. Blessed Sunday. Brenda, we have some other people. Lauren Binois and quite a number of people actually tune in to the program already, Medina. So you're saying that your teachers misunderstood you.
Some of them, Cecil, the way I see some of them, they were prepared. Like as though they take the negative and they prepared us when they're waiting for me to come to their class. That's how come I'm waiting for her. So when I come in and I see that attitude, I put up my shields and let's go, I ready. Whatever you bring,
someone
bring
told
it.
you, and I was about to tell you that someone said to me to tell you that you're focusing too much on your phone. Because they're actually seeing you, right? Remember
Okay.
that?
Okay.
I told them to bring it on and they bring it on and me. It was just like that.
Yes. So you mentioned two teachers that would I say your
They
favorite?
gave me time.
They
No,
gave you
they,
an opportunity.
they gave me time of day. They
Yes.
took their time out to listen to me, to talk to me, to understand me. I could relate with these two teachers, the Marine and Miss Deloney. I could relate with those two teachers there because they took their time with me.
Brenda Alexander said good evening to you, Medina. I don't know. I'm sure you know that Brenda Alexander.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
There's so
evening.
much light inside there. Yeah, I understand.
Good evening.
Ambrose Thomas is saying that, yes, this is Yvette Blow's little sister.
Yeah, that's her. All right.
So someone is trying to find out who you are. That is Yvette, little sister.
Yes, she is.
For Blows.
Blues.
Tina Ruben says that she's here. Quite a number of people are telling you good evening, Medina.
Yeah.
No, Medina, there would be young ladies like yourself, young girls like yourself in school that you would have never seen eye to eye.
Oh, yes, I have a few of them. Funny to have children I left school with, not talking, and to this day, we don't talk. And we vexing in school for ask me what I can't remember, I don't know. Just petty things, and that just go on. We up to this day, we're not speaking.
No, you from Roseau at that time. In those days, girls from Newtown used to go to your school.
Newtown.
And girls from Newtown used to like to fight too.
Yeah.
Right. Well, what was the experience of girls in Newtown?
And we used to fight. We have like Myrtle Michelle. We have one Teresa Stevens. Oh, we were fighters all. We used to fight steady. That thing there. Now they had three sisters, Curvell, Carol, and Jennifer Lawrence. They used to live by the market area there. We used to fight. I remember one time when I give them the beating, their mother bring them home. Three of them, you know, Cecil. My father said, wait a while. Three of them and she alone? What's happening to them to kill her for you now? Because three of them fighting with me, but Cecil, I tell you, when I finish tear them up, their mother bring them home. My father said, three of them and she alone? What's happening to do for you now? Finish kill her? But you're going to take care of your children because it's three of them and she alone. If I didn't settle for that this time, I don't get blows that day.
So what about people like Pamela and Mabel? You went to school together with them.
Yeah, well, we never really fight. Me and Mabel never really fight. Me and Mabel was always cool. Me and Pamela was always cool. We never had. I never fight with those two. And Pamela was a bit older than us. But we never really fight. We was always cool. And Mabel grew up in Cork Street there, so River. It was always cool. Always going River, them things there. Me and Mabel was always cool. Up to this day,
I can imagine when
cool.
you see Mabel and Pamela, you would sometimes would say it could have been you.
I never think that.
Okay, great.
But it's not people I will look down on or side eye. It's people I will stretch a hand to. It's people I will greet when I meet them on the road, even in their condition. The people I will look down on
You
because
went
we
to school
grew up together.
Yeah.
I will greet Mabel. I'll give Mabel whatever I have. I wouldn't look down on these people there. I would never do that. I don't look down on them because people we grew up together. Their situation it could have been me. It just happened it wasn't me. So, but I wouldn't look down on them. I'll not do that.
Yeah, very interesting. You're talking about Mabel in the Pong area,
Yes.
where you grew up with her.
Yeah,
Yes.
all of us.
All of us.
Mabel was our girl. You know?
I would look down on people like Mabel.
Mabel was our girl until she left for Trinidad.
Trinidad, yeah.
Mabel was our girl.
Okay.
I mean, Mabel was a loving girl.
She was nice.
Nice girl. I mean, people.
Beautiful too.
Wonderful soul.
Good.
Yeah.
She was pretty, man. She had a nice color, man. Complexion. Nice body.
Tough kind of a
Yes.
solid body.
Yeah, her father, Mr. Reed, was a very nice man, you know. So we all
Grew up together.
grew up together, you know.
Yeah, we grew up together.
Pamela's lived in Pottersville, I think it was.
I was even Gota.
Gota, all right, yeah.
Gota, yeah.
Yeah. So Pamela's a little bit older than us, maybe 3 years older.
Not much.
Not much.
1 or
you
2
know.
years, yeah.
But we all went to school around the same time. No. So those ladies, those girls that you would have seen that went to school together with you, it never dawned on you, those that do not say hi to you, to go to them?
No. I don't have no animosity, no hard feelings. I have nothing towards them. We don't talk and just end there. I don't bear no grudge. I don't have nothing. If they say hi, I say hi. If our eyes fall in each other hi, I might say hi. But to say I have hard feelings or grudges or have any animosity, none of that. To me, that was in school. That finished. We don't talk. It doesn't really make a difference.
Cause for your drop off?
For my drop off of school? Fight. Yeah, I slapped Sister Bodger.
You slapped Sister Bodger?
Yes, ma'am.
Sister Bodger was the principal, you know?
Yes, sir.
All they said, the head teacher, that's what they used to call it those days?
Principal, head teacher.
Head teacher, we didn't say principal those days, just the head teacher. She was the head teacher. Teacher was a bad lady, you know?
Very bad.
Yes, ma'am. Sister Anne, I slapped, not Sister Bodger, Sister Anne.
Oh, Sister Anne, not Sister
Yes,
Bodger.
Sister Anne.
Oh, frightened me. Sister Bodger? Boy, I know.
Sister Bodger she was, I could slap her too.
I know if you slap Sister Bodger, let me tell you, the delight would come out in you, eh?
Yeah, but you were such a what I call a jamet man at school.
She was a jamet.
I was a nice child. I wasn't looking anybody any misunderstanding. If it come, let's go to it. Let's deal with it. But I wasn't looking for it.
You know, a former schoolmate of yours said, Cecil, she was really misunderstood. Some of the teachers just never gave her a chance.
It's true. It's true.
Why?
It's true.
Would you think it's because of your father blew?
I don't know. I don't think so, though.
Was he brassed at the time?
Yes. I think it's just my outgoingness. I think it's just the way I was. I have a kind of a personality. It's either you stick to me or you don't like me. That's just the way I am.
And a friend is saying, it was Sister Anne. I remember that like yesterday.
Yeah, he put a slap for her.
How that happened? Hold.
Me and Gaffy was playing marble hole.
That same Gaffy too, say?
Yes.
Huh,
He was playing marble hole.
Uh-huh.
No, I was playing marble and Gaffy passed with her tallest and pick up my marble. And we get into a little thing. Sister Anne called me. Like as though it's me alone. Slash, she hit me. I got punched and I just slapped her and I was out the school.
Hold on. So Gaffer went to the...
No, I don't know who go and tell Sister Anne, me and Gaffer fighting. She don't call Gaffer, you know. She called me. Come to her office, she ready for me. She give me 6 strokes with a ruler. I go up on her chair. I hit her a slap and I was out of there.
You never went back?
Never passed back.
You never went to Sister Bodger?
Sister Bodger principal was there too, but she wasn't in the office at the time.
So you never went to Sister Bodger to talk
when
to
I
Sister
slapped her, I was out of there. I was gone. I never passed back.
And you dropped out of school?
Yes, sir.
No, any of the teachers came to you?
No. Only child tried to talk to me was Miss Howe. You remember Miss Howe?
Yes. Your neighbor. Miss Howe is not living far from you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But she get me angry too.
Miss Howe get you angry?
Yeah. Because to me, Miss Howe, we grew up together and she had that protectiveness because of my parents. She know me and I wasn't ready for that protectiveness. No, I wasn't ready for that. It was like, I get crazy, leave me alone. Everybody just leave me alone. And then, but after when community high school come down, but my mother was kind of scared. My mother said, Medina, you go through so much, you fight so much, I'm afraid. She was scared by then.
So by that time, you did not see common entrance?
No.
So at what standard you left school then? Those are the standard.
I think it was 4 or 5.
Standard 4. So that means you have passed common 4.
She was
preparing to enter standard 5.
That's why you write the common entrance.
That's why you write the standard. So you're preparing to get into common entrance the next year, standard 5. Yeah, and you did not sit common entrance. Wow.
I just never go all home. My mother, I just wasn't going back.
So tell me some of the good things that you'd have remembered going to St. Martin's School.
Nothing.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing. St. Martin's School for me was horrible.
What?
Horrible. I never had no good experience. To say I had lovely experience, memorable experience in St. Martin's School.
Wow.
I didn't have that. More than when you see this, I have the cafeteria and they're giving you the clean and those things. That's the most I can remember about St. Martin's School. Nothing else. I haven't got.
When the church was giving clean.
Miss Lloyd. I haven't got no good memories in St. Martin's School. All St. Martin's School from was just a horrible experience.
Wow.
No good experience in St. Martin's School.
That's
I had a
interesting.
teacher, Celia Joseph. She was horrible. I had
Celia
one
Joseph? Is it Celia Joseph that
from Cork Street.
Yes.
She was horrible. I had one Miss Coffee. She was horrible.
Which one?
I
Which
had
one? The coffee? The coffee that lives in Trafalgar.
Morvan. She's Morvan.
Morvan
now.
now. She lives in Trafalgar.
Yes.
In Fokani.
Yes, to me she was horrible. I had another one. There was Miss Christian. She was all right. She was Baptist first. She was all right for me. She was cool with me. But all my other teachers, they were terrible teachers. They
But you
were
remember
ready
your
for
teachers
me.
like that?
Yeah.
You remember your teachers like that?
Yes, they were ready for me. I don't respect none of my teachers.
You said at a national radio station.
I have no respect for none of my teachers.
Is it because you didn't go further in your education? That's why?
No, I learned on my own, really. No, it's because of the way they treated me.
Mm-hmm.
I have no respect for none of my teachers, except for Miss Christian. That is the only teacher I have a little respect for as my teacher. Otherwise, I have no.
And
none
of course,
the
Miss
teachers who I teach, I have no respect for
and
them.
of course, Miss Deloney, who used to.
Well, Miss Dillon is my darling. Miss Renee is my darling. Otherwise, I have no respect for none of the teachers I taught me.
So why would you have lost respect for people who had interest towards your education? Why would you not have any?
They had
respect?
no interest in my education, Cecil. They had none.
Have you ever said so to Miss Coffee?
No.
Would you ever, if you ever meet her, would you ever say so to her?
Yes. With plain in her face, I would tell it to her. I just greet her when I meet her on the road, but we just never had a conversation. I just still greet her when I meet her on the road and why I end up greeting her when I meet her on the road is because her husband and my father became friends, and then around the area there, she's his wife, so the kind of animosity I was feeling towards her kind of a drift a little bit, but I'll tell it to her in her face, yes, without no respect.
Wow.
I have no respect for no teacher I'd ever teach me, apart from my Miss Christian, Madeloni and Marine. I have no respect for any of them.
And you say that boldly.
Bold-facedly, I have no respect for any of them. They don't earn my respect, none.
Maybe the way they treated her.
None of them.
Wow.
And you still remember that? Look at
That
how grown you.
That is a painful episode in my life.
Okay.
So I remember in it.
Okay.
I can imagine, Medina, how you feel, that these people, according to your
The way they
saying,
treated,
the way they treated you, that they did not give you that opportunity to be who you would have been.
That's why I make sure I make teachers respect my children. I make sure I demand the teachers respect my children and give them their full chance. I was on them like a tyrant. Yes. I haven't got no good experience for school. None.
Medina, I can't even remember you not going to school, and we raced together.
Yeah, I wasn't going to school. Everything I learned on my own.
Okay. What age would you be when you left school? How old were you?
I was 13.
All right.
Yeah, what someone said. Wow. I will read it because it's on Facebook. One person said, I am sorry to hear you had a horrible time at school. Another lady said, I can relate to the guests. These teachers were oppressive and abusive. So that means that person would have gone through that same ordeal with these teachers. And another one said, lots of people had that same experience. And another person said that she's been honest about what she went through.
I have no respect for them.
Wow. I can imagine, And another person said that the pain is deep. Is that so?
That's one of the most painful experiences in my life, St. Martin's School.
Wow. After
And
all
maybe
of those years,
and that's why I used to fight so much, because I was angry and I seen preference with other children, all those kind of things used to annoy me. So when you say they come from me, I used to just see people. I used to fight. That's the only way I could
Express your anger.
Yes,
It's to fight.
I could release my anger. It's just I fight. I used to fight. I can't be the teacher. Well, anybody, my hand fall and I grab to them. It's just let's go. I giving it to them.
wow. Someone wants to have a conversation with you. Let us hear what that person has to say. I don't normally do that, but let's take a caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening.
My good friend.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Vado.
Medina. Good evening, darling.
Good evening, Vado.
Hi. You're my three sisters fight with you?
Your three sisters, yes, Kevin, Carol, and Jennifer, all the time.
I expected her to call.
All the time. We used to fight all the time.
Kevin used to like to fight.
Carol too.
Let me tell you, there's nothing easy, but it's been trouble. That's how she feels. That's how they made her feel like they were well body for. Because I know I can kind of relate to her. I was a very troublesome child. But you know, the teachers were bare body. And Miss Rainey and Miss Deloney, thing, she was Francis before, in from Bath Road. You see, in Rainey, it was Francis. Joyce Rainey.
Joyce Rainey, exactly. She used to live in Cork Street.
Joyce Francis.
She used to live in Fields Lane.
Right. But you and Agafa was nothing trouble. You and Gaffy was
Me and Gaffy still Irish. To this day, we still nice.
I promise you to have an interview with Gaffy already.
Gaffy, you must, because let me tell you.
I told us already.
I took Tyrone.
Yes, I know.
In back in school. you had the time, you don't even watch them, because they tell you what you're watching me for. Yeah. They tell you what you're watching me for. So as soon as you see them, you pass them straight because you will get what's coming for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, but anyway, glad you can rehash it. But forgive the teachers, man. Forgive
I
them.
don't have no. I don't. To be honest with you, right now, I don't have no. I just don't care about them. To me, I don't care about them. I don't carry no grudge about nobody. I just know that they were a bad chapter in my life.
Yeah.
And I just don't. I don't worry. I move. I look at me. I don't suffer. I survive. I do the best I could with my life.
But do you have that hatred for them?
Nah. I don't have
So
a.
I've no
Maybe
hatred
if I
for
get to
them.
confront them, a little animosity might just surface. But to say
Right.
generally I have a hatred towards them, no.
Miss Kilmahoe is a very nice person, You should talk to her, where
For an
she can-
instant, there was a time I was
Yes.
on Facebook.
That's it, Bado?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay,
There was a
Miss
time
Lynn.
I wrote a post on Facebook and I had a typo. I make a mistake. One of my ex-teachers saying, her comment is, Medina, if you wasn't fighting so much, you would have learned.
Wow.
Cecil, that like there is a bit devil in me. My response to her, it wasn't pretty. She don't tell me Medina make a mistake, Medina, if you used to sit down and learn in school, you wouldn't have make a type, you would have spelled the word more correctly.
Wow.
I mean, even on Facebook, she take it to the. I mean, come on. When I say I meet that one, don't I meet her? We'll have it out. Down from Bath Estate.
Someone said that school were like a concentration camp.
Yes.
That's what someone said. Someone said it is sad in all my school experience. I only had 3 teachers I despised, and they were all males. Another person said that is so sad. She must have had a real bad experience. Someone said Cecil Joseph. She doesn't lie. I experienced it myself in the same school. Some of the teachers had preference if you did not have a surname. But you had a Bellot surname. Bellot was a big name.
I tell you, St. Martin's School was a nightmare. I didn't have no good experience in St. Martin's School. I don't know for other train, but me personally, it was my nightmare.
And someone said, Karma will hit those wicked teachers. So that person really had that experience. That person made that comment twice. Boy. Can you imagine, Medina?
You never think of that, That would happen in St. Martin's School,
Yes, never thought of that.
Okay. So horrible. I had a horrible experience at St. Martin's School.
A Catholic school.
A Catholic school.
A church school.
A church school.
Someone said St. Martin's School had some wicked teachers. As for Sister Anne, she used to lock the gate and stand outside and ring the bell. So when you think you're running to go in the line for your class, she, what are they saying?
I used to just jump
she
the
would
wall.
punish you.
I used to just jump the wall.
So she
You-
literally
you-
used to stand by the
So you used to
Yes.
jump wall?
Of course, I used to jump the wall. She didn't used to see me. I used to just, if I jump in the wall, no sense coming in for him. I just jump in the wall.
Which wall? Which side of the wall you jumping? St. Martin. That wall high, you know.
It high. I have like a space. You could push your foot and climb and jump the wall. What are you talking about high?
And you just go over it. Which one? The one on which street?
The one facing the swinging star people used to live there.
Virgin Lane.
Virgin Lane.
Okay.
I used to jump that.
Wow.
So you know you're late. But man, you
Just
had no
jump.
reason to reach late, you know. You look at where your house is.
Yeah, but sometimes children, they reach in late.
So I like what you just said, you know. The things that you experience from the teachers would have allowed you to pass it on to
Yeah,
the
anger.
students,
Yeah, man.
to the students. That would have been sad.
Well, you
That must
have
have been
to
sad.
have it out, man.
Yes.
Because I was angry for, I must say, most of my youth I was an angry person. Most of my youth I had anger issues. You see, Elvis was my remedy. Elvis really teach me to be calm. Elvis really teach me to control my temper. He's one, I couldn't quarrel with him. You can't quarrel with that man. He taught me how to control my temper and how to calm myself. And from since then, I've been a lot of the anger, a lot of the frustration. I didn't even know why. I don't know where those emotions was coming from. I not seen their origin. I just know I have them. I just learned to lose them gradually.
Who is that Elvis?
Her boyfriend. I'll answer
Oh.
I'll answer for her.
I just
No, I need to know. Oh, well, that's a good man.
Yeah.
If he can get you to lose all that anger, I mean, he is a very good man who understands your
And it started the
psychology.
first time I got into an argument with him. I try and argue. I get 3-day silence treatment. I never try it again. Never. I vex, I slam my door, I go outside. He vex, he slam me, he take up the and he go outside. We don't argue, we don't fight, we don't quarrel.
Someone said if it was in the US, we would have brought a class action lawsuit against the school. And so that person would have gone to school maybe around the same time if you.
Well, a lot of the teachers at the time, too. You see, when you have to deal with children as a teacher, you have to have training. Some of the teachers at the time, most of them went into the classroom without formal training. Because basically you have to understand psychology. Because children come from different backgrounds and different homes. So that's why teacher training is very important. It helps you to be able to deal with students and to be able to control behavior.
Yeah, because you have different personality. They come
Because
from
children have
different
different
backgrounds.
home backgrounds, you know?
Yes.
Miranda Joseph said hi. She said hi, my family. and Ra Peters, which you raised up with too,
I grew up
said
with Ra.
that hi family. He said, "Is this Medina?" Yes, it's Medina. So now, Medina, you want to tell us anything else from the school days? I know you had a great experience.
Cecil, school is a bobo. That's the only way I can put it.
For you.
For me, it's a bobo, and I really don't want to go down that street.
Okay, great.
Because it's really making me feel a little bit
Yes.
uncomfortable.
Yes. I know that your mom believed in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So you went to church.
Yeah, I went to church.
Tell us your experience about church.
Every Sunday, church was nice. Every Sundays, we go into church. Church was alright. It was an alright experience. Nothing really to complain about. It wasn't something we love to do, but it's something we had to do. So we used to do it. And when you can stay outside and stay on the church step, it even plenty better.
So you mean on a Sunday morning you go to church and you sit on the church step?
Sometimes, yes, you come outside and sit on the church step.
Well, I see some people still doing it.
So if when you go home and Jimin ask you a question, what do you tell Jimin?
What was church? It was nice, mommy.
Sonny wouldn't sell you out?
Nah, Sonny is my bum partner. Sonny not selling me out in nothing.
What? No, man. Tell us a little bit about, I'm sure you remember making your first communion and so on.
Yeah, I make my first communion. I can't remember what age I make my first communion, but it was a nice experience. My first communion was a beautiful experience. I remember it was me and a couple of people. I can't remember them cheering him now.
In fact, today they had first communion in St. Alphonsus.
Yeah, I had my first communion. I didn't confirm, but I had first communion. By
Right.
confirmation time, my father said that not happening.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that.
But when it come to first communion, I had time past that stage.
So when you went to church, in the, what time of the day that you would have gone to church?
Sunday morning
9
service.
o'clock?
Children
Yeah, 9
mass?
o'clock service, yeah.
Right. Okay. Would you had breakfast first? Would they give you anything?
Well, you have a little snack before church, and after church you have your breakfast yourself. But you have a little something to warm your chest, a little bread and tea to warm your chest before you go to church. But the breakfast self is after church.
Okay. And they would give you a little offering.
Yeah, a little offering, like
Did
a
you put
25
it in?
cents, which I never used to put. I used to always keep my quarter for myself.
You never put it in.
No, sir.
You keep
I
your
always
quarter.
keep my quarter.
So your mother give you the 25 cents to put in the collection box, and you hold that for you to
What
buy
you mean?
your
Buy my
Johnny
little
cake.
sticky tablet, my little foreign cocoa, and coming
Big
down the
boy,
hill. What do I give it to the church for?
You know, quite a number of people have said that to us, you know.
I never give that to
they
the
will not
church.
put in the collection
Big body.
in the church. They used to go by Ma Henry
Yes.
to buy their
Foreign
their
cocoa, your little
and
sticky
sticky
tablet, your
you know.
little
You do that too, Cecil?
eucalyptus.
What's that?
You did that too?
Was that acolyte? I couldn't do that, my brother. I was an acolyte. You mad?
boy. Wow.
Well, the acolyte had to put that in it. And number one, as an altar boy, you had to serve the priest. So you know you have to do the things right. The only thing that we were doing wrong was to take when we didn't make first communion yet, was to take the communion.
And it's
We
wine.
know where the key is. You just go and open and take the not necessarily the wine, but the
Yes. But quite a number of children did that, man.
Yeah.
Hold their money for them to
Yeah,
go
man.
to
Oh, man, give you 25 cents. It's still
Do
next Sunday, you
matinee.
get another 25 cents. What you giving it to the priest for? Because still next Sunday,
You get another one.
another 25 cents. You have to hold that tight.
boy. Listen, boy, it's not easy in that place. Nah.
But it's holding
Someone
money.
sent a thing there. Some lady sent
They
something
rob the
about
church, boy.
about a Miss LA. All right, boy. Should I read that, boy? That person deadly. People on Facebook might be seeing that, so I rather leave it for the people on Facebook. Boy, that Dominicans in their tongue.
Yeah,
there,
man.
easy.
They hold their money.
No, they're talking about the school, the things that they're saying.
Yeah.
Another person said, "No lie, 25 cents in my pocket."
You hold
My
that.
pocket, how you mean? Your mother give us, Cecil, she give that quarter there now. It's still next Sunday,
So you get another one.
quarter, you know. And during that time, by hard, you can tell a sticky tablet. If you hold like a quarter, you mad? That quarter is
And
for
mark
the
you,
week.
and mark you, the quarter was buying plenty, eh?
That was for the week.
For the week, yeah, 5 cents. You're spending
Till
5
next
cents.
week.
Spending 5 cents, 1 cent and 2 cents was the cost of those things.
Yeah.
You know, foreign cocoa 1 cent
Yeah, boy.
and sticky tablet 2 cents. But let me ask you, the sticky tablets never stayed on your tongue?
Of course,
The
I always
collar.
take. Of course.
Jimmy never asked you how you got that?
No. She never really noticed it.
You wash your mouth, man.
No, because you know, sticky tablet, when my mother working in the morning, when she leave home at 6, we ain't seen her till 5.
Oh, you have time, man.
And
Yeah.
because I working at the hospital.
Yes.
So she have whole day out. If my father don't catch us then, everything safe.
And the other thing is that when you leave Miss Ma Henry, you have a pipe by the reed on King George
Yes,
Street.
you
And
have
You have two pipes, yeah, one by
You have
Piper
one-
Step.
One by Piper Step, yes. And the one by Piper Step. Or if you pass up a lane, you have the other
Still one by
Cock Street.
of course.
Yes, so you still have places that you can wash
Wash out your mouth.
Yeah, so you're safe to go.
You're safe to go.
Yeah. But we had tricks we were Medina.
If we had chicks growing up,
So what else you want to tell us about church?
I'm not a church lover, so there's
but
not much memory of that.
that. Like, the person talk about the 25 cents. She never talk about when she never spoke to us while you were talking about she caused you to fight and to leave school, you know. Gaffer says, Cecil, you're captain from King George Street. But she never said that she caused you to leave school.
No, she didn't cause me to leave school. Sister Borgia, Sister Ann caused me to leave school. We had our problem, and Sister Ann called me and not Gaffy. And it's me alone, so I give her a slap and I got my business.
Primrose LeBlanc Baron said, Medina is nice seeing you. You know? No, Medina. So on Sundays, your mother will tell you all the night before what clothes all you have to wear.
Yes.
So in terms of your underwear, was it the same underwear you had to use and take it out?
Joke you have, man.
Tell me.
Church have it underwear, church have it clothes, church have it everything. Everything is church is church.
Church, yes, yes.
You don't take in church clothes, you can't do them thing. Church clothes is church clothes. You have your church clothes, that is your nice dandan, your Sunday best, and you have your ordinary clothes, and you have your bowman clothes. You have your sports clothes for school. Everything different. You can't take the lady clothes and go, lady good clothes and go and play koshoni.
Yes. That's not possible.
Not possible.
Boy, those days were rough times, you know. I mean, your mother tell us, I say, hard more.
Had more.
Can you imagine? Your children nowadays, they're telling you, where's my shoe? Where is their shoe? Those days was alitiwe hard more.
You have to do it, yeah.
Her shoe, you know.
Yeah, because you remember the social economic situation was not as it is now. The children now want Reebok, they want all kind of things.
All kind of nonsense they want.
So in your first communion, tell us a little bit about your what you remember about first communion. You have to go to catechism.
What I remember we used to go to catechism. He wanted me to join the choir, but that the choir was having to go to church too often. So I wasn't done with that. I go for the first couple of weeks, and after I stopped, because I wasn't done with that. Every sort of time you have to go to church. Every afternoon after school you have to go to church and sing and those kind. I wasn't done for that. I was never a church person. I was glad to accept my Rasta life that I was more comfortable with. But the church was never... Well, after a certain time when my father became Rasta and we started to learn the Rasta life, I developed a real prejudice now.
Oh, before we go there, we will go there. No, you have to go to confession.
Yes. Go and lie for the priest. Tell the priest things you never do.
You have to lie for the priest?
But that you have to go and do. What you can do for the priest? Most people that got confessions like you lie me. Cecil. Thing they never do now. They tell the priest. I still my mother's sugar. As you lie, you go and tell the priest. And get your little ashes and come out there. What you can tell the priest? What sin you can commit to go and tell the priest? You go into the priest and lie. I steal my mother's sugar. I fight with my brother. Things you never do. You can confess. You can ask anybody. I'm sure I'm not the only person who will tell you that.
I'm not even answering you. No. I'm not answering you. Did you lie?
Of course.
You lie to the priest?
But of course, Cecil, most people lie to the priest.
But you have to make sure you give the priest at least
a confession.
5 sins, you know.
So you have to make up 5 sins. So before you go to your confession box, you make up your sins.
So you shouldn't tell me the church helped us to lie then?
Yes.
You have to make up 5 stories.
Before it's your turn, you have to make up your 5 lies.
Yeah.
If 2 is true, the other 3 is a lie.
Yes.
But you must make up a lie to tell the priest, I still sweetie.
Yeah.
You have to make up a lie to tell the priest on your confession.
And one priest would even ask you, do you have a girlfriend? I wouldn't call his name, but you had him, do you have a girlfriend?
That is Father Giloni.
Father Gillard.
Father Gillard, I said Father Gillard, yeah.
Lies you can't tell the person it's confession time. What you can't tell you? What as children, what sin you have, you can't go and confess.
That's normal, man. That was the tradition.
But you have to go because the school tell you have to go, so you go in and lie and come out there and get your look at.
But you want to make your first communion. If you don't confess, how you going to make first communion? You must tell the priest.
All them things just make sure and lie.
So we're saying that we should stop that then?
Yeah. Of course, that should stop. That's nonsense.
The church should stop that?
Of course. Of course.
Confess your sin?
Of course.
Well,
let me tell you something. Who you confessing your sin to in the first place?
Well, that's a big topic.
Yeah, what somebody's telling me, Cecil, stop pretending like you didn't know the swag. Well, I knew this. I was a Catholic.
What's the swag now?
That you have to go to confession and lie.
Oh, the swag.
The point I'm making, all of us did it because that was a fear.
Right.
You have to tell the priest
something.
But the first thing the priest. Thank you, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes, that's the first thing you have to say. When you enter into the box, I'm never seen in the church. I'm never seen in the church. When
Thank
you
you.
enter the box,
Thank you, Father.
Kneel,
Yeah.
the father push the box,
and then you have.
And then you're in,
thank you,
Father, for I have sinned against.
I've sinned against God. Thank you.
Just so you know how to see.
You need to stop that nonsense.
I don't think you're doing that again.
Boy. But anyway, that was the
if
time.
If you need, they need to stop.
That was the time. But Cecil was in it too.
I just said, yes, I did it.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to do that.
That was
But I can't
part of
remember if I lied.
By Cecil, baby.
Medina, I'm trying to remember if I lied.
You must lie. You can't tell me you never lie. Everybody lie to
No,
the
I'm not
priest.
saying I cannot remember that.
Yeah, you can't remember.
You can't remember, but it's like you go in there and lie anyway.
I know how to go to confession.
But you have to prepare your lies. Maybe two truths.
Maybe I tell the priest the truth, I suspect, To tell the priest I come in the pond and thief his fish. I don't say thief his fish.
You fast stood behind his mango.
I stood behind the mango. That wasn't a lie, that's the truth. Well, that's the lie. Yeah. So yes,
That was
I
the
think all of
tradition.
us did. All of us who went to
Yeah.
confession. We had to carry the sword.
Something just had to do, so you just had to do what you had to do. You're doing it and you're coming out there.
And then at the end, Father bless you.
Yes.
Yes.
He closed the little thing and he bless you.
Yeah.
Bless you for what? For just finishing that in my life.
He just bless you.
Yeah.
All right, next one.
And the day of confirmation now.
First communion.
First communion, sorry. The day of confirmation, first communion, you have to have this thing on
Your side.
on your how you call it?
Your little sash, I call it.
Yeah, on the side.
On your
And the
side.
girls used to have nice white shoes
And their
nice
veil.
white- and their veil. You had veil, right, Medina?
Yep.
All right.
I was a pretty little communion girl. Let me tell you something. I have to have that picture as a nice picture. My communion girl, I was a pretty little girl.
Yeah. So hear what someone said. Dorothy Joseph said, "It's bless me, Father." The person
No.
quirkiness.
Bless-
It's bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
Bless me, Father.
For I have sinned. So he had to bless you. He had to bless you. He had to. I mean, it's amazing the things that people say on Medina, you are 83 views, live views as we're speaking.
That's great.
Father Gaylord, I'm trying hearing my same sin. He said to me once, "Child, go home, you have no sin." Apparently that person must be saying the same sin every time she goes to the confession, the same sin.
but you have a big voice. You
So you go and say how much Helen Mary and how much our Father.
You have 10 Hail Marys.
And you're not never doing that.
10 our fathers.
Yeah, you have to do 10 Hail Marys.
Depending on the amount of sins you have, about
Yes,
10 of them.
10 Hail Marys. 10 Hail Marys and
10 our fathers.
no, 10 Hail Marys and 5 Our Father. Not
What about
so?
the acts
Yeah,
of contrition?
about that. And once you come out there, that finish. No Helen Mary, no our Father, nothing not say.
You want to fight.
Yes, you go and fight.
Yes,
So that was the church life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the church life. You live in King George V Street, walk up that big hill,
Big hill.
and then sit on the church step and say you're going to church.
No, I would go inside, and when church starts and the boredom start, I come outside and I sit down outside.
Okay.
If it's plenty of us and we have friends and we'll be talking as the church going, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're
But when you haven't got nobody, if you go inside, you come outside and you sit down outside. It's because I sit down at the back, facing this step by the SMA there. It's there I used to sit down.
Oh, you used to go at the back of the
Yes,
church, man.
from the one to my mother at the front.
No, but you're brave. That's where the priest passing, right?
Yes, there I used to sit down.
Or the acolytes. No, the nuns and the church. You like the nuns?
There I used to sit down.
The nuns in church, you like them?
I don't really care about them.
When you're going to church, you like the nuns?
I don't really care. No,
What about matron?
I never had no. I didn't need to associate with these people.
Let me see what Gaffer saying. Gaffer said, "Cecil, she holding back, so don't remember a lot of our childhood days." So Gaffer tell me, please try not to push you too much because we all race together.
Yeah.
So please don't try to say too much. So Gaffer is warning you in advance.
Yeah,
You know? No, Gaffer. From church, you have brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Tell us who they are.
I have Sonny, Glennis Bellot. I have a bigger brother, Charles Samo Benito. I have a sister, Yvette. I have Ricky and Nike. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
All right, Yvette.
Well, I had 3 sisters, but 2 died. So I remain 5 brothers and 1 sister, Yvette.
All right, Yvette. All of us know Yvette as your big sister.
Yeah.
Yvette was a very nice, pretty girl.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her for a long time.
She was here last year.
What is the relationship between you and Yvette?
Oh, we good.
So all of the time,
Let me tell you something. My father fighting among us was a no-no. Fighting, like for an instance, I can say, Yvette wearing my dress or I wearing Yvette's dress, and I vexed got my dress, them things gonna happen. Yvette will wear that dress until it finished and I will never see it again. My father tell us, you wear that dress just for 1 month. And I have to argue and watch her with my dress for 1 month and nothing I can do about it. I can vex till I split in two. My father didn't want us to fight each other. Fighting, lying, and stealing was 3 things my father would really whip us badly for. We didn't want to fight among ourselves and just to respect each other. When we got bigger, we started fighting, but that's when my father had no more say. He couldn't really. But we just fight, and 5 minutes after, we would never say, for instance, I finished cursing him now. And while I cursing him, I won $5. While I cursing him, I want $5. And he'll push it in his pocket and curse me and give me the $5.
Wow.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
And it's so it is if all of us, that's how it is. If one person sick, everybody jump. We'll take turns. We'll do it. We don't care how we're doing it. But everybody there for the other. We don't neglect us. We doesn't neglect each other.
That's good.
We grow up in a way that we know we is all we have, and we have to take care of each other.
Right.
No matter what misunderstanding we have, when this situation arises, misunderstanding have to disappear. Misunderstanding just take a hike, and we just stick together.
Good. Now, let's talk a little bit about your yard. Very interesting place. Very, very interesting place. That little
yard.
I mean, it's an amazing yard.
It was amazing, yeah.
Yes.
It didn't have much children, but it was amazing. It had Jacqueline.
It didn't have much children.
No, it hadn't got
Let
much.
me see. There was Orlando.
There
was Hazuri.
There's Sister Girlie.
Sister Girlie.
Us.
Yes.
That was it.
Your mother had 4 children.
That was it. It didn't have more children than that.
There's around 10 of you all.
Yeah.
In that little yard.
And Jacqueline.
Right. I know there was.
It didn't have more than that. There wasn't much children in the little yard.
Mm-hmm. Now, tell listeners about that yard.
Well, the yard was a yard where everybody was mother. It don't have my mother. Everybody was mother in that yard. Everybody had to respect everybody in that yard. It didn't have disrespect for elderly. That couldn't happen. If all the way you have there, if all my chango, I had to respect. And it was easy because, they was good to you. It was easy. It was like my mother not there, I hungry. Who's I going to go behind? Mama be yeah. And I would definitely get food. So you couldn't disrespect these people. These people there was like your parents. They were there for you, taking care of you and everything. You couldn't disrespect these people there. So we grew up sleeping in each other's house, running up and down. Like for instance, now it's by Hazari and then we sleep in. We sleep there for that week. Next time it's by me. Next time it's by so we grew up in that yard. Everybody changing, sleeping by each other. It's so we grew up. No enmity, no fighting. I can't remember fighting with nobody in my yard. Never.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember we getting vexed, yes, but that vex was just, you do me something I don't like and be vexed, so I take something and you vex, but that vex time for sunset or time for a little long in the afternoon, you don't even remember you was vexed. That vex gone. Mm-hmm. So we grew up, everybody taking care of each other in that yard there.
Did you have any trees there?
No.
Trees?
No.
Well,
not one tree.
Not one tree. Just a wall.
Just a wall.
A wall. And
separating the credit union.
Yeah, a wall separating the credit union. And
houses facing the other side.
And a wall facing the credit union and a wall.
It didn't have a wall, it had houses.
Yeah, houses, basically.
Yes.
Wow. So hold on. I'm trying to remember there's a wall separating Jean and yourself.
No, there was no wall.
The
only wall was the one for the credit union.
Right, okay. So everybody, Jean that's selling the bunja and
yeah,
so on.
I know.
She lived on, her house was actually on
her
Upperly.
Grandmother.
Her grandmother house was actually
her grandmother
on
house.
But everybody would have seen each other, touch each other.
Yes. For instance, those houses there, like Miss Thomas' house, those Mr. Hill house, that same Jean Maito house, Maito windows opening in our yard. And people me talking through the windows. Everything passing through the windows. Now the only window that wasn't open in our yard was Miss Thomas, Miss Ophelia O'Brien. The big house on the road there. Mm-hmm. The first house in the front of the yard on here.
As you coming on the road.
So everybody window opening
up
on
the
each
steps.
other.
Yes, everybody window open and straight through their bedroom. Nothing happening. Everybody just growing up there. We just know that it is.
So where you all bathing? In the yard? Or?
In the yard. But it was different because even if the window opening at the back of the house, you could always bathe at the back of your house. At a certain area where we could bathe, wash our dishes, wash our clothes. We had a certain area where we could do all these things in the yard.
Wow. That's
strange yard.
And no, it's not a strange yard. It's a. I mean, for instance, Charlie Moore. Can you tell us a little bit about Charlie Moore, the sweetie boy?
Charlie Moore's mother was living in the yard. Charlie Moore and them born in that yard.
Oh, Charlie Moore and them born in the yard.
Yes. That house was Maloma house. I would say just a minute I can remember Maloma. Zaboka. Remember the woman Zaboka had children if?
Yeah,
Annette.
Annette.
Yes. That was Annette mother house.
Okay.
That area there was Annette's mother, John Brown. That was their place. That was their property.
So that wasn't the burial.
No, that wasn't the burial.
Okay.
That was Maloma property.
And those days Charlie Moore used to be a tailor. A tailor. Afterwards, Charlie Moore went into Sweetie.
Sweetie, yeah.
But he had a brother who lived in Fonkole.
Yes.
With a
Yes.
kind of funny foot.
That was Possival.
And live in that same yard.
And Charlie Moore was Daryl.
Oh,
Yeah.
Charlie Moore name is Daryl.
Yes, Charlie Moore name is
So
Daryl.
we get Charlie Moore.
No, Charlie Moore is just it was a nickname, you know.
Ah,
The surname is Paul.
okay.
So it's Daryl Paul.
Yes, it's Daryl Paul.
And how Charlie Moore get that name?
Their father they used to call Charlie Moore.
Ah.
It's Daryl
And
Paul.
everybody names it, and everybody they were,
And
they
everybody
call-
get the name Charlie Moore, but all of them wasn't Charlie Moore.
Yeah, all of them we call them Charlie Moore, you know.
Yeah, but all of them
But in
wasn't
Fokole
Charlie
we call
Moore.
him Charlie Moore.
And it wasn't a Charlie Moore, and it was Anna John.
Oh, and it was not Charlie Moore?
No, and it is Alan John.
You serious now? I thought Annette was a Charlie Moore.
She's
But she was by mother.
yes, she's the father by mother,
Mother.
but not by father. Annette, not the Charlie Moore. Cynthia, Clyde mother.
Is not a Charlie Moore?
No,
Clyde in Antigua?
I don't know what Clyde is now.
I think it's Antigua.
And it had one they call him David.
Uh-huh.
He wasn't a Charlie Moore neither.
But the whole family, we call every one of them
Charlie Moore, yes. But all of them are Charlie Moores.
Uh-huh. No, tell us a little bit more of the people in the yard.
Then we had Miss Irene. Miss Irene left the yard earlier, and she went to live up by the infirmary there, in another yard. Then we had
Tiger Woman?
Tiger Woman didn't live in the yard.
Okay.
Tiger Woman children.
So Tiger Woman children raised with their grandmother?
With their grandmother, Yeye. We call her Yeye. They raised with her. It was Gurley, Hazari, and Earl. Orlando, Catherine, and Hazari.
Right.
They raised in the yard with their grandmother. And who again?
That yard had no toilet. Did you all?
No, we didn't have toilet.
No running water?
No, everybody have to carry a little tin in
So-
the early morning and go and throw it in the river. And don't make Solomon catch you.
And Salomon was living near to you. Salomon was living very near
close.
to you.
Yeah.
So you have to make Solomon to catch you and go up early and go in the river and throw
So
your
you're on
tin.
Great Marlborough Street and Upper Lane, and Solomon living on Upper Lane.
On the other
Yes.
side.
Right, so very close. So you
Very
have to,
close.
So you have to make sure Solomon didn't see you.
See you, yes. Go up early and you go and throw a little tin and then you come back home, wash your tin and come back
By
home.
the way, I'm trying to remember that. By any chance, Solomon and them had flushing?
No,
No, he didn't have toilet, man.
no.
You sure?
I
Sure.
know the yard, you know.
But because the way Solomon used to deal
But
with
that,
people.
no,
so
but
he-
that's his city. That's Solomon's city. You have to keep
No,
his city
they
clean.
didn't have toilet.
So okay. So your the place that you used to go and get water was on Kane Avenue.
Yes. On Keynes Avenue, yes.
Yes.
Or by
Or
Piper
Upper
Step.
Lane. Or by Piper Step.
Yes.
But both of them, you're in the
You,
middle.
you have 3 pipes close by. You could
Yes.
go the one by where
Upper Lane.
Elvis and them used to live, by where Richard and them used to live, Tiding
Upper
and them
Lane.
used
Upper
to
Lane
live
Cox
by
Street.
Zabo Struck there.
Yeah.
You could go to that one, or you could go to the one by where Bobo used to sell the bread there.
Yes.
Or you can go to the one by Piper Step. Any one of them you could go to.
Yes. And
The
so
closest was Piper Step
all right. So where you used to go to wash clothes? Which part
in
of
the river.
which of the river? The one on
Roseau
Riverbank?
River.
On the Davis State.
No.
Okay.
Roseau River always by
On-
the bridge.
under the
above
bridge?
Above the bridge.
Above the bridge.
Okay.
Where the bus stop is there. Where the bus stop between the
No,
Low
no, no,
Black-
no, no, no,
Not that
no.
one.
No, no, no.
So the one lower down then.
No, we
You
used
want
to go
the
by
market?
Jakes there.
Oh, you all go to buy Jake.
Jakes.
But you know,
they're deep.
I never saw people really wash in that
Yes,
area.
there we used to go
I
and
know,
wash.
I know my
around
mother
by
used to
Jakes.
wash more closer to between the two bridges that
yes.
the new and old bridge, as well, or by the old bridge going down to
Okay.
the Vickers Portsmouth bus stop.
Bus stop, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well, you can say in the early days, before in the beginning, we used to go by the bridge, by the
But they have the big
little
stone.
park.
yes,
There a little step going down there.
yes,
Right.
correct.
But then after we start to go up by the
By Jakes.
by Jakes there, that area there.
Okay.
Okay.
What time in the morning would you all get up to go and do throw number one?
For number one, 5 o'clock
Late, man.
in the morning, so.
Or they doing it
Where's the
late?
kitchen right now, Cecil? Remember, where's the kitchen in
No,
those days?
I was
there?
a little boy too, and I had to go and get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know.
No, I'm already
4
I said
o'clock,
3
5
o'clock in the
o'clock,
morning.
4 5 o'clock.
No, you had to go with her.
Oh, like at a certain time they used to pay somebody to do it.
Yes.
At the time they started they call in Hillsborough and a man they
Yes.
call in Shilling, I think.
What about King Kaka? He never flew for y'all?
No.
King Kaka never flew for y'all.
Shilling. Oh, Shilling flew for you.
Shilling used to be a popular guy.
Popular
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Shilling used to be the popular guy in Roseau after
After
this
King,
guy,
after the
King
King.
Kaka.
Yes, King Kaka.
Yeah.
So they used to remember we used to pay them to come and do it. So we didn't used to have to go and do it at a certain time. When we started getting bigger, it was getting
Yes.
uncomfortable for us. So she would pay somebody.
To get to the river.
Yeah.
What was your life like in Great Marlborough Street for you? Great Marlborough
was
Street,
fun.
King Avenue, Cock Street.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
saw
Upper
fun.
Lane.
We saw it was great because we sometimes Ra, you know, Ra.
Mhm.
Just come up and play first. We had Ra, we had those whites, Karen, Jennifer. You know the white, you remember the
Yeah,
whites?
of course.
And then you
Tony
have
White.
you have the Joseph, Helen and Rosin and them.
Yes. And
The
then you had the
Joseph
Williams.
there. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we was supposed to be Marble Hole on the Paris Williams. Remember where Paris Williams was?
Yes, of
Where they
course.
have Shine Union
Yeah,
there
Shine
now?
Union is, yes, Shine Union. As one of the, last week I was telling the grandson of Paris Williams about that place, that area, you know, and giving him some history of that area. And he was very welcoming to get that information.
Yeah, we used to sit down there and play jacks for hours. But me, I was always a tomboy. I used to more play with those boys. Like me, my game, I used to play with Ra and everybody else. But me, my crew was the Solomon boys, Eddie, and Philip. That was my crew because it's cowboy and gangster thing and
so you're more-
football and...
So they would call you more or less a mal now, man.
She was.
I was.
She had a gaffer. Two man.
I
playing
was.
Football.
So I used to more play football with the boys and
Yeah,
them,
she
go and
did.
play marble hole with
Yeah.
the boys and them, go up and get mango,
Mhm.
them kind of thing there. But I still used to have my moments with the people in the area, like Rapiters,
Okay.
and the crew.
And Albi, Ras Albi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the crew. So.
No, let me ask you. Your mother, before we go to Zabo, on a Sunday, like today Sunday morning, fishing, black pudding, and so on. You remember Manuela?
Yes, of course.
Tell us a little bit about Manuela.
Well, my mother used to get her first shin by Manuela. We speak about cucumber salad at home, and she used to get her first shin by Manuela. Or like a provision sometimes, it's come out by Manuela. Now, Manuela have a daughter, a niece, Davina, that was have children with an uncle of mine. That is Boswell Bellot. She have Theodore and a daughter with him. So due to that kind of a relationship, Manuela was a kind of a cordial with my mother.
She's from Scott's Head.
I don't know where Manuela from.
I think she was from Scott's Head.
I haven't got a clue where
Yeah,
she's from.
so she used to sell all kind of outside of fishing. She used to sell her
Black
figure
pudding,
dashing and doing wheat.
fishing, provisions, vegetables. She had a green market.
Yes, she had a green market. As a matter of fact, she was right opposite Solomon's home. You know?
Right opposite.
Yeah, right
Okay, I know,
opposite.
I know.
You know, next to Miss Howe,
Next to Miss Howe, yes.
Right.
and next to Silma. Silma
Yeah,
just died.
Yeah, they have a little step there now. They have a
Yeah.
little building there now.
Yes.
They have a store downstairs.
All of that. Besides the two things that have not gone there is Miss Howe House and Sobrooks.
Yes.
Is
So
still
British
there.
Church is still there.
Yeah. So Sobrooks and everything
else has changed.
Everything else changed.
Change, right?
Everything else, yeah.
So Manuela House is no longer. Miss Silma House is no longer.
Right.
All of the houses. are all gone.
Mascotland House.
Yeah. Mascotland House is still there. On the other side, we're talking about the other side. No,
Mascotland House change.
it has changed. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
man.
has changed.
They have an apartment there.
Miss Vera House. Remember Miss Vera, Jeff Charles'
Jeff
mother?
Charles' mother,
Yes.
yes.
That house there, they build the core house in its place now.
Yeah,
That's-
the core
they don't know
house,
what
yeah.
they're doing there
Yeah.
now.
No, Sobrooks. You remember Sobrooks?
Yes.
Tell us about Sobrooks.
Well, we used to always go Sobrooks Church, and we used to go Sobrooks Church sometimes, but we used to mostly go when they have crusade. But every night we're on the step. It was a hangout. Every night we on Sobrooks step and listening to service and thing, but we never really used to disturb them as such.
And it's strange, you know. Sobrooks is after the man name and after the pastor name. But the church is CUM.
CUM, Christian
Christian
Union
Union
It's a
Church.
Christian church, you know, but
Yeah.
we call it Sir Brooks.
Right.
Because Mr. Brooks was the one the
But what-
elder or the pastor of the church.
But when you hear
pastor.
Sobruk, he was a huge man. Yes.
Yes, he was a huge guy.
Very big,
Very, yeah.
fair-skinned guy.
Yeah.
Very big.
And all of us, Medina would go on that step.
All of us, when you have crusade, that step loaded.
Yes, all of us. We've never once sit in the people's church, but you'll just stand.
Never, just on the step.
Yeah, just on the step.
Wow.
Yeah. And strange, none of us in that area actually became a COM member.
Nobody became Christian.
Nobody. Strange.
Not even a pastor.
I tell you,
Nobody in that church.
became
Part of
a member
Part of the church. Nobody ever became a member of that church.
Nobody. Miss how go Catholic Church even more. She was the closest to the house.
And the church has a big membership now. Eh?
Uh-huh.
When you go, yeah, man. When you go there now.
I don't know.
Yeah. There's a young fella there full of fire, man, preaching. Yeah.
But that whole area there was Catholics.
Yeah. But
So
Yeah,
had
everybody was
children,
Catholics, yeah.
You had Solomon and his father, and his Solomon father, and his mother. She's still alive. She must be 100 years now. All of the Solomons and so on. The bullies. And nobody became a COM member.
Nobody.
Nobody. Even if you go lower down, not one person remembered going to that church. In that
Nobody in the area wasn't going to that church. Everybody was from outside.
area. That is
There
strange.
was no like when they used to have summer camps and this thing. Remember when they used to have a
Yes,
summer
yes.
parents used to send their children from the area. Used to send their children because they're from the area.
Okay.
But from to say be part of the church, no. We used to go to their summer camps. We used to go to those things.
No, Zabo.
Well, Zabo is family. Zabo is family.
Okay.
My father is a Dominican. And he's from St. Joseph. Now, Zabo was his auntie. So Zabo is my mother's great auntie.
Okay. So
Zabo.
which means people like you all got a lot of Kwedi.
Yes! Zabo and Patrick John Charles' mother was Zabo's sister.
Hold on. Patrick John Charles.
Yeah, who are the pharmacy?
Who are the
John
pharmacy?
Charles? Yes. His mother and Zabo were sisters.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Patrick Charles, man.
Yes, John Charles.
Okay. You never heard anything about him being a Lugaho? You never hear that? Okay, because a lot of people, we used to feel that he was, because he was a short man. Wasn't he the short man?
Short black man.
Yes. He used to sell all those kind of things. Menevini.
Yes.
I find it
Red
strange. I find it
lavender.
strange that Medina didn't hear that her grand uncle
No, I never heard
was,
that.
was called a Lugao.
Yeah, because he had all these things. You want to learn, you go for your red
Yes.
lavender.
I can't remember
Three
hearing
people
that.
we used to call Lugao in that area.
Yeah, 3 people.
We used to call Boyd, Mr. The guy on Kelly Avenue
Yeah.
and New Street.
Yes.
I
That's
know we
Kelly
used to call.
Avenue.
We used to call Money God or Lugao.
Money God is Lugao late after.
Late after, man.
Late after.
We had the other one.
But we had this guy.
Right.
We had bought the shop from,
Right there.
Thomas
Mhm.
was
Boise?
Boise,
Boise,
we used to
man.
call him
Yes.
a Lugao.
You never
Yeah.
hear Boise?
Yes.
We used to call
Boise
ma
Lugao.
pues Julian where the where's the thing is what do you call it, where the mall is.
You're right.
Remember where the mall is? The lady there.
We
You
used to
talking
call
about by Julian?
Miss
we
Pierre?
call her Sukuya, man.
Miss Pierre.
Yes, yes.
So say she's a
See that redskin
witch.
lady
Yeah,
there,
we
man.
call us Sukuya too.
Yeah, she says she's a witch.
Yeah.
And Mr.
Charles?
John Charles.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember hearing John Charles. I can't remember
Man.
hearing John Charles.
Look, your friend tell you, Medina, you forget plenty, man.
I can't remember John Charles calling. I can't
I
remember.
never told you forget plenty.
Maybe because his family that kind
That
of.
maybe,
Yeah.
but we had him as one of the great
Yeah.
Lugahos, man, in the city.
As a matter of fact, he was equal to Boise.
Boise, I remember Boise.
Yeah, he was equal to Boise.
Yeah, man.
Because Boise wasn't selling red lavender
But in
and these
fact,
things.
it was 2 of them. They two
We say
fight-
it's turned to snake.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what we said.
Yeah, we say
It
it's turned to
was
snake.
2 of them that put the $5 to fight in Lago. You. Boy.
No. So we are speaking about Mazabo. Quite a number of people in the area would have gone for Kwedi by Mazabo.
Mazabo, yeah.
And you said that you were part and parcel of that Kwedi.
But of course, when things started for my mother is her auntie, she just go and get what you ask her auntie. Auntie will give her what she wants.
So Iris never told you at least one time that your mother have to pay before she gets her Kwedi? Before she
Never.
get another Kwedi?
I was going to try with Mazabo. My mother is her niece. She never, well, if that happened to my mother, I don't know, but it never happened to one of us going to do the message.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always us having gone to do the message. So I have no idea if that happened to my mother.
Also, to Gaffer is saying, do not forget that Mr. Boise had a snake under the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to say that. Oh, Gaffer, well, who come there and sit in it? Hey, Gaffy, what's up, my girl?
Gaffer said the man had a snake under the shop.
Yes.
Gaffer the same things on the man.
Very possible.
Very possible?
Very possible.
So what do you say about Cecil Hector then?
Cecil Hector, I don't know, but say he was a womanizer, as much I can say about him.
Oh, yes.
Everybody that come have to pay in kind. Cecil Hector is paying kind.
And what do you say about Boise? About Boboy?
Cecil.
What would you say about Boboy?
Cecil,
You
leave me alone, please.
You not if you never hear that one do.
Cecil, leave me alone, please.
I ask you about Boboy because you raised the wrong Boboy.
Yeah, but
Cecil, leave me alone, please.
But Cecil,
yes.
you never hear what Boboy say much chibi kopo as well.
Yes.
The man always coming and crazy by Boboy. Every time we eating all the man fishing and black pudding, and one day he told the neighbor, more chibi kopo was on. He can't take a margin me tout temps. You know about him.
Who you get? Who you get?
No, I'm not calling his name.
What Chebe Kopa is on?
I'm not going
I don't call his name. But he's still alive.
He must still
Oh, he was still alive.
Not blues.
He can't be blues.
The person's still alive. So let's say it.
but still alive. I don't
Yeah.
want
He
to
can't be
see no-
blues.
No, Medina, I only did all of this to reach by your grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Your grandmother,
Diana.
we know her as Ma Diana.
Yes.
Some people calling her Diana Worm.
Yes.
No, I couldn't call her Diana Worm
Oh, you couldn't.
because she was my immediate neighbor. A lot of people may not know I'm of Diana Worm. But Medina, tell us a little bit about Diana.
Well, Diana was a beautiful black woman.
Very
Very beautiful black woman with a certain amount of status. She was...
I know a lot of status at the early days, please.
Yeah, she was a matador. What do you call them?
Matador.
Now, what really break down Diana is dog trove.
We ponty.
You say that live way?
Yes.
Well, sorry, but okay, let me just...
As if I don't trust a doctor.
I'm going to rephrase.
No, you said it
No, you
already.
said it already.
You said it already.
Come out in your
You
mouth.
can't take it back.
Well, because a man she used to be with, she actually even get a job for him as a police officer.
But you just said the man's name already.
Okay, well, the statement closed.
No. You can continue the story. So she had a child with Mr. Doctor.
Two.
Two.
Alifia
Oh yes, Alifia.
and Vernon.
Yes.
Alifia died recently, then
Yeah.
Vernon's still alive.
Yeah, Alifia. You used to call her Ma Alifia.
Now he left her and he went and married somebody else.
A nurse.
Yes, while they're together. And that was the end of the story for her.
Mash
that
up,
just break her down. It's there her deterioration started after that man left her and went and married. She started drinking. He even arrested her. He even put her in jail once, eh? He literally put her in jail once. He put her in jail once as a magistrate. I remember time then that my uncle was telling me that one time he take her back to court, and she tell the judge, you see him? She tell somebody, you see him, he's my children's father. I have 2 children with him. I think he's a persecutor at the time. When the judge watched him, the judge said, that's your children's mother? He said to get out of his court and send her out of the court. Because the judge couldn't believe that he was persecuting his child. He himself bring the woman to court, his children's mother.
But Diana used to drink with?
That's why she started drinking and started going down. That's why she started drinking and started going down.
What am she got to go poil for him, man?
But a bad one.
Not a go poil, no, an extended poil.
Pontier.
An extended extended.
She got an extended.
And if anyone who knows Diana, even while she was drinking rum,
she was a beautiful woman. Beautiful woman.
Because I mean, she had my father with Bellot. My father was her first. Fanti's her first child. She had Vanti with Winston. Vanti was her first child. And she had my father with my grandfather. My father with Bellot. Then she had Alifia and Vernon with Doctrove. After that, it started to go down.
Where she had children with big
Yeah, her two last children.
Big
people.
She was a well-known woman. That woman, she used to do embroidery and things. Of course.
Wow. All the big boys in Roseau wanted her, man.
She was a beautiful woman.
Beautiful woman. It was really beautiful. As a fact, she was my immediate neighbor.
She was black.
Yes.
A beautiful
And
woman.
tall.
I seen her.
I can remember.
You know. Sometimes when I see Ricky, your brother, I seen her. A lot of Ricky in her.
A lot of Ricky, yeah.
I don't know if anybody have said so to you.
And she could speak good English.
Oh my God. Don't talk about when you see Diana drink that rum there. I can't tell you where she used to buy that rum. Zabo wasn't selling rum, so not by Zabo.
By Stella.
My Stella, yes.
It was by Stella.
You remember Stella?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, by Stella.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I remember that lady, she was something else. That lady took me at my home, at our home, and uncovered the pot and just push her hand. German, you cannot tell me I can't put man in my child pot, Bram. And she would just take what she wants and she will just go. Anywhere she would see Blow talking to a woman, father, is German, that is his woman. German is his wife and his children mother. And them tell something and hell breaking loose. Nobody can talk to Glenn. It's all time German. I'm for Diana to see them, you know. Diana even where she them come and drag German. German look dicey, Glennis, let's go. Dragging, but she took us German too. When come for us German? Moody. She used to us German. German, give my children. Give my grandchildren. You cannot keep them for you alone. Remember how Beavers and children can sit on the step. You see us diving at the house now. They have a wood not for step.
Yes.
And it's there we used to sit down. And she would cook her fall food.
And it is strange, you know. As I'm speaking about that now, I'm trying to figure out the house. I'm seeing the house. And the drain used to pass at the back of her house on the wall where Mr. Bully garage was. So I was always wondering if she would have taken the stench of that dirty water of ours. Because remember, you have people like Ted Dilly and them and so on. Water would come down that road, you know, and then get into her gutter. But
one thing, she was a clean lady, eh?
She was very clean.
Very clean, very
neat. She just washed that down. She was a very clean lady.
And when you see Diana sitting in front of her door doing her embroidery, nothing better than that for her. And then she had a lady upstairs who was equally a troublemaker, Bajan, yeah. Helen Toussaint from Cassie Bruce. Helen was still.
I wonder where Helen now?
Helen is dead, man. Helen died.
Okay.
And her daughter Daphne is in St. Martin. Daphne Patrick. Patrick, your neighbor.
Yes.
What's the name?
Patrick. Daphne, I St. Martin. Yes, she's St. Martin.
Yeah, so Daphne is in St. Martin.
My Helen died in Bath Estate.
Yes, she died in Bath Estate. Then you had Wilfred, Alan, John Baptist, Philip, John Baptist
and them.
Yes, you told me this week that Philip died recently.
Philip died, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know, so I know the three brothers passed.
Wow.
Oh, all four brothers.
All four brothers died.
All four brothers died.
Philip died, Alan died.
Julian.
You serious?
I remember Julian the fireman.
Pancho died.
Yeah. All four died. Yes. So that long house, should we call it a long house or apartments?
It was kind of a long house because Dongson had Hiram doing his woodwork. Yes. Then it had Diana on the other side. Upstairs had Helen and it had Philip and them. Right. In the yard had all you and who again?
Myself, Miss Mary, that's Ricky and them grandmother.
Yes.
And then later on Stephen and them came and meet us.
No,
but before that you had Fletcher Libla and grandmother living there where before us, just before our house. So we were 49A and they were 49B. You know, and
so
Miss
Mary, after all you.
Yes, and Miss Mary was 49C. So right. So that's how it was in those days. You know?
Yeah.
And so we had that little and below us, just below the house of Wilfred, there used to be a curve like
Yes.
a little extra space.
Okay.
Little space was our toilet with our massive pail.
Massive pail.
All right.
Our massive pail before we had pipe-borne water.
Yeah, the white one.
Yes, the white one. And we used to buy at Nassif again, buy the toilet cover to put on it to make people think when they pass and they see, they think you have a flushing toilet.
Wow.
You know? So Diana was someone, as you said, with class.
Yeah.
But she had 2 sons.
3 sons.
She had 3 sons. But I'm talking about 2 in the persons of Trove. We call him Trove. He's Doc Trove.
Dr. Toro.
Toro.
Is he still alive?
Yes.
Yes, he's still alive.
Toro in
Where
the
is he?
States.
He's in the States.
Toro is still alive. Toro.
He's in Louisiana.
Well, yeah, wait, Gaffer, people have to know that Gaffer, but the Gaffer.
And she said,
Boy, Gaffer, you making me know my business. People are reading Facebook and know my business. Gaffer. Boy, Gaffer not easy, no boy.
what Gaffer said that this time?
Gaffer said Daphne was your girlfriend, Cecil. Gaffer dead me, boy. So yes, so Diana happened to have had 2 sons in the persons of Trove, and your father.
Mm-hmm.
Trove was involved in the Black Power movement.
3 of them.
Oh, the other brother was in also.
Timothy.
But Timothy left out the States early.
No, they left around the same time.
You serious?
Mm-hmm. It's Vanity that left and sent for all of them.
Oh,
And my father didn't go.
yeah. Okay.
My father refused to go.
Mm-hmm. So Trove, Vanity was in the States.
Vanity was in the States.
So Trove,
Timothy
and
my father.
and Blue.
Yeah.
They were big.
During the
Rasta.
Black Power movement.
Black Power
say.
movement. They were as a matter of fact, we can say the Trove started the whole process of Black Power movement.
Right.
After
But
from
one of your brothers.
My father.
your father started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in the defense force in Trinidad?
That was Trove. Toro.
Toro was in the defense force in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Yes. Because he was in Trinidad for a while.
Right.
And then he went to school there.
And when he started the Black Power movement, police was always watching him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He came down with his wife and his family. Then he decided to join the Black Power movement, and his wife and family went back to Trinidad, and he stayed. He was married to a Trinidadian.
I wonder what do you know about Trove?
Not much. I just know he's my favorite uncle. I love him very much. That's the most I can tell you about him.
I wish
He's
Trove would
always
be-
very good to me.
I wish Trove would be listening at this time so he could even give us a call, because I would have really liked to talk to Trove.
Yeah.
Because
he
Blues
had
is no longer.
locks. He had locks.
I can call him.
You can call him?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that'd be nice, Medina.
Yeah.
So let's take a break for that. Let's take a
Yeah,
break, Medina.
Let me see if I can
Yeah,
get him
let's
for
see.
you.
Let's take a break and play, get some promos, and we can.
Call him on WhatsApp or call him on the radio.
I'm coming to you so I can get his number, so I can call him live. You know, it would be nice that we can call him live. So let's just take a little break
Okay.
for that. Okay.
Just let me send it for you.
Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare.
Tropical depressions can cause as much damage and death as hurricanes or tropical storms. They can bring rain, lots of it, and cause severe
Why sharing
flooding,
that,
landslides, and mudslides. Sedira, your local disaster office, and this radio station urge you not to be caught off guard this hurricane
New
season.
contact.
Be aware and be prepared.
Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime.
Hey, partner. Did you realize that to every flush of your
I send the
toilet,
number for
5
you,
to
Cecil.
7 gallons of water is used? About 1/4 of all domestic water is used up in the toilet, you know. So let me tell you now, flush only when necessary, okay? Water, waste not, want not.
Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare.
When a warning is issued for a tropical storm or a hurricane, it means that your area is expected to become affected by strong winds and rain within 24 hours. Now is the time to rush preparation to completion and safeguard your family and your property. Sadira, your local disaster office, and this radio station urge you not to be caught off guard this hurricane season. Be aware and be prepared.
Everybody beware, you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen
Did you know that the Hercules beetle found in Dominica, which we call Cier de Long and Cier de Bois, is one of the largest insects in the world?
A public service message brought to you by DBS Radio and the Forestry, Wildlife and Parks Division.
This is DBS, the station bringing you more music, talk, and news. Whenever there's a breaking story, a new hit, or topics for debate, count on your nation station. We are the first for news, the first for talk, and the best in music mixers. So when you want the best and you want it first, tune in to your nation station, Radio DBS.
The Barracoon building, located on the Roseau Bayfront, is among the last surviving commercial warehouses found in that area. The building was constructed in the 1760s, and it was there that slaves were received and remained for auction. Within its courtyard, slaves were held either to await sale or to be transported to another island. Acknowledging the tragedy, honoring the victims.
soil erosion, degradation, changing the climate in many ways, no conservation, deforestation, changing the climate in many ways, we're creating an awareness, the environment is our business, we're looking for young volunteers, plant a tree, spread the good news everywhere, plant a tree.
A message from Generation of Opportunities, a Jeff Small Grants program, and DBS Radio.
Okay, Dominica, you don't know this is the rude boy idea to the first serving it back. Hear me now. DBS rocking, just like that. I, DBS blinging, just like that. You don't know everybody that listen to DBS Radio, just like that.
You gotta love it. You gotta listen to it. You gotta hear it.
Well, just want to say that unfortunately, Medina, that I can't get him, but I'm sure that he might just get the message and he might just give us a call. So if he wants to call, he can call us on 305-432-9744. Repeat the number, 305-432-9744. You can call us and definitely you can come live. So my good buddy, that is Dennis, you can come back on Facebook. If we, as to realize that so we're back on Facebook. Yes, so Medina.
Yes,
tell us a little bit about your Uncle Chuvi, anything you remember.
Yeah, because he had gone to Trinidad. Well, growing up very small, he was in Trinidad. When he came back, I was maybe, but he came back around the time for his mother's funeral. That was around the time he came back. I was around 8 years old then, when he came back and he stayed. He didn't go back to his stay. He didn't go back. He stayed with his family. Then his family left him and they went back to Trinidad. And then he stayed in Dominica. they strengthened the Rastafarian the Black Power movement. Then they transited into the Rastafarian movement, and then that was it.
So your dad, what would you remember in reference to your dad and the Black Power movement?
Well, my father was, let me see what I can remember. My father kind of make us conscious, really and truly. He teaches how to be conscious of who we are, how to love ourselves and our complexion and our culture. He teaches the power of black people, give us plenty knowledge of the power of black people and their capabilities and what was stolen from them. Slavery and those things, he teaches about that, because I never learned about slavery in school. I learned from my father. From my father, I learned how to love people. That's what I learned from my father in the Black Power movements. So you find, well, we were really kind of clean to that. We really was attached to my father in that aspect. Because if you look, most of us turn out to be Rastas. Anyway, it's because, well, Ricky never wear locks, but I never not make him a Rasta. So we kind of grow up in that kind of environment. We embrace it then. We embrace that environment, and it was the best thing we did.
No, strange, but you all grew up as children in the Four Corners area.
Yes.
Right, just one block away from your home on Great Marlborough Street was the Four Corners block.
Yes. And
your dad would have been in that area himself.
Well, my father, I don't know if it's because of the herbs, I really don't know if it's because of the smoking of the herbs I was just new to them, or if it's because of the Rastafarian, the Black Power movement, but a lot of people, a lot of young guys in those days there look up to him, used to come to him for teachings, and my father used to be a preacher. It don't have man that can preach like my father. So a lot of people used to come to him for learnings, for teachings, for reasonings, for guidance. A lot of people used to look up to him, and he did that for a long time. Teach, educate young people, and a lot of people can say my father had been their mentor in their youth. A lot of them can say that.
But I know that for people like us who raised around blues would have known that blues was really integral in the Black Power movement.
Yeah.
But you have a number of other people who would not have known of blues. As a matter of fact, quite a number of young people in my time made a mockery of blues when he was involved in the whole process of eating right. Nobody took on blues as to, eating right. What are you talking about, eating right? That kind of thing. So blues was integral in that whole movement of Black Power and ensuring that people eat right. Did your father ever lived in the bush?
Not really. What my father used to do is he used to go and plant the bush. My father would get trees, fruit trees. He would grow fruit trees and then go all about in the bush and just plant them in different bush all about the place. My father planted plenty trees in the bush. He used to just grow those trees and go and plant them all about in the bush. Different bushes, different areas, different sections. He was just to go and plant fruit trees and things in the bush.
So as a girl growing up, did you see your father being confronted by the law?
Let me just repeat that.
As a girl growing up, did you find your father was he ever involved with the police?
Well, the only time I ever knew my father involved with the police was when the police come for him for his locks. In the 75, when there was just cutting Rasta hair all over the place. That's the only time I know my father gets involved with the police. They came, they cut his hair for cutlass, and they bring him in jail.
You serious?
Yes. They got cutlass and they cut his hair and they put him in jail. I remember when I go and see him that day, I cried because the man coming up to me, I couldn't remember him without locks by that time. To me, I see the person, I didn't recognize him. It was strange to me. When he come to me, tell me, Meadows. I said, Daddy, I started to cry because I just didn't recognize him walking up to me. That was a stranger.
And then came out from jail and...
Yeah, he didn't stay in 9 months though.
They said 9 months in jail?
9 months I give him, but he didn't stay 9 months.
For his locks?
Yes. He was giving everybody 9 months jail for locks. Just giving everybody 9 months jail for locks.
So once you had luck to go, you go in jail for 9 months. Once they catch
Yes.
you, where they catch him on River Street or what?
No, they catch him on by the cinema there.
Wow.
By the Carib cinema.
Yeah, I remember those days when they were catching fellas. with
Yeah,
locks
man.
and
The man
take
have
the
to
cutlass.
you have to run and cut them. My father say, you know, cutting his ear.
In that time, Trove was wrong with your father.
Yes.
And Trove didn't have locks at the time.
Yes.
And was Trove ever caught with his locks?
He was in the bush.
He was in the bush.
Yeah.
Trove was in the bush.
Yeah. But my father never really go up in the bush and stay in the mountains. My father had children, and my father didn't want to be away from his children, you check? He wanted to always be part of our life, so he didn't leave us and go in the mountains like everybody else. He stayed.
No, someone said to me that his neighbor was a police. Who's that neighbor that was a police?
Judge. Buffett
Oh, yes,
State.
George. Yes.
But Judge went to academy with you.
No. With me? No. We're talking about Judge Police, you know.
I know Judge the police.
Nicholas Judge.
Nicholas George, we're talking about, you know.
Oh, that one?
Yes,
I thought it was
Nicholas George. No. Nicholas George. Yes. Nicholas George was your neighbor on Great Marlborough Street.
Buffett State.
I think Great Marlborough Street. I meant to watch on Buffett State, right next.
Next door. Immediate neighbor.
Yeah, immediate neighbor. Next door. Can you imagine? Life is funny.
Wow. History.
Yes. George was living next door to him.
All right. Very interesting history there.
I remember about twice, I think it was twice they had come to pick up his wife, and my mother, they grabbed both times.
Police again?
You know, those are just Pocoso and them.
Uh-huh.
Twice they come to take George's wife, and both times my mother, they grab.
What?
Both times my mother, they grab.
You telling me they come and get George wife, police officer wife in those days? In
Yes. In Buffett State.
You serious? I
Yes.
live in Buffett State and not far from here. I never knew that.
You can remember time, like, imagine a certain time they had to have police in his yard.
I know there's a lot of police in his yard.
Yeah, that was why.
Mr. Pond house.
That was why.
So the Rasta men came down from the hills then?
Yes.
And they take your mother instead?
My mother didn't have time to go. My mother hold her and screaming, and people come out and help her. They didn't have time to go with her.
What?
Very dangerous during those days, man.
Yeah, man.
You never knew that? You were right.
No, I mean, I never heard that one.
Both times, yeah, twice.
And how your mommy escaped?
Well, my mother hold her fence and she's screaming, and then people come out. Remember I said small. People come out, and then man run. Both times, them police had to stay in the judge house, and judge and them go and sleep somewhere else at night, and police stay in there.
Boy, Dominic had a sad history, man.
Very interesting.
You didn't know that?
I don't know how that one passed me.
No, but you can't do them, fellas. You never let you know they come.
We used to see police seriously by 6 o'clock by George home. But you just figure George is a police, you know, that Rastaman bad.
But you didn't know Rastas were coming down from the hill then, Cecil?
We know Rastaman coming down from the hill, but to tell me that a Rastaman would come down in
not one Rastaman,
Cecil. In big day to take somebody where there's so many people around.
They used to come at night. They used to come at night.
Things were hot, you know, in the 80s, Cecil.
Wow.
Things were hot in the 80s with Man in Bush and Rastaman.
But these days, gunshot was going like crazy in those days.
Rastaman had gone too, eh?
Yeah.
So it was very hot in the 1980s between Rasta and police. Eh?
So what your father and George had a very good relationship?
George, I can't complain about George. George was a very good neighbor to us. He never harassed us. He never gave us no stress. He never harassed my family, and we never disrespect his family. We had a nice cordial relationship, both father and mother.
You remember in those days, right now he's a Rasta man. Well, should I say a Rasta man? He has locks now.
Who's that?
He used to also cut guys here. Angelo Allen.
Yeah, man, Rasta now, man.
He's a Rasta man now. In those days, he was part and parcel of the whole process of ensuring that.
He was part of the SSS, eh?
Was he?
Yes.
Yeah, part of the SSS. That's what they called him at the time. Special Service. So they were a group. Well, things were really hot in the time. People were afraid of Rasta, eh?
That was the time of Pocosio and them fellas there. Things was really kind of aggressive in those days.
What your father thought of those guys in those days?
Rascals.
That's how your father looked at them?
Yep.
So how did he look at Chove then?
Huh?
How did he look at Chove?
How he?
Looked at Chove.
Because, let me tell you something. Chove was different from them kind of man there. That is a different story. Pocosio and them man is a man that would just entitled. They feel like as they could just take whatever they want and do whatever they want, brutalize whatever they want, and no questions asked. You understand? They didn't have a sense of like this is somebody and that wasn't them. They was just they were nomte. They used to call them. Not even Rasta. They were nomte.
Nomte.
Yes.
But they were wearing grass skirts at the time. Nomte.
Nomte used to wear grass skirts, yes. Because Nomte and Rasta was something different. They were not the same.
It's a good thing you say that, Medina, because quite a number of people was complaining about Rasta man and the things that they were doing. And they're saying that they were dreads. So now you're saying that these guys, they were not dreads, they were not Rasta, but they were Nomte.
Yeah, they call themselves Nomte. They were different.
How true for
they had a
themselves?
completely, there was Rasta, they had a completely different
philosophy,
a completely different. For instance, them man would go in a shop and make a whole big groceries and tell Jackie Pesa.
Jackie Pesa?
Oui. They used to do that.
That was good.
So Nomte would just go in people's shop then?
They used to do that. Go in people's shop and just make a whole set of groceries and tell Jackie Pesa.
Jackie Pay.
Yes.
Hey, Papa. You hear history, boy?
I remember one time in Bells. Some man come down in the bush. Some man come down and they come in the shop. I was in the shop by that time. That was the shop. That was thing shop. Oh man, that was the partner name. He had a little shop. Them man come and make their big groceries, their big thing, and tell you Jackie Pace and they go about their business,
They tell you that?
They tell you man Jackie Pace and they go about their business. They can't talk. She can't say nothing, We have to argue with Jackie Pace.
Jackie Pace. Where? The history, boy.
That's some crazy time.
So what about your mom? Your mom wasn't scared?
Nah. My mother she never to say was take part or associate so much in the Rasta life. My mother is a friendly woman. She just welcome. She have a heart that just big, like she have a big heart. And everybody should welcome them and treat them right. But she was never to say, she never embraced the Rasta life. She never embraced it. My father broke up and my mother broke up and my father went with Udin. They had Nike. And that was it for my mother and father. My mother take Nike and my father go to job Massacre and don't come back. That was the end.
But you took a child?
Yes, that was the end of the story with my mother and my father.
But those things strange, boy. Where in those days, the women used to take...
But Udin was Rasta at the time.
Yes, I think.
Yes, there used to be in the same kind of vibes, yeah.
It is strange, in those days how girlfriends or wives used to take this boyfriends or husbands, children, and adopt them at their own homes and forget about the man.
Yeah.
Wow,
life was something else in Dominica, boy.
And at that same time, your mother, even when the police would have taken your father, but your mother was very much involved politically at that time.
My mother and my father, their life had always been intertwined. No matter how far apart they was, their life had always been intertwined. Imagine my mother and father living on the same roof like brother and sister. They're not in a relationship. They're not together. And they're living in the same house. She have a room, she have his room. No nonsense. Brother and sister. I tell you no nonsense, I mean no nonsense. And they live so for years.
So take your time and tell me that one. They separated, but they're living in the same house.
Yes, as brother and sister.
No sex, nothing like that.
Nothing like that. No intimacy. Just family.
Wow.
No, let's go a little bit. Let's go to Jimmy, your mother. Your mother is a French woman, born in
Guadeloupe.
Born in Guadeloupe.
Yeah.
Yes.
She have French parents, born in Guadeloupe. Her father from Dominica, but her mother and everybody, her entire family generation is Guadeloupe.
How she happened to be in Dominica?
Well, the thing is, my mother was in an arranged marriage. She was married to my first brother's father. No, he was an abuser. And in as much as my mother had family Dominica, she run. And never turned back until he was dead.
Wow.
Never turned back until he was dead. She went back home after he died.
She went back to Guadeloupe after his passing.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, when she came to Dominica, at what age?
She was 19.
19, so she got married at a very early age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18. She got married at 18.
And a year later, she was away from the marriage.
After she had her son, because from the beginning, from before he was abusive. When their parents kind of do their introduction and thing, he was abusive. And after marriage, he become the owner. You is mine, I own you, kind of a way there, and there's nothing she could do. So she just run and come back and never went back until he died.
Now, tell us a little bit more of your mother living in Dominica.
Well, when my mother came to Dominica, she used to do like a catering, because my mother was a cook. She used to do a little catering and thing. Then she got a job at the hospital, and she stayed there till all of us born. Until she didn't retire, she got a medical blowout because of her foot. When her foot couldn't take it anymore, she asked for a medical blowout.
Bought off.
Yeah. And after her blowout, she decided she's going back home.
Yes. Okay.
And she went back home, and that was it. And she's been there since.
So your mother still in Guadeloupe?
Yeah, my mother died. No, my mother died.
Oh.
My mother died 3 years ago.
Okay. So she went back
to
Guadeloupe.
Yes, she went back to Guadeloupe and she built. She stayed there, she did all her little thing till she passed out.
Wow.
That's something else, boy.
Now, let's talk a little bit about...
She worked for 44 years at the hospital before
44
she
years.
retires.
44 years?
Wow.
Her whole life.
Her whole life she worked at the hospital.
That's something else, boy.
No, you said something interesting a while ago in reference to Micah. Someone just said that, only now learning at Nika was adopted by your mother. A lot of people are now learning that for the very first time.
No, people don't know Nika is my mother's child. People don't know that.
But Udin Grove's son. So Micah is Udin Grove's son.
Yes, he's Udin Grove's son.
Yes. Someone is saying to you that try to concentrate a little bit more on us instead of scrolling the phone.
I'm not scrolling the phone, I'm listening, but I just watching the story, I listen to the watching the comments.
Oh, okay. No. So tell me now, in reference to your life now in Baffin State, because we spoke quite a lot of Roseau. Baffin State.
Baffin is very fun really starting in Baffin State because we have river, we have guava. That's really fun. Really start fast when you really feel full of growing up in Baffin State because river, every day we go in river, 3-4 times a day we go in river. We have guava bush, everybody go and get guava, we go and play, everybody just, but it was a unity. I can never forget the date we go up to Baffin State, not even that I can forget, the date. We go up to on the 16th of August 1977, not even that I can forget. Imagine when we reach Baffin State, when we go in the house, open your door. First thing we watch is our toilet, a flushing toilet. Hey, let me tell you, toilet flush. Shoo! Hey, let me tell you, toilet was non-stop flushing every 5 minutes. Toilet flushing. You don't do nothing. You know you're not going to throw no more tin again.
Medina, you have the same story first, man. I remember when we first came to Baffin State. We went to Baffin State on the 17th of March, 1977. I'll never forget that either myself.
And when you reach?
The house wasn't totally completed. And when we went, first thing we went and looked for
was the
toilet.
And
yes, man.
And you press in.
And you must press.
You must press.
You must press.
Yeah. Shoo!
You must
nice.
Press. You must press. And you get up at night time to go and pee now.
Everybody taking a turn, man.
But that was something else.
Imagine the bathroom wasn't even as exciting as the toilet.
As a matter of fact, before we went to Baffin State, we would have gotten maybe the house in 76, but we had to do some extension.
Yeah.
So we extended the house. We built, I think, 2 extra bedrooms. Not that we had money, but Daddy was working on the port.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have a little extra money because you're working every week. So you can put a little money on the side, and the other guy they call Mr. Set from King's
Peter.
Hill. No, from King's Hill.
Okay.
And this guy was doing that thing every afternoon. He had an extra job every afternoon. He'd come, and all
To
of us
extend.
had to go to Bava State and help.
Help,
You
yeah.
know? Because remember when we first went to Bava State, the first person we saw with an extension was Lester Bernard's mother, Ma Bernard. We saw them with an extension.
Who gave the houses?
In those days?
Who
Patrick
gave
John.
Patrick John.
Well, you have to put it on the record. Patrick John gave you all a house.
Yes.
Yes, the government of Patrick John in Dominican Labour Party at the time. All right, in that time. And as Medina rightly said, the room didn't excite us because we figured we can sleep on the floor without extra bed.
To help us to understand that house, when you get that house, is there anybody on the side of you, or you just have the house by yourself?
No.
The house is a duplex. Kind of.
What's a duplex? Two people?
Okay, two houses stick together, but it's not disturbing the other. One not disturbing the other.
Yeah. You're not hearing your neighbor.
You're not hearing your neighbors.
You're not hearing your neighbor no time.
Okay.
You're not hearing your neighbor. No, I cannot tell. Don't ask me with the maths.
So you cannot hear. So if you're on one side of the duplex, you cannot hear the next person next.
No.
You're not hearing the person.
Okay, that's a very good arrangement.
And the wall, and what else is brick wall.
Yeah.
I'm not saying brick wall. Block
wall.
Block wall was separating us. Block.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think our block side was plastered. I think we were the ones who plastered it.
No, only how we had to plaster it ourselves. Everyone had block at the plaster. The bathroom, the toilet, we had to plaster it ourselves. Yeah.
So we meet. Yeah. We went there. They give us key before the house finish, you know.
Yeah.
And you can choose your house. And you went and choose your house. You get key, and you don't have door yet.
No door yet.
No door yet.
We had done our own.
No, we not door yet when we get our own. That's how much we wanted to enter.
Well, it was days only, man. You know.
No, but let me tell you, when you're in that poverty, right,
And I'm looking lack.
So, and you know, people don't know that, you know.
Well,
you have to put that in the history book.
Yeah. It was poverty to the
Of course.
Core.
Of course.
Core. You know what I'm saying?
Imagine house when it was $5 a month.
And you can't pay for that.
And you can't pay for that. My mother's salary was $25.
My mother was $14.
25. My mother working Princess Margaret Hospital, $25 a month.
Her salary $25
at the time. Yes, $25 a month in those years.
My mother was getting a fortnight.
14?
Yes, by my button. Thanks God for my button. My father working on the port. You know what I'm saying? The port was getting a little money, a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
So $25 as in working in the hospital.
When you enter into that house, it's like you're feeling that
you're paradise,
a big man. Now.
Yes, I remember my mother's salary was to $300. I had a child already.
Wow, there was no money, man.
I mean, we lived. She said who her parents rented from. My parents rented from Diveril in Roseau. And hoping that every time somebody goes, Diveril will give you that extra room that the person left.
Yes.
You have 7 children. Remember that 7 children
in a little room.
In a little room, sleeping on the floor, right, Medina?
Yes.
Sleeping
because after Dada die, we get the other side of the house.
So you're waiting for somebody to die.
Go. For
so
to get the other side.
So we had to wait for when. This guy. What's his name? I just called his name earlier on. Fletcher Libla. We had to wait for when Fletcher Libla grandmother left the house. But when Fletcher grandmother left the house, Stephen Williams, Miss Jane came, rented there. So we couldn't get the place. Until when she left later on, my mother had to go to Diveril and cry for Diveril and tell Diveril she had plenty children.
Give her a section. Give her the other section.
Give her the other section. Ooh, so we got the extra room. That's why we happened to have 2 rooms before we went to Bava State.
Wow. So Bava State was the thing.
Bava State was the thing.
Yeah, you feel like you're in a mansion, you're in a big house.
No,
because when you come out there,
you're in a big house.
Of course.
Wow. You know?
And that was in the 70s.
Yes. And in those days, you would pay, I think, $40 a month for the house.
Just $40 a month.
And you had to go to where physical planning is now.
Right.
There was housing
development
corporation.
So you go there to pay.
You go there and pay
$40
every month.
$40 every month. And if you miss a month for 2, Mr. Delez, don't worry about that.
No.
Delez, don't worry about that.
Okay.
They'll just at the time it was this guy used to work at the city council. Arlene was the cashier. Mr. Allen was the cashier. So we have the same history.
Yes, and when I can't remember, it was after hurricane, after David, Mamo just changed that, boy.
Well, let me tell you, that was the worst thing for us.
Hey,
It was in 1981. It was moved from housing, the dissolved housing, to pay the aid bank.
Yes.
And you cannot miss. And aid bank is writing to you to tell you that you have to now buy the house.
You have to now buy the house, yes.
Buy the house. Boy, Medina, we went free.
Before you just pay, you have to pay to a certain amount of time, and then the house come in yours.
Your own, so you have to pay for
20 years, and then the house come in yours.
Yes.
Aid bank say you have to buy the house.
Yes, you have to buy the house. So my mother had to get $6,000, wherever it was, and in those days, $6,000 was a lot
of money, man.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. But we had to get that $6,000
to buy it.
To buy it. In those days, those old people, those elderly people didn't believe in bank.
No.
And God bless us that my brother Reginald went and sailed. And every time my brother Reginald would come back with his little money, he would give my mother would put it in the Royal Bank. In those days, it was Royal Bank.
Royal Bank.
Well, you have the same history, man.
Yes.
Yeah, but we grew up together.
So it was, Medina, people don't understand. So, yes, we can talk about Baffin State, Medina.
Yes, and Baffin State, we have to have the river. We have, like Baffin State, in our lane, when Diana cook, it was Diana, food for Diana, for Una, for my mother, for my Matthew. When Una cook is for everybody. When it's so it to be, and we will get up and stand and drink the liquor rum in front of Diana door every afternoon. They would come out to work hospital, stand in front of Diana door to do the liquor gossip and drink the liquor rum. Whoever cook the food going down, everybody getting food. And I tell you, everybody, I've been your training that too, you know. Whoever cook that afternoon is for everybody. They cooking.
Yes.
And it go on so. When we start getting bigger, we start getting more independent, we start traveling and going about the place and everybody just dispatch. Right now, you don't have Baffin people again, you know.
No, it doesn't.
Only strangers in Baffin State now. Very, very few Baffin State people.
But we can go back a little bit about our growing up in Baffin State. Medina. Let's talk about the river, the life of the river. Because once upon a time, as we know, when we went to Baffin State, close to where you live, you used to have a standpipe, but there was never water.
Never water.
What time in the morning?
In front of Kentish though.
What time in the morning you have to get up?
We have to get up early morning to go and bathe in the river before 8 o'clock. Everybody have to go and bathe in the river for them to go to. Imagine people have bathroom, they don't even checking that. You have early and go and bathe in the river to go to work, to go to school. Is river, everybody go in. After school, river.
And not only that, now everybody talking about warm water bath.
Warm water bath, we don't know that. We don't know that. We don't go and jump in the river.
You know?
Interesting.
You saying very interesting, but we know what the struggle was. So
of course.
Here it is. Do you have a standpipe? You have pipe
in your house.
In your house, but you haven't got pipe-borne water.
You haven't got pipe-borne water.
You have pipe. You have toilets. So you have to wait when rainfall to gather the first time we came, early in 77, 78, 79.
75, 76,
we had water.
76.
We had all those years we had
yes.
Water in a nice way left us in 1980. We had no water, we had no road in that Baffin City, you see there. In 1980. It was a struggle.
I remember when they had the people going out, they poison the water, don't drink the water.
You know?
During the revolution?
Yeah, we had a revolution.
As a matter of fact, in 1979, when the revolution was on, Baffin State people actually guarded Baffin State.
Yes, but that was something. That even named it Patrick's then. That was something else.
Yeah.
How was it in 79 there for you all?
Yes,
it was exciting times, but at the same time, scary times.
What all you do? What did you all do?
Stick together. Stick together like soldiers. I would say people stick together because number one, the majority of the people were Patrick John people. So everybody just kind of really stick together. They look out for each other. It was nothing like, they didn't have no struggle to say selfishness, and everybody look out for each other.
As a matter of fact, we can say, Medina, after 79, we saw the police visiting Babsett very often.
Very often.
And we had Mr. Matthew, may his soul rest in peace.
Mr. Matthew.
We had a gentleman, Mr. Julian, may his soul rest in peace. And he lived in the first house before the Johnsons and Snap and them. We had my father. We had Mr. Pond.
Mr. Pond.
May his soul rest in peace. These guys used to literally get us as young boys to guard.
So they had to make vigil.
They had to make vigil in turns to guard Baffin State. As a matter of fact, there was a septic tank that many persons did not know about. We knew of it because whenever it's filled on one side, it makes a song, an explosive song. So people thought that we were doing certain things in Baffin State. So that's the police would find themselves coming off the Baffin State.
Often.
Very often. But it's just the song of the septic tank.
Okay.
And it was a terrible period for us. I mean, the school where the school is had a lot of grass, so you'll find out a lot of us went there, Medina, if you remembered, before the little houses, little huts were made, and we actually used to be there under the grass.
Under the grass, yes.
Like soldiers,
So you're lying down there?
You're lying down
there.
Wow.
And someone said, yeah, I think you can call now. Let's take a call now. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, greetings, host, and greetings, Medina. What's going on?
Greetings.
The only thing,
yes.
I find you didn't highlight your father enough, Don't you remember that Blow was one of the pioneer agro-processors in Dominica?
Oh, yes.
With Blow's agro-products and human kebab.
How can I forget that? We don't get there yet.
We don't reach there
You
yet.
talk about your father, but I should leave your father and go somewhere else.
No,
I don't want you to forget that.
No, we
I just reminding you to talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was my intention to talk about Blues while in Baffin State.
Yes.
Because he did a lot of his
activities
while he was in Baffin State. So that's why we came into Baffin State, nicely and so on. Yes, so Medina, go ahead.
We were talking about the 79 period when you all had to protect.
Yeah, because where people had stick together, they stick together, they support each other. I remember them times the hurricane had already passed and food was a problem. And I tell you, his feet coming out from there. I remember his mangoes we used to live on, mostly mangoes.
And what while you said mostly mangoes at the time, I also want us to remember that when El Rose was throwing the grapefruit juice in the tin, we used to actually go for it ourselves. To survive. The geese, when they were throwing the bananas, we used to bring it to the Baffin State and throw it in some parts. And we used to go together to just
collect it,
and bring it to our homes.
And bring it home.
So people do not know of the struggles that people talk about time now. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening, caller.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Still,
yes.
Medina the gangster, what's going on?
Yeah. Who is that?
That is
Zed Lloyd. What a controversial fella. Zed Lloyd. Good evening.
Medina was the gangster boy. Medina was the baddest thing in the region.
Yes,
boy, I enjoy the reason. Cecil, you see, all you going back to them police thing now, you playing thing. You see how the thing used to be, same roughness on man with police.
Yes.
In the ghetto. Yes. Don't forget them thing, brethren.
No, that's why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah, but see it in transition. See the similarities in certain times where man have to stand up and speak against certain things because we know of them experiences there already. You feel me? Don't forget them things, bro. That's what I really want to tell you. Don't forget them things. You understand?
Yeah.
But man, good vibes, man. Good vibes.
All
Talk
right,
about
then,
blows, man. Blows, man. Man, I remember blows. First, I'm wanting to get a thing. Deathstroke and myself write that report for blows there. Yeah, boy. That was the institution. One love,
All right, then. Take care, man. One love.
Yeah. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hi, good night.
Good evening. That's my brother, Tony.
Yes, that's your brother too. Yes, Cecil. Your brother.
That's my buddy. Tonton.
That's your buddy. Yes, Meadow. That's right.
you.
I dear Miss Tony.
You hear how he call you Tone?
Yes, that's my boy. That's my girl. That's my brother. You know that. You all know that.
Yeah.
But one thing I want us to praise, I mean, Mr. John has passed, but we cannot forget his wife Desiree. Okay?
All right. Yes, that's true.
Because it was in time of Mr. John and Desiree John. That's when all of us get the houses in Bapper State.
That's true.
And if it wasn't for those people there, I don't know what would happen to our family today. If we own a piece of Dominica, if we own a piece of Bapper State, it's through Mr. John, Roland John. Right? Patrick Roland John and Mrs. John, Desiree John. Right?
We can never forget that.
We cannot forget that.
That's correct.
So even though Mr. John is not there, but at least we have to give Desiree her flowers while she is alive.
Yes.
Because he was sure there with him and then he passed and then she's still there. So we do not forget them. We have to tell them thank you so that we own a piece of Dominica. We own a little piece on the icing of the cake.
Yeah.
And I like your story, Medina. I like your story. Cecil, you know all of us is Roseau. We wake up.
Yes.
It's there we come out.
That's good.
Right?
Yeah.
So, Mr.
Brain.
What's his name?
The brain.
Mr. Brain. Good night to you, sir.
Good
and
night.
You know he's my boy, he's my partner.
Good night, Tone.
Okay. So let's just keep on and good work. Medina, go on. Go ahead. I feeling happy you talking about that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Goosebumps on me, Medina, because we always up together. My German was a mother to my mother, to me, and my mother was a mother to you.
Yes, that's true.
So you know that. That's so, let's continue the good talk and the topic. Thank you, Cecil.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brain.
Thank you.
Continue the good job.
Yeah,
I like
thanks.
the program.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So yes, Medina. So we raised at a critical juncture in Dominica, at a period where both the ordinary people had their squeeze, and the rich ones, as we normally call them, the bourgeois, they had their parts to play, and so we find ourselves as boys and girls growing up having to fend for ourselves.
Yeah, imagine, Cecil, you're tripping you. I asked my second son once, you ever bust your big toe? I asked him if he ever bust his big toe because he always had everything he needed. You ever bust your big toe? Bust big toe for what?
Yeah.
He never even bust his big toe. So what he know?
And for you, you had to pass by it.
And for it. The boy never even bust his big toe. Then people don't know struggle is we can tell them what it is to struggle because we know we suffer it. The things we suffer they will never go through.
Medina, were you part and parcel like I did to go Labas for chicken?
No, I never went.
You never went? You was Rasta at that time.
I really go in Astafan's yard for chicken when I was smaller. I can put all the chicken in their yard, but to go in Astafan's yard because I have an uncle who lives close to the police station way, and I used to go by him. And sometimes when they go in for chicken in Astafan's yard, I used to go with them.
And you see, people not aware of those things, But if you tell people that you have to go to the Labas and collect chicken and wash it.
What you talking about now? You was one of those going in the Labas in Fly City now to dig the chicken.
But Medina, tell him how many yellow basins that you saw in Bavay State now. If anyone from Bavay State says to me that they, my age, a little younger and a little older than me, say they never did that.
So you mean you already have the apartment building?
The apartments.
The apartments is there, yes.
When they throw the chicken down there.
Yes.
And they bury the chicken.
No, they
wasn't burying it.
How they doing
it? They just send it there.
Send it down because it smell so much.
Put some kerosene on it.
You all going there?
Yeah, and you go there, and you would everybody go in their pail, the big yellow pails, right, Medina?
Yeah.
And we would go to the river, we take stones and do our own little basin to wash our chicken for blue soup. I was eating meat at that time, but I had to do it for the family.
Of course.
I had to do it for the rest of the because my brothers and all of us did
so
it.
So you're washing the chicken with blue soap?
Yes.
So all you going to parfume it then?
Parfume, most times it's parfume.
Most time it's parfume.
Most time it's parfume. God watch us. And sometimes you'd get some old tin stuff.
Expired
tin stuff?
Yes.
By all you fellas.
Good evening.
All you madman.
Hey, Cecil.
Yes,
I myself used to be there, to be honest. As soon as Polly going up, we already run up there and get our portion. And right in the yard, serving at Stefan yard, I used to go there and get my portion to bring from Mama right over there so we could get it.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, thanks. That's real. Medina, that is real.
So it's more time people have now.
So today people eating chicken like as if, but many of us had to go to the labas, and you heard that caller right. They said that he had to go sometimes in Astafans. That time they used to have Astafans have what do you call this thing? Help me, the trailer trucks.
I know. Where they have the chicken.
They have some big dumps.
To throw.
They have some big dumps.
Call them how could I forget the name? Somebody help me with the name.
So Asafan load up those things to throw then. And
yes, they'll load the dumps.
What are you talking about?
Those Asafans that doesn't fence up how they fence up there.
No, doesn't fence up.
So people just go in the yard.
Good evening.
To get the chicken. Okay.
Good evening, Cecil.
That's my brother. Yes.
Yes, Medina. Good evening, Medina. Special good evening to you, Buffy State in the house.
Good evening.
Yeah, you just bring back memories of Buffy State, the good old days, man. Of Buffy State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
I remember. Can't forget it.
Yeah, man. I remember as a little boy the situation where those grown men used to go and guard at the right at the beginning when you cross the breach.
Yes.
That was really a time in history. I remember this like Nevo, the defense, all those guys that were defense force in Buffy State that wasn't on duty at the time used to go and guard. First time I see a gun, Mr. Matthew had his gun.
Yeah,
because
Mr. Matthew.
he was
He's
I remember
a forest
that
guard.
as a little boy. He was a forest guard, exactly. It was a scary time, but it was a kind of a feeling,
Yeah.
And we used to guard because there was rumors that they come in Buffy State and burn these houses because Buffy State people were patching on people,
And we could even drink the water.
Yeah. And then we stayed without water for many, many years, getting up early in the morning and go and collect water by the cottage. And I don't know, you guys up that side used to go somewhere, but we used to go.
Put a pipe for us.
By the cottage.
They put a pipe by Kentish.
Yeah, right in front of Kentish, though.
Okay.
By the post, lamp post.
Right. So Buffy State was it was nice time, man.
And our roads were bad.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And playing football on the road, cricket, and stuff like that. Going by the cottage and play football. So it was nice. So Medina, it's nice listening to you and your story.
Thank you.
You know.
You went
I don't know if you know me. I saw.
You want to collect your chicken in Fly City?
No, Cecil, I never do that.
You're too young for that. No, you're too young for that.
I don't know if my...
you're too young for that. Yeah, you're too young for that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, thanks.
All right, man. Good program.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was the tractor. Someone said tractor.
The tractor.
Remember the tractor they used to have?
Yeah.
Yes, the tractor. That's what they used to put that's what was hauling the chicken from Astafans to the Fly City area, Wow. And we would see when that tractor is coming.
So before you go in and huff it.
We're going up there. And together.
Oh, so you're going to wait for it.
Good evening.
Oh, my phone died.
Good no, your phone don't die.
It died.
Hey, Cecil.
Yes.
The partner that used to drive the tractor, his name was Paulie.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Paulie. Tall Paulie, Koshi Food.
Tall Paulie have been driving that for years.
Yes.
So as soon as he decided to hook up, we ahead up there already looking for a Yes.
Tall Paulie from Libya. Koshi Food.
I think he lives in by the second bridge, after the second bridge on the right hand side there.
Oh, that fella.
I must look for Paulie now. Yes, thanks, boy. And that's important for us to take note,
Take note.
Medina Sakafet, pal.
I
haven't seen you in a long time. It's Marani.
Oh, Marani, Buffy State.
From Buffy State, yeah. Marani is from Buffy State.
Marani, they're taking it easy, man.
Yeah. No, Medina. We'll come back a little bit, but let's talk about your father. Blues. Who was a pioneer in the business of
tea bags
and spices. I remember in front of the shop, He used to put some of the things to dry.
Food will chop.
Right, food will shop. Tell me how much a part you played in that process of your daddy doing those works.
Before factory and everything, it was greater. Before factory and grinder and all these things, it was greater. So he sit down and grate all the spices to bring them to powder for him to bag them and sell them.
Hold on to hold that for a while. Someone is on the telephone. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
You're live.
You're live.
I'm trying to reach Cecil Joseph.
You're live on the program, ma'am.
You're live.
Cecil Gaffey.
Oh! Yeah, you was that Medina?
Yes, we are here. That does sound like an party. Yes, my sister.
It does sound like me. No,
it sounds like you.
No, I pick it up.
No,
I catch it.
They say you forget a lot.
No, I catch it, my sister.
But when I come back on island, I'll pick up where you left off. So everything blessed with you?
Everything blessed.
That's Gaffy.
Yes.
When you pass
it, you know, Gaffs.
Gaffy met me once and he let me put tell me I don't bring on the program. I fit to
you
see
had to bring
because she said
Gaffy.
she was my first, which is true. She was my first captain for football.
Gaffy?
Yes, Gaffy was my first captain.
Man.
Yeah, man, Gaffy and Medina Malnom. They play football with me. Half man, half man. Lester Bernard, all of us.
That Gaffy there?
Yes, our team was called Range Rover. No, not Range Rover, something Rovers.
Everything.
Gaffy, what's the name of the What's the name of the football team? What Rovers?
King George Rovers. King George Rovers. I was your captain for a very long time. You remember that?
Yes, King George Rovers. And we used to appreciate everybody, in our area.
Gaffy do things.
With Wembley. Yes, Gaffy,
Yeah.
you will have your turn just now.
We'll bring you
when
Gaffy.
you come down, Dominica, just tell me I'll have you on.
Yes, brother. Stay blessed.
All right, then. Thanks.
Okay, so my sister, stay straight.
Yes, sister. Bless you.
All right, bless
All right,
him.
then.
It was nice to hear Gaffy voice, boy.
Yeah.
So, yes, go ahead.
So you have graters. What are you doing with that?
Yeah, we used to grate the spice, grate the nutmeg. It's great we used to grate the know you. It's great we used to grate put them in little bags to resell.
No, you're at that time, you're a big woman.
Of course, I'm a big woman. I'm a mother by that time.
Right. And Blue's asking you to do that. How much of that obedience that was in you to obey Blue's to do that?
It didn't have nothing to do with obedience. It just had something you had to do and you just do what you had to do. It hadn't got to do with disobeying and obeying. It was just like, that was just our life. It's something you have to do, you're just doing it. You didn't have to disobey or anything like that. It was just coming in naturally. We know that is how we're making our money or our living, that we have to do, so we just, everybody fall in line.
At that time, how people accepted the tea bag of Blues?
Well, when the tea bag fall in place, it was factory. By the time the tea bags came in, it was factory, but the spices before the tea bags was hand. Now, the tea bags were well accepted. It was well accepted. The tea bag did very well, as a matter of fact. They were well accepted. They were demanded. They were well accepted. The tea bag come in very handy at the time. And it was well accepted. I don't think there had any problems in launching the tea bags.
Okay.
But by that time, time tea bag launch, I was off.
Okay.
I had gone already. So when I came back, I made the tea bag launch.
So what about people like Sonny? What role did Sonny play there?
Well, Sonny, my father did that all on his own. Sonny was a huckster at the time. Sonny used to be up and down, in and out, going to go up to sell baskets, going to this and that. You know, at that time we started to move about by that time. By the time the factory came in, we were starting to move about. We were not part of the inception of the factory. We started to move about. My father did that all on his own.
Okay.
He was on the move. Who can maybe tell about is Nike?
Yeah, because Nike worked with him.
Huh?
Nike worked with him.
Yes, Nike was there through the whole process of the factory, but by then we were gone. We were off island, in island, off island. Everybody, by that time, everybody living their life. Nobody, no children again. Everybody take their independence by that time.
By the way, where did you all have the factory? Was it in Bath Estate?
In El Rose yard.
In the yard there? Did you all have anybody beside the family helping you all in terms of?
Yes.
Did you all have a group? Did you have a?
The factory had a full staff. It had a full staff. manager, everything.
Can you remember some of the people who worked?
Yes, I can remember some of the people. Bernard Shaw. It had Corporal, that is Lennox Fagan. I think it's Fagan, that is his surname. It had people like that Baptist fellow.
Gordon?
Not Gordon is which one? Nai?
No, which Baptist? Baptist in your tongue?
Yes, one of his sons.
The one that has the locks?
Yes.
It must be Gordon.
I know him for a different name.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Is it the one that his wife passed?
Yes.
Well, Gordon, I know him as.
Okay, it had him. It had Noru. Noru is that, what is Noru's surname again? I can't remember. But it had quite a few people working there, men and women. They had quite a few employees working in the factory.
So by that time, Dominicans accepted.
Yeah, the factory was well accepted.
So, and would they have called it Blow Products?
It was Blow Agro Products.
Okay.
Blow's tea.
Okay.
People used to say, but it was Blow Agro Products. That was the factory name.
And how much of that in terms of Dominicans accepting the Blow's product? You don't know.
Blow's products was well accepted.
Would you know some of the names of the various tea bags that were actually?
Yeah, they had ginger, they had cinnamon, they had basil, they had peppermint, they had anise, they had longevity. They had longevity, and what was the other name? This was my favorite, the longevity, and the other one was two. Two of them were my favorite. But all the tea bags, they used to make all the kind of teas, all teas. Bay leaf, everything they used to make into tea. Basilic, peppermint, ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg. Not nutmeg, I mean nutmeg now. Bay leaf, cinnamon, anise, all kind of teas, make all kind of herbs.
Did they sell it to the supermarkets?
Yes, they did. Or you can find Blow's tea at every supermarket.
Did you all export? Did they export?
Yes, they did too. Yes.
Okay.
Blow's tea was established. It was well established. We had a little challenges, but it was an established company.
What about Blow's a garden? He loved his gardens.
Well, my father used to go and plant trees in all, but in plenty bush, you'll find they have mango, cherry, all kind of trees. That was Blow doing. But you just go in the bush and plant all kind of tree, cherry, mango, guava, anything is fruit is full handful, mango, stain, anything. You would plant the trees in bags and thing, and then go in the bush and plant them.
I'm sure you would have had boabadi too.
Everything.
Yeah, though. I remember that as well.
That was my father's hobby. That was his hobby, and fishing. He used to go in the market, and my father had named all those fish in the market. You know, he used to go in the market and call those fish, and they'd come and feed in his hand, feed them with bread and all kind of thing, and they'd feed in his hands. Growing up, he used to do that at Palm Grove too. When Palm Grove was the beach, we used to go and he used to feed the fish in the river by Palm Grove there. Name them grandfather, name them papi, name them all kind of names, and he knew them. He knew he could recognize them, those fishes.
Wow,
that's good. He was
Blow's also had a store, you know, a shop. Sorry,
Football shop
on King George Street.
Yes, next to Phone Shack.
Yeah, next to
after Phone Shack.
Yeah, he used to have
in the house of Bernard
right there. He used to be there, you know, and this guy. I mean, Blow's was amazing, you know.
Very.
Blow's was amazing. To see the things that he would have done, you know, in his lifetime. I mean, it speaks volume of the gentleman.
Did he ever write anything? Did he write a book? Did he write?
My father was illiterate. He could not read and write.
That's not true.
He could not read and write.
Your father could not read and write?
Nope.
I'm sure everybody in there for the first time.
Nope. My father could not read and write.
That's something hard to believe.
That's hard to believe, man.
No, he could not read and write.
And how he became that kind of scientist?
My father was just a man. Imagine, for instance, my father would hear a word. Let's say he would hear superficial. And he don't know what superficial means. He would come home and ask, what is superficial? And he would question us. I mean, he would want to know every jack about superficial. So next day, he can give you an intellectual conversation with you with interest.
What?
But and he was so fluent in terms of his
My
language.
father, since he don't know a word, it does not stay in his mind. And when he come up, he would ask and question about the word.
And start to use the word.
And when he see finish, he know the word better than you. He know meanings of the words you don't even know words you can use. He know how to use them. That was just how he was.
Breaking news, man.
You tell me Blues couldn't read and write?
No, he could not.
I should believe that.
Well, it's coming from his
I wonder how many persons that would believe that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
People who know him knows people like people who close to everybody who close to him can tell you he could not read and write.
Very interesting. See how it is? We'll be discovering things. Very interesting. Did he ever ask anybody to write anything for him in terms of his life?
I think there was somebody who was writing his biography, but then he passed away. I didn't finish. But there are a few write-ups about him. There are a few write-ups about him. You can find them some places. Sometimes if you Google them, his name, you can find them certain places.
Oh, very interesting.
Where did he get that name Blues?
Well, let's call him Jablo because he was a bad man.
Oh.
He was a fighter like myself.
Oh, maybe that's where you get
And
the
let's call him Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
Not even Diablo, Diablo.
Yeah.
But when he became a Rasta and he became Black Power and he became conscious, he said he not no devil. That Diablo have to go.
Let's go to that telephone. Good evening.
Hey, Cecil, I remember Medina saying that her father used to be feeding the fishes by the market and by the river. And I can, although I see Mr. doing that, I admire Mr. doing that for years upon years, because as you know, I raised among tongue, knowing Medina and her brother and the rest. And she said something there, the name about Diabla. Don't call him Diabla and things. I remember him saying that also too. There is a man I know very well in the tongue. And I think he was no nonsense man too. I remember all his little business he had and so on. All what she's saying there, she have it on target, she have it dead right.
Mm-hmm.
But the fishing thing where he putting food in his hand and feeding the fishes by the market in the river in the sea, as though I see Mr. doing that right now with my eyes there. Take care, Cecil.
Thank you. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, Cecil.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Medina writes, listen, you see, Globe used to run this thing like a cooperative. Globe was a genius, man. Globe was a genius. He knew his limitations. He would organize the people around him to handle his limitations. We used to do enough write-up thing for Globe, and Globe used to have Imani and them man, Shaw and them man, they run the thing. So he just knew how to organize people. So his inefficiency wasn't really an issue in running business. You understand?
Yes.
And he had a memory. I tell you. He's a man, boy. The man, I can't believe how man is just remember things like that. All kinds of herbs. Things that not even in books and written. The man just have that like an encyclopedia in his brain. So he made up for those things in a different kind of way. He had a meticulous memory.
Meticulous. That's for sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Diablo.
What your daddy name was Henry?
Glennis
Bellot.
Glennis Bellot.
Better known as
Blue.
When I first knew him, I knew him as Diablo.
Yeah.
Diablo.
Yeah, when he become conscious, he decided that he ain't no devil. He don't want to take out that jab, and he just become Blue, and the name Blue just stayed.
Diablo. That bad.
Yeah, he was a bad fighter fella. Diablo, I remember.
Simeon Joseph, I just want to say thanks. Simeon Joseph said that, honestly, this is the most fun, loving program and down to earth. I'm enjoying it to the max. Thank you, Simeon.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, Medina. Let's go back a bit to Bavi State. And let's look at the Gova field. I know that you played in the Gova field.
Free domain.
Your free domain.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, Bavi State, sometimes when my mother go to work, and when you sometimes you're getting lazy, we just feed on govers whole. Imagine we're in the bush searching to have white govers and pink govers. You want only white govers. You have to bite in, throw in, till you come across what you're looking for to collect. It was fun just going every day you couldn't stay hungry because every day you can just go to the Gova field, get some Gova and eat. You couldn't stay hungry.
Let me ask you a question. You never got constipated when you eat too much Gova?
Man, constipation was
Boy.
constipation was like how to say it?
That was a second name.
It was just like it was part of the whole growing up.
Second name.
You get constipated when you eat
Yes.
Gova.
Man, constipation was just like part of life.
You know, Bible said that two fruits. People don't call lime a fruit, but lime is a fruit. So
Yeah.
fruits, lime and guavas. When Patrick John built the houses, he ensured that every home had a lime tree.
A lime tree.
Okay.
Every home had a
lime tree.
All right? Persons who extended their homes didn't see the value of the lime tree and cut their lime
Some of them
trees.
cut it, yeah.
And so, on the other side where you have the other housing scheme,
Right.
before the Royal Bank housing scheme,
Right, I know.
and before the UWP housing there were plain field of guavas. Guavas.
One or two lime in between,
guavas, and one or two lime in between.
And one or two series.
Yeah. But guavas was the main.
Guavas was the
thing.
main thing.
And there was nothing called season of guavas.
No. Guavas was year round.
There was nothing called season of guavas. So, you're hungry. People talk about guava hurting you. We don't know that.
Guava doesn't hurt.
You don't know
Guava
that.
that's full.
So you eating guavas wholly.
Green and ripe.
My brother, when you finish play cricket, every young boy in Bavia State in our time, on the other side, before we go to the river, man going under guava trees and
feed on guavas.
And
Feed on guavas. It's a feast.
Yeah, feed on guavas. And so it was a fun time. So Medina is talking the truth. Medina telling us about her time. So tell us about it, Medina.
Yeah, man. Mother go to work and mother don't come and you don't want to cook. You lazy, don't want to cook. Everybody running to go bush, come back very full. And mama come, she cook and everybody eat. But before we front cover already. Yeah, man.
And it's true, you know, in those days, parents were cooking after they come from work.
After they come from work.
Yes, it's true.
I don't know if they knew that we were going in the guava field.
No, boy, they didn't know.
And yes,
They didn't know. Of course they knew.
They knew.
But my mother didn't know I was in that guava.
Good evening.
Good evening, you're live.
DBS Radio?
Yes, good evening, you're live. DBS, sorry. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Wrong number, sorry.
That's DBS Radio.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't calling. Wrong number.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yes. So I don't know. Our parents knew that they would cook after they come from work.
Yes.
Most parents, not all. Most parents. Some parents were housemaids, so they would cook when you come from school. You're getting your lunch. But most on weekends, we used to have a feast of guava life.
Let me ask her.
Yes.
Since you were malnourished, did you ever go with the boys to take lalin?
Of course. Okay, under power, you used to have a little cave under the step. You used to have to go through that.
You go in that?
Of course.
But you're joking, man.
Of course.
You're joking? You asking a question?
No, I'm just asking her.
Everybody had to. Everybody in Bavia State
had
had to.
There was competition. If you look at cave, you say we clean.
You have to test your lalin.
So you go inside that hole and come out.
Yes.
You have to test your lalin. Go right underneath. So
go through the holes.
There was a long, how you call that? A long slab. And you had to go under.
And that woman inside there too?
Not she alone. Good evening.
But don't you forget about them cows under the guava
We
trees,
come into
man.
that. We come into that, Gaffer.
Only forget.
No, we come into that. We must come to that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. We don't forget. We have to talk about the cows and what they used to do. You know. We must talk.
Cows.
We have to talk about the cows because we had a terrible life with the cows. You know. So yes, Gaffer. I'm sorry. Yes. Medina. So yes, we used to make guava salad. Is it? Cut the guava skin, those green ones.
We made guava jam.
And we had to do that.
You don't want to plate and I'm tell you, okay, manger guava swear.
I mean, this was amazing, you know.
When you see the wash plate and I'm tell you, you guava tonight for supper.
Yes. Everybody, every parent would have said that to their children.
So if you don't do
if
your
you do
work,
worship it, also like okay, manger
We have to go for supper.
Okay, manger guya pour souper.
Yeah. On peut manger, okay, manger.
But when you eat so much of those things, we had a phrase in the yard: your teeth don't get glassy.
Mango can make your teeth get glassy, not govers.
Not govers.
No, not govers.
Mangoes would do that.
Yeah.
All right.
And sometimes the govers are not totally ripe.
Ripe.
And you have to eat that.
Anyhow.
And that is to help your teeth.
Okay.
Because you get stronger. Yeah, because there's some of them that have to really bite that real hard to get that to break.
Okay.
Because there was, as Medina said, the white ones were kind of soft.
And
the yellow ones a little softer. But there was some that you'd get, my brother.
The pink ones were always the harder ones.
Yeah, you have to bite that to and that have a green. That top is so green. I mean, you have to really bite that hard.
Before you come to the cows, did you all ever make, as a young girl with the boys, did you all make mess?
Just by the river? I was a constant thing.
With what? Biscuit tin? What?
Bomb. People got to get out of bomb and bring by the river. You mad, man.
And you know, the good thing about it is, in those days, you have to know what to do. You should take, before you bring the bomb down, you have to get dirt in the cover field.
And clean the bomb.
And not just clean. Before you clean it, you have to take dirt and get a little oil and pass on the bomb. Because remember, it's
wood fire.
Wood fire. You check?
What?
And when we finish that, we have to take that dirt now, the river dirt now.
And scrub that bomb.
Scrub that bomb because we don't want to bring that home.
Fire of the ashes of the fire and scrub that bomb to bring that back.
Because if you don't do that.
And Matthew, you have to hide. When you go inside, you have to hide that bomb to make sure you go inside first and see if the coast is clear.
And not only that,
bring that bomb, you know.
If you had more than one brother, Medina.
I tell you.
If you had more than one of us in the family in there, and you have to bring that. You have to make sure one goes inside and say where mommy or daddy is.
Well, you make sure the coast is clear.
Yes.
So you know when to bring it.
You know how to bring that bomb back in.
You know? And sometimes if we have a memory that we'll forget and hoping that mommy and daddy do not pass in the area, you would put a cloth. I don't know if many of them used to do that. Put a cloth for you to go the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Because your parents and them used to put their things and they know exactly where it is.
So you have to mark the spot.
Mark the spot. So
where you took
it. Where you took it.
Piece of chalk we used to mark it with.
You used to mark it with a piece of chalk with a cloth. You check?
So you put it the exact spot.
Exact spot when you come back.
Wow.
So your mother and father don't make that out. And you're good to go. Sometimes we used to, maybe they can help us, we used to get the mili kaka.
Yes.
What we call it.
But we used to mostly work our mother's fridge. I don't like to tell my mother suffer if we used to mostly clean the fridge.
Mili kaka.
And we gone by the river.
And there was a time made in the early days, we used to get that thing I didn't lie you. Titiwi.
Titiwi.
Titiwi. I used to bring our brown thing and put our titiwi bags. And
VO too.
When you get that, and VO.
Wow.
And you go and cook that food, my brother.
That's something else.
It was an amazing time.
Of course.
VO
and fig.
Yeah.
VO and fig was nice. I used to make VO akra. VO and fig nice.
Yeah.
You made VO akra?
Yes, VO akras. You clean your VO, you make akras.
Boy, that was a life for us. Very, very interesting life in Baffin State.
Yes. No.
Yeah, man.
And you see the river life. Every one of us as boys, because you see, we had no other choice, and thanks God, maybe we did not have pipe-borne water flowing in the house. Because if we had, I don't think there would be no reason for us to go to the river and to have the life that we live.
Let me ask you a question.
No, but Cecil, listen, even Baffin State, even like you see, like the only way people doesn't go river now is because of the situation. The river, they change it, they block out people from the river.
Yeah.
But people would always have been going to the river. Baffin people would never leave their river.
Can you swim?
They took the river away from us. I can swim very well. I'm a very good swimmer.
Yeah.
All right, I know some women cannot swim.
No, as a child, my father used to bring us in the sea and throw us off the boat.
Take your time.
So we learned to swim.
Your father would bring you out in the sea.
All of us out in the sea and throw us off the boat one by one.
Inside the very far into the sea?
Yes, and just throw us out.
Toss all you outside?
Yes, and throw us out one by one. To learn to swim, and we learn to swim.
And it was strange, as you come back to the river,
you have your little tubes on your hand, your little thing on your hand, and he just drops you off.
And Medina, coming back to what you said earlier on about taking the things at our mother's home to go and cook. Sometimes your mother would ask you, did you take this? Cecil, who pense ça? They talk a lot of patois. And no, mommy, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, wasn't me.
And your eyes not beating, you know.
No, sir.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. And mommy say, okay, maybe use it already. The things that we did.
I'm telling you.
To survive. The things that we did.
But my mother, it haven't got maybe I used to already. My mother used to know what's in her fridge. And when she come for her thing, all you gotta make jot, she know dressing she don't sit there.
Yeah.
She know jot was made.
Jot was made.
Jot was made.
Good evening.
Yes, Cecil, it's me again.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, even when we had water flowing in the pipe, we still used to go river.
River,
River was like, and on a Sunday, all young men used to go in the river Sunday or Saturday and wash our own clothes in the river. And, you know, when we finish play football is in the river, we go in and bathe. Most men used to go in the river, even though we had water in
people used to go river and bathe down and
man.
wash.
And bathe, man, Cecil. And Cecil, and another thing again, we used to go across the river because Raymond's father had his garden across the river.
Oh, yes.
By the savannah.
Yes. No, right across the river.
Like, I'm telling you, by the way, we have the
football field.
Yeah, we have the savannah now.
We
have the savannah now.
Yeah, exactly.
Once Mr. Hold me, Mr. Hold me, Mr. Give me a volley in the garden. I never forget that, you know.
Put a beating on you.
Mr. Give me a volley.
Remember, Cecil, that was Irma Raymond and Irvin Raymond father.
Yes.
So remember, we were close.
Yes.
Yeah, we were close to them, so we used to, even before we come back state from Pottersville, we used to go there too, you know. And he had coconut trees there and cocoa trees, so we used to eat a lot of cocoa and coconut and cane.
Well, Snapper, Mr. helped me once in his garden. And Mr. give me cool kutla. I mean, serious blows in the garden. You know. Flat kutla. If he's alive, he'll tell you that today. And not only that, man take me and bring me police station, you know. The man still took me and bring me to the police station, you know. Say I stole his fruits, you know. But after the man give me a volley.
And the police never put the
Oh my God.
No, the police just agree. I tell the police I get Mr. beat me. I never tell my mother and my father. Maybe they did that for the first time. You know?
But I feel what about going center rumor for mangoes now?
Boy, let me tell
you.
You
forget that
no,
part?
I don't forget that.
That was center rumor for mangoes. I remember when they had the strike. 29th of May, and the strike we used to call mango strike food, you know, because strike food we used to call we used to go center room and just get bags of mangoes, man. Mango long.
But as you say that Snapper and the mangoes that we used to get, you know, even before we reached center room itself, the back road in Bath Estate.
The back road,
mango long in that area and
mango tatis have a lick mango sweet, right? But that was nice.
Exactly.
I was pregnant with my first child. I used to devour that.
The Johnson man right above there had Johnson had the trees in his yard, so
right in the end there.
Pass through the end there, man. So Barry State life was good life, man. With all the
very good life, I tell you.
Football, cricket, everything. So Barry State, we the time we was in Barry State was good time. Now Barry State changed, man.
Barry State changed, but we had some good times.
No more Barry State, man. No more Barry State.
No more Barry State. The people, no more Barry State. People live.
Different.
The people are different. Everybody rent out house, everybody travel and rent out house, and new people come in and stuff, aliens.
New people come in, Anyway, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Snapper's right. We used to, I forget the mangoes. The mangoes was in Santa Roma
Hill.
But the thing is that the thing about that is in Santa Roma there are a lot of dogs, you know, and I mean tell you. It was difficult for us to get the mangoes right by them people.
Talking about Santa Roma Hill, Cecil, let me make our Boswell scooter and start on the top of the hill by Boyle and down the road in the Boswell. You and one time Bob penalty pitch me, you know, why coming on my Boswell scooter and boom.
You don't want a Boswell scooter as well?
Yeah, man.
This is every boy in Bath Estate learned how to make a scooter.
And all you go up.
Yeah, we're going up from the top of
Santa Roma Hill and you're coming down.
On that hill there.
Those is
not much vehicles.
Much vehicles. Mostly Bopiat used to pass there.
Not much vehicles. So when you go down, you're almost sure. So you push up your thing and
coming down.
And it have a lot of mechanics are wrong. So
you're brave woman.
Yeah, we get and we're taking tubes from Bath Estate to the gel bushy way.
Yes.
Walk back up the river and go back down the tube on the tubes again, back down to the bushy way. Walk back up the river. How much times a day?
The children today, they only have their phones to play with, their devices. That's what they play with.
Yeah.
Wow.
Walk up the river. If people have time, we actually going down a tube and walk back up to do the same thing again.
And you remembered, by the college, they used to have a shortcut.
Yes.
To go hospital.
To go up the hill.
To go up to Goodwill to get to the
Goodwill,
hospital.
yes.
So even to go to the hospital, there's a shortcut.
You send them by fire.
No, not fire. Fire is in Murphy's Lane.
Murphy's Lane.
We end up in Rose Street.
Rose Street, yes. Rose Street.
Let me ask you. Would you all pass at the back of the college, the teachers' college?
Side of the college.
Climb up the hill and end up by Alan Guy.
By Alan Guy, that's correct. A little higher up from Alan Guy. A little higher up from Alan Guy in Rose Street. So it's to walk that up and get...
so steep.
Yeah, you have to survive, you know. So if you have to go to the hospital, that's where you should pass.
That's where you should pass, shortcut.
Shortcut. Those days, if you pass the center of a hill, that's too long.
Too long, yeah.
You know?
So you just come out, climb up at the back of the college.
And back of the college and just go up that hill there, that steep shortcut there and get
by
to
the hospital.
And then you get down to Rose Street and you go down and you go across to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we did, you know. But today, everybody have scooter. You know, they buy their scooter, but used to make our scooters.
Make our scooters.
Marshall Coffee was good at that. You know?
Make a box and place your bus wheels and up and down the wheel.
Yeah. So she's a pure malnum.
Up and down the hill.
Pure malnum.
Pure malnum.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No. That's and Snapper just told me that I just remembered that shortcut was called Lime Piece.
Yes, Lime Piece.
Lime Piece it was called.
That's what when I went to the college. That's how.
Can you imagine the name?
Lime Piece. Yeah, Lime
There's
Piece.
so much lime in that place.
Yeah, Lime Piece.
It's called Lime Piece.
You passed there.
Yeah.
Very true.
I wonder if that shortcut is still there. I know the person who's living in higher up where we used to pass that's blocked that area.
That's blocked. But there is another way you can pass and end up by the school.
What school?
It's a Christian Union Mission school where they have the primary school.
No, we never used to pass.
There's still a track there where you can go down that hill and end up by the college as well.
I can't remember that.
I was there last week when I went for graduation there.
Okay, I wonder.
Yeah, some fellas were planting it.
They say we're going to end up by fire too, you know.
The one by fire is when you used to pass, I'll tell you, when you used to pass where the
apartments in Goodwill is.
Yeah, where the apartments are.
Right, you pass in the liquor truck.
Yes, I remember, yes.
That's how we used to, you know.
Yeah.
And someone said, oh yes, we used to pass through the library yard. So that's the library. So actually we live in after we pass Lime Piece. We used to pass in the library. The name I was trying to remember. The Liebirds, that's correct. They would call the Liebirds.
Yeah, the Liebirds.
On Rose Street. Now let's talk about the cows. We cannot talk about Bath Estate and not talk about the cows.
Margostina and her cows.
Mr. Chewit and his cows.
Oh, Mr. Chewit too, yeah. And thing too,
so you had Margostina, you had Chewit, you had
Barbot father.
Brother Joe.
Brother Joe
and Mr. David in Kingshill.
Yes.
Mr. David from Kingshill. So these people had their cows. So Mr. Chewit used to have his cows where the alias Facets is presently.
Yes.
All right. He also had where you see where you're turning in now to get to Maya's place.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A little lower
by
down.
the bus stop, a little higher the Calypso house.
A little lower from the Calypso
house. Lower down, yes.
Lower down from the Calypso house, coming down to the bridge. You used to have Mr. Chewit, Brother Chewit, father. He used to be living in Goodwill, to be precise, James Lane. Is James Lane? No. Jolly Lane. He used to be living in Jolly Lane and he used to have cows there. So he had 2 sets of cows. And I think the third one he used to have also across where the school is. So
yes, I know that. Wasn't it a black fella?
No, a tough chunker man. And Mr. Kai. So Mr. Kai.
Oh yes,
Mr. Kai used to have his own where I'm now talking about the school is.
Where the school is, a short talk.
Yeah.
That's
So
Mr. Kai, yes.
Mr. Kai used to have short man used to be looking at Elrose.
Elrose, yes.
Right.
Yes.
He used to have his short khaki pants.
He always have a khaki pants.
Yeah, so Mr. Kai was a CUM member of Pentecostal Church.
Yes.
So Mr. Kai used to have his cows there. Brother Joe used to have, someone help me where Brother Joe had his cows.
I can't remember.
I think Brother Joe used to have his cows the same place where Brother Chewit used to have his cows.
Well, there was a set of fellas, I don't know who it was, but where I just mentioned with the fella who was either a Christian Union or Pentecostal person. But when you go by under power there, where they have the apartment buildings.
So where they have the apartments?
Where they have the apartment, there was a whole set of cows there as well.
So that's saying. So Brother Chewit's father, by where alias Facets is, that he used to be there. Then you used to have again some houses where Brother Chewit's father used to graze. That is where the houses you're talking about.
Right.
And Brother Joe used to be around that area too. And
Brother Joe used to be high up too.
And this guy from Kingsville, David used to have his own where you see the savannah is.
Mm-hmm.
Where the savannah is. So he used to have his own there. And those guys used to every afternoon go to Elrose and Company
to get lime
and get all of that lime.
The grapefruit skin.
Yeah, and get all of that. Brother Joe was cup tall. They told me Brother Joe was cup tall. Thanks, Avanel. They told me Brother Joe was cup tall.
Okay.
Yes. So Brother Joe used to have his own too. So higher up, cup tall. Mm-hmm. And so every afternoon you'd see Elrose dumpers.
Limes, jumping.
Just let it off.
Lime
limes. But what was crazy now?
Lime and grapefruit.
Lime and grapefruit. And cows used to live on that.
Live on that.
Live on that.
My Augustina cow used to go live on that.
I always forget my Augustina. My Augustina was my neighbor. He lived 69 Bath Estate. I live 71. And Medina, you should remember that we used to have a workout with the cows. Early morning or late at night. Them cows used to burst their chain or burst their rope. And them cows finally coming in people's yard. Medina, tell us about that.
Yeah, man. But I used to pay them. I used to milk those cows. I used to pass and milk my Augustina cow. My Augustina never. She had some bad cows. I used to just pass and milk those cows.
How you used to do that?
Man, I used to just pass and sit down under those cows, man, just pull for plastic. I used to make them in a plastic bag. Just milk them with the plastic bag under those things. I used to tie their head close to the post. Bring the thing and get the chain and make them run around the tree until they get close to the post. And I'm milking them.
Mm-hmm.
You're milking these cows?
Yeah, I'm milking the cow. Then cow, when you come pass, anything you have, it gone. People look at tomato, they look at garden in front of the house in those days, they look at flowers. And you see cow pass. The havoc them things used to make.
Boy. And not only havoc, after they do the havoc, they still let it go shit.
They let it go shit. Of course, everything for you.
Boy, let me tell you. So, and people used to get enemies. Brother Joe's, Brother Joe.
Everybody.
Everybody was vexing these people. Because them people have got no face with your cows. No,
I used to milk them way.
And the thing is that I can't remember any time we saw these owners kill their cows and sell.
Yeah, I used to see my Augustina kill and sell.
My Augustina?
Yeah. I remember Augustina was close to us. She had her.
My Augustina owners, we see where the $5 house.
Brick house.
Okay, the brick house. Okay, the entrance of the Royal Bank housing scheme. There's a Gal batteries.
I know.
Gal batteries right there.
The cows.
So my Augustina cows were right there. Portion of cows.
By the Gal battery.
Yeah.
By the steps to go down.
And I suspect if they didn't build houses there, that land would have been my Augustina and them own.
So you milk all the cows or you milk a particular set of cows? Which cows you milk? All
my
of them?
Augustina cows I used to milk.
Okay. Somebody just correct me. Jerry Chewit. And that is Brother Chewit's son.
Yeah.
He said, Cecil is not Brother Chewit's father it was his wife father. Okay, so thanks for the correction. I always thought it was Brother Chewit's son and Brother Chewit's father. So they tell me it's the wife of Brother Chewit's father who had the cows in that area, and so those cows were desperately wicked. That's what I could see.
Mission stay.
That's what I could see.
So
The only cause I think that was
And they used to know when to escape, you know.
Real.
They used to know when to escape.
They know when to escape. You sleeping at night, and you all you hear is tuk, 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 like as if it's the devil.
Talking about that, Cecil.
Tuk, 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 tuk. And one time they used to say it's the devil, and people used to be afraid to go
No, you
outside.
remember a time when we used to tie chains in our rope? We used to tie chain and drag, to put cover
Yes.
and drag chain all around. Half people back first take panicking.
You were doing that?
No, all of us were troublesome, I'm telling you.
You drag-
Taking
Yes,
rope.
big rope, big
and
chain, big chain.
walking around the place if
Yes.
well, shit cover
And we up and down, up
and
and
we
down.
bowling, woo, and people panicking.
Boy, and you people not going out because the Luga who pass.
Look at who passing.
Luga who passing.
We used to make them panic.
So you
And
want
that- in those days, the road was not paved.
Light either.
Light.
It was not light
and,
either.
and was not paved.
No, it was not paved.
So it's so much gravels on
So
the
you have a
road.
big rope with a chain pulling.
The iron rope, you know them.
Those dog chain, those big cow chains like.
And all you pulling that.
Just pulling that.
And
We were
everybody
troublesome little
panicking.
boys and troublesome people, you know. We were troublesome.
Yeah, man. And people, I tell you, people panicking. Look at who they were. Us had that shit on our
No,
back,
and Mark,
cover
you
us
know,
with shit.
and we were around the ages of 18, 19, you know, doing that, you know.
Of course.
18, 19.
And all you
No,
have
at
shit.
that time,
Even
you see,
younger too, Cecil.
and maybe even younger because the thing
16,
about
17.
the thing about it is, right, brain, the thing about it is we used to gather ourselves in certain blocks.
Certain areas,
So the
yes.
meeting.
And we used to talk about it in the day.
Daytime.
So you're coming out by night.
You coming out by night. What time you coming out? Who coming out tonight? Who coming out tomorrow night?
So every night is a different.
Every night. People tormented by first
I'm
day.
saying jabbing, but God forgive me for doing
You
that.
must ask
I
God
can say that, God
You
forgive me.
must ask God to forgive all you.
My mother heard that for the first time.
People cannot sleep in their bed at night
My
time,
mother heard that.
man.
My mother must be hearing that for the first time because my mother used to be and my mother used to always say, the bath is taking jab.
That was a
And
jab.
They used to say, they used to coin the jab by virtue of what Baptist was.
Yeah.
White people kill
Yeah,
people,
people
there.
there, yeah.
And now the jab passing.
All soldiers.
All kind of things they used to be saying to them old people.
But-
All kind of things
Yeah,
they used to
man.
say.
People used to be, my baron used to pray, boy. My baron used to
L'aviation all you.
pray.
Boy, let me tell you.
Gary grandmother and them
Oh, let
used
me
to
tell you.
pray.
Gary was a troublesome fella.
Gary was troublesome too.
Gary Simon was a
His brother
troublesome.
Roy Eggers
Boy,
was
was
worse than him
troublesome.
again. They were
And we used to
troublesome.
go and do that thing. And you see, and back I can say that now. Gary was the one who came with that first idea. Gary Simon.
To run Lugaho.
To play with running Lugaho. You check? To play with running Lugaho. And I think the first chain, if subject to correction, the first chain we got was from Ma Augustina's Cow.
Of course. Is the old chain used to come
Yeah,
out?
that's where we took the first chain, you know, from Ma Augustina Cow, you know.
You take
And Ma Augustina Cow loose. Every time it loose, and now Ma Augustina, you're dead now, so you can hear. So you cannot hear. So her sons and daughters will hear. We used to take out the chain. And the cows used to be going loose, and everybody saying, Augustina, wicked, she's a witch. They used to call her Sukuya.
Yeah, it's called Sukuya.
They used to call her Sukuya. And they say, oh, that Sukuya letting go her cows in the morning, and blah, blah, blah.
Not knowing their children going and take the chain.
We are doing that, we boy. Gaffy, I said Gaffy. Medina,
Yeah.
God will forgive us, right?
Of course, man. We're children, we're innocent.
So what are all you have shit on all you do now?
No, guys, let me tell you, we used to do this shit. We used to take, number one, if you have white shit, they say that is like God. Everything white is God.
Yeah.
So we used to take white shit and put it on our head and write down. I think Gary, I remember one day when we did that, Gary went by Parfeli, may her soul rest in peace. Gary went by Parfeli and take a colorful sheet. Gary Simon took a colorful sheet and decided that we're going by Alan, because Alan used to have a garage, Alan John Baptist. And we decided that's the way we go and dress. We dressed them, my brother. And we decided we starting from our main road by my mother house to go down. So we went right down to the bridge. We walking down. And if we see any car coming, we duck from a distance. Any car coming, we duck in. And we on the road. I wish Gary was there. Audrey on the telephone. Audrey. We can laugh now. Audrey, you know, get in the bed, right? Audrey.
I know you.
Audrey alive, so Audrey knows.
Audrey knows, yeah.
Yeah.
All you running down.
So every morning is all you does hear that last night. I don't understand what happens was saying. Cecil, you asking for forgiveness now. I hope Gary is here. You know, I hope Gary. Two people died. Reds was always a coward fella, so Reds wasn't always involved. Reds he'll orchestrate, but Reds not good in that.
Yes.
Just cap on. Deebs was a troublemaker.
That's what I
and Deeb would tell us what to do, where to go, what lane we're going to do tonight. And we're doing that. Man, God, I shouldn't say that.
At that time, man, I end up going and throw some gravels on people's roof. The gravels on people's roof. And I throw the gravels on Gary's grandmother's roof. She nearly fainted. She nearly panic. Right, come on. No, beg grandmother roof again. No. Right, come on, begging boy. Why you taking? Take it easy, man. Not the roof again. My baron will get too.
The only person we didn't know any Shasta was Mr. Pond. Ivona, because
you didn't know my Shasta. You said you.
Because Mr. Pond used to give us vape every afternoon.
He used to get his gravels on his roof the same thing like everybody else.
So somebody said, Audrey said, you all not mentioning the cuts the cows used to get. Big cuts, yeah. So some people know. Boy, God. That's why it's good to be troublesome sometimes, but not good then.
Yes.
So we letting go them people cows. And some people used to mark them people cows and take cutlass and hashy, cut them people cows and they come in their yard.
Okay.
As they're doing that. So
it's not taking them people cow chain.
Boy. All these things in Baptist. Boy.
That was fun growing up. It was fun.
Let me what Stapper say. In the early days of Bavard State, we used to pawn those cows when they pong those cows. When they come in our yard.
Yes.
These owners would have to
pay for what they mash up. Yes.
You tie the cow, you
pong them.
So Medina. So I have to call Gary, Medina. Reds die.
Ricky.
Ricky.
Son, he wasn't watching those kind of wickedness there. Ricky, my brother.
Son, he wasn't doing that. Ricky.
Yeah.
Ricky was a wicked little boy, you know. Ricky was a little boy. You see Ricky. And he was a brave boy.
Brave.
You check.
The man ride a bicycle on Bafferstead Bridge. On this rail, you know Bafferstead Bridge.
Yeah. And so them people calls that people hashy.
Yes.
Boy.
All you did things, boy, like in Baptist, it was rough.
Boy.
I never expected many to say rough.
Yeah. I never expected many to say that, you know.
Yeah. And then all your pong.
I thought I was going to die if that secret, you know.
That was fun, man. You're mad.
So somebody said different location, same life experiences.
Oh,
so somebody else said that they did
running
that
look all those big children that pulling them, man.
Boy, let me tell you.
Boy, people afraid, you know, boy, Cecil.
And Mark is my Augustine cows, and my Augustine was our neighbor, you know. And the reason why we used to do it, my Augustine,
just troublesome.
Every time she sees us on the road, she have to tell us something. Every time she sees us on the road, is potas. Mokaba Olimier.
She was trouble. Yes, she was troublesome.
She was troublesome. So we say, what you doing there, my Augustina? We're not telling you nothing. We're not doing nothing. We're not worried with you. We're just going to take your cow in the night, unchain it. And once you unchain them cows, my brother, they take it
wrong the post, boy. I chested wrong the post. Prop. Let's go the milking going.
Boy.
But I wasn't the only people that did that, you know.
No.
That happened in other communities as well, you know.
Yeah.
Now if I make it run back and take out itself around the rope. Somebody leave it halfway.
So I can ask for forgiveness, man.
Yeah, man, we were children. We were doing children things.
I can ask for forgiveness. God will forgive me for sure.
Sure.
You know, we're just children doing
your thing, man, doing children.
And you know, our parents never knew that, eh?
Never.
They would whip you to death, man. Oh, boy, if man had to catch you.
No, I don't think my father would beat me now because the kind of things my Augustine used to tell us, I don't think my mother and father would beat me for that.
Boy. They were mischievous too, sir.
My mother and father? No, they were very good people.
Well, me if my rudeness already, I used to be ready for her.
Yeah,
when
no.
she branch I bang day.
No, my Augustine was not easy.
Well, they had fun in Baptist State, man.
Yeah, we used to have a neighbor. Maybe I don't know if you remember her. No, you must remember my Dorothy.
I know Dorothy.
DBS.
My DBS used to call her. My Dorothy used to know everybody business.
Thank God, nothing that happened.
Everybody business from top to bottom. And it is my neighbor. If we come home late,
she know.
She had to say, Judith, say something, you come in the castle time. You're supposed to be sleeping at that time at 11 o'clock. You shift in the window at 11 o'clock.
Hey, but everything she used to see.
Everything.
She was midway, man.
Boy, that's what I talk about now.
What her daughter?
As a matter of fact, I can say boldly that we used to have in our area growing up, we used to have a few Medvey. We used to have Mamona, Red's mother.
Medvey.
Medvey. She was the Met. She's my good friend, today. But she was a Medvey.
Oh, it was Mama Few.
Mama Few was not easy. Mama Few was Mr. Matthew's wife. Living, and around us have plenty of flowers, but she's still seeing you when you pass it.
Still seeing you.
Still seeing you. To a certain extent, Mr. Mate
was a Medvey.
Ask for that one yourself.
Mate was a Medvey. Ma Augustina wasn't vein you much. She just had a bad tongue. She just had a bad tongue. Dorothy was Queen Vey. You know? Audrey was vein a little bit, you know.
Oh, I know that.
Audrey was vein too. Audrey was vein a lot.
She was vein a lot.
Yeah, Audrey was vein a lot. Audrey used to play, she have a little shop there. Audrey, I don't get vexed with me, Audrey. Audrey play, she have a little shop there selling a little rum there. And Audrey never close in, and Audrey know everything happening in the area.
Yeah.
You check? Audrey was a Medvey. We used to have a few Sukuya in our area, we see. We used to call Angus mother Sukuya. Angus Benjamin, we used to call his mother Sukuya.
Magostina used to call her Sukuya.
Magostina was a Sukuya. My Bibzai was a Sukuya.
Yes, and
Elsie. My Elsie, our mother, we used to call her Sukuya. My Elsie was a Sukuya.
The neighbor to her was a Lugau.
The neighbor to her husband was a Lugau. He was an Obia man.
He
was an Obia man. See what kind of people we have in that little lane we have there?
In that little lane.
In that little lane we have there. All right.
True or false, we don't know, but so we had it.
So we had it. You check? True or false?
So in Bath Estate, and you can say.
And we had the Bronx.
If, for instance, a person want a bath to bathe,
you have to come to my lane. You must come to my lane.
In your lane had the.
You must come to my lane. People come at Guadeloupe
to bathe.
People come at Guadeloupe and they come in my lane
to bathe.
So you sitting down there, literally sitting down there, right, Medina?
Yes.
Sitting down there, and people. You couldn't count, my brother. Man was worse than a doctor.
Yeah, man.
People sitting down waiting outside for their turn
to bathe.
To bathe
and take smoke.
I can't remember his name, boy. I never remember.
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name.
But he was
a Gardens affair.
He was a Gardens affair. And
in your lane.
And the next house was our mother. And our mother had Ewo and Mafa.
Yes.
So for us, Ma Elsie was a Sukuya.
Yes.
No, we had Ma she was drinking a rum. Kaki mother.
Ma Sylvia.
Ma Sylvia drinking a rum.
You know, I know that in your area had an Obia fella bathing people. A person asked me to drop them there, long time ago. And they go by the man,
Look, Snapper telling me Ma Dorothy was Queen of Vey.
Mr. Dorothy that?
Ma Dorothy.
Oh yes, Ma Dorothy, I know.
Yeah, Ma Dorothy.
Yeah.
Only one Ma Dorothy we know.
But you had a lot of characters in all your area.
Yes, in that little lane you see there, that Balata lane you see there. Let me tell you, I don't think my mother was nothing. I don't think my father was nothing. Somebody can help me.
Yes.
My mother and father was nothing.
But in that by all you.
But I can start. Let me see where I'm starting. I'm starting from Ma Augustus. What's her name? As we say, the one in the cow.
Ma Augustina.
Ma Augustina was a Medvey. No, she was not Medvey. Ma Augustina was a
Sukuya.
Sukuya. She was giving you bad words. She send you and die. Send you and tell you this. Send you and tell you that. Then you had Ma Dorothy. Medvey. She had a daughter. Yuna. Ma Yuna was just like her mother. You skip my mother's house. You go to Mamuna. Mamuna was a Medvey. I think my mother's a Vey. My mother is a Vey.
Your mother was a Vey.
My mother's a Vey. My mother's a Vey.
Your mother is a Vey.
I think of it now. My mother's a Vey.
Your mother is a Vey.
My mother is a Vey. My mother used to Vey.
Yes,
thinking of it now. My mother used to Vey. My mother used to Vey. And my mother's a bad Veyer. She used to Vey bad.
My mother used to Vey.
My mother's a Vey. My mother's a Vey.
Just shift the curtain, Cecil.
Shift the curtain.
And watch.
Yeah. And until my father decided making a wall, so she have to make a wall. And the wall still there today. You cannot see. You cannot see. Philip Man couldn't take that again. Philip Man just talked to her about it.
You're being too much.
But I tell you, every morning when they get up, she have a bed for me.
Mary now. What about Mary?
Who's Mary again?
Mary.
Oh, but see.
Queen Bee.
Boy, no, she was after Dorothy. Mary was easy. No, you had Sum wife. Sum wife was just drinking alcohol. What's her name, the boy? She died.
Mary. Not Mary.
No,
Agnes.
Agnes. She and Sum was drinking a little rum and so on.
Just drinking a little rum, yes.
Yeah, drinking a little rum. Angus' mother was a Sukuya.
Lape wife.
No, before Lape wife was I just mentioned his name. He died. Dib and them. They
Betty and them.
No, Betty and them was lower down.
Betty and them was lower down.
Dibs and them wasn't bad. I don't think Dibs and them was anything. Dibs' sister was just a quiet
woman. Yeah.
And then you had that man working by Eric's Bakery. What's his name, the boy? He's short man. You live in Boyd's Avenue. You know who he was. Mr. wasn't nothing. Mr. was a cool fella.
I just see him.
Mr. a cool fella.
Oh, you're talking about thing in the States now, right?
No man, Mr. Diamond.
Okay.
Then you have Betty.
Betty and them.
This boy Betty used to have Irma.
But you're Irma
was a Medvey. Irma was a Medvey and Betty her tongue was long. Betty's tongue was long. Then you had little Roy.
That's now I'm
not lying. And you had Roy grandmother. Boy, that she was a left-hander. Anything that happened to her, she tell and even bomb way. So she herself she had a little lugar winner.
Yes.
I said she had a little lugar winner.
Just come by me and the left will cure you.
Somebody says Cecil hitting on all cylinders tonight. Yes, on all cylinders. then you had Mabaron. Mabaron was just church.
Yeah, Mabaron was church.
She and her husband church. That's all they know. Church. And Cecil come to church. Cecil go to church.
Monday.
Everybody church.
And Pond.
Then you had Pond. Well, my Pond was a Beth. She like a Beth.
My Pond was a little sukuya on her side.
I don't know about sukuya, but she had like a Beth.
My Pond had a little thing.
But when you see my Pond go by you, my brother. But if my Pond start at 7 o'clock in the morning,
she not
7
stopping
until my Pond finish.
She come by you to talk.
My Pond. My Pond is about
7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Seraphine Pond used to talk, but that lady is a bet, but that lady had a bet.
But Cecil boy, you had characters, man.
But plenty characters.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Then
that is one lane, you know, my brother.
Then on the other side, you had a partner called Leroy more than father. These people were quiet. They come from Bath Road. Then people they worry about nobody. They had a little protégé. The father was looking by Astafan, so he had a little protégé. So he wasn't dealing with people.
Talking about by Cyril.
In the end, Cyril was his name.
Yes.
Cyril was his name. Then you had the bank manager. She's the bank manager now, no?
That quiet lady there.
No. She's the non now her adopted mother.
Yes.
Williams, Michelle Williams' mother.
Yes.
Slope mother. And what's the police name? Was it Aldif Williams? And what's the police name? Robocop mother. Robocop mother. And
Slope is Robocop.
Slope is Robocop. No, Michelle. And you had Gina mother. Gina, I'm trying to remember.
Oh, good.
Gina. So Gina mother, she had a little Beffy way, you know. But she was more meticulous in her Beff.
Mm-hmm.
She would stand by her door, by her gate, and when you come, she will go in a little Beff with you. And the Beff wasn't a long Beff, you know, but she'll give a little Beff. So you'd see them people coming by her, little people coming by her one by one.
One by one, take a little something and go a little soup.
But Cecil, all you had famous people. But
yes.
I remember, but I wouldn't call her name, but she in Bath Estate. The big man used to be there all the time, you know, Patrick Jones.
You're talking about by the pipe? We're not coming there yet.
That's Lime Street.
Lime Street.
That's Lime Street.
Then you had Pafeli.
Yeah.
Pafeli. You had Mr. Goshio. Man himself. And every night, my brother, every night, action.
Go is there.
action, my brother. Rum making ding dong. Whiskey making ding dong.
Let me give you all a beef about it. Mister went up there and the man drink rum. And the man have to address a Labour Party meeting. You know what the man say? My name is Ali Goshiwo. Yes. When I tell you I'll do something, I'll do something. And the man finish with my Patrick.
what Audrey say? Audrey know easy, you know. Audrey said, perfectly beats me in my shop. Boy, I don't believe that man. Audrey saying that, man.
Perfectly beats in her shop with the mackerel?
Yeah. Yes. She said, perfectly beats in her shop. You take advantage of people. Boy, Audrey, your tongue thing. If perfectly doesn't like it, say that, Audrey.
Yeah, perfectly jumping like she that jumped the ball.
But Audrey herself had like a beef. When I tell you Audrey had like her beef, Audrey did like her beef. Audrey can tell me what she wants. What she wants.
She had like a little beef.
Yes.
Audrey Medina, you had like a little beef.
Someone tell me don't call your brother name. Who's that telling me that then? Huh? I don't know who's that. Who's that Jones? Oh, Jones was his last name. Yes,
Who?
yes. Jones in Bath Road. In the last house in Bath State in Balata Avenue there.
You talking about Cyril?
Cyril. Jones was his name, yes, Jones.
Okay, who was Pinard?
No, Pinard was in the other side. Pinard was Lime Street.
Lucy, that is his mother, you know.
Lucy is his mother.
Oh yes, Pinard, Lucy's Pinard.
Bobby family.
Yeah, Bobby brother.
Right. And then you had Alan after the Bronx.
Yes, you had Alan
John Baptist.
John Baptist.
Yes.
John Baptist, Nai
yes.
and them.
So Nai and them is right there. Nai and them like plenty music, so that's why Nai like his music.
Like his music.
And his father was a steel pan
yes.
ranger, playing first pan. His mother worked at that place at very quietly. They would do very this one thing. Time.
By the mother work by Valentine's.
Valentine's, that's what I was looking for.
She was working
Valentine's,
all the time.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, they tell me don't forget Lima Call in Bath in
Lima Call, yes. Lima Call die.
Yeah, by Pafeli. Yeah. Lima Call had like his waters.
That man could drink.
Yes.
Zappi. Lima Call the crew. Zappi, Lima Call, Susan.
Yes.
Not woman name down by the river there.
Pafeli.
Pafeli.
No, not Pafeli. Eto. Corinfa wasn't going there.
No, Corinfa wasn't going there. Corinfa was St. Martin.
Juliana was her name.
Juliana herself.
Juliana?
Yes.
Juliana used to go there.
But another black woman down by the river.
Yes, Juliana.
No.
Not for Conrad?
No. Juliana used to go by, she was Zappi, you know, they saw it by the brown, but her black woman, I think she's Pafeli's sister.
Pafeli's sister?
I think she's Pafeli's sister.
Which one, the boy?
Down by the river she live in.
Who's that, the boy? Pafeli's sister?
Yeah, man.
Boy, why forget that now?
I forget her name. Her name had to come in.
Pafeli's sister, we boy?
I think she's Pafeli's sister.
I know Pafeli's sister brother
Not
used
Tessa.
to be. Pafeli's brother used to love Iris. They have a child. They have a child together.
Which of her brothers? Calvin Francis?
Calvin Francis.
No, he have a woman down by black woman. What's her father? What's her name again? It don't come in my head, man. She living down by the river, by the ball field there, that side there.
Oh, Frances. Yeah.
Frances.
I want to hear what somebody going to say to me. Good evening. Frances. Yes, I get it, Frances. Francis. Yes.
And my baby Kelvin, all of them.
Yes.
Yeah. And let me tell you.
Remember, Frances was living Pilsen. Do you know?
Yes. She was living Pilsen with me.
In that little house.
Where Miss Mary was living.
Frances at Ione.
Yes.
Yes. Right in Pilsen there.
Right where Miss Mary was living.
All right.
Yes.
Right.
After they left, Miss Mary came and lived there.
Yes. Okay. I'm listening.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cecil had that little beef more than you lawyers. Papa. What's that he said there? Cecil who had like beef. What you say I had like beef, boy? more than lawyers papers on. I don't understand what Audrey right there for me. I had like beef, Audrey. I didn't like beef, no boy.
You look at your lawyer paper, she tell you?
No, she tell me Cecil Who had like Beth
more than
you? Lawyer paper on you tomorrow.
I tell you.
I have to fix my glasses to see that. Oh, see, Audrey, you give me lawyer paper tomorrow. Audrey,
Audrey, you like Beth too much.
Audrey,
yeah.
Yes, it is Cyril Jones. The person said, "Is it Cyril Jones?" Yes, Cyril Jones.
It's Cyril Jones.
Then you had another lady after Alan. We call her Mary, I think was her name. Audrey's neighbor. Old little lady. No, she had a daughter named Mary, or granddaughter named Mary. I'm sure she always used to sit on a little bench outside by the road, man. She used to have a little bench, man. She used to work in city council, I think, once upon a time before.
Not Audrey neighbor now?
No, man. Audrey had an elderly lady, Mary. She had a daughter named Mary. Audrey gave me the name, I'm sure. But that lady was a very quiet, nice lady. She usually go to the mic. Go to the mic. Stick on Audrey. Go to the mic.
You mean stick to Audrey?
Yes, stick to Audrey. Stick to Audrey.
I'm not seen that.
You not seen that? Well, anyway, she was a very quiet little lady, drinking a little rum, drinking a little white rum.
I know Ifa is telling me. I can't just next to them.
We come to Ifa just now, and then you had Audrey. We talk about Audrey already. Then there's Ifa. Ifa wasn't easy, you know.
No, Ifa wasn't easy at all.
Ifa wasn't easy. Ifa, what I can say about Ifa, no boy. What I can say about Ifa, boy.
Ifa was a 7 days.
Boy, yes. Why can I say this Ifa was
unholy? No, you can say she was an unholy Christian. That's the best way to put it.
Boy, if you have to Jiwe, you
if you have to hear me, I know all my mother coming out from below the grave.
If you give Ifa trouble, she start to Jiwe.
She will. Of course, she doesn't get you. She don't have time. She don't have face.
But she's not the one in the 7 days now.
She was a 7 days, but anyhow you look for, you'll get her.
Anyhow you look for Ifa, you get in.
That's why you say she's an unholy. She's an unholy one.
Ifa wasn't easy.
Her tongue wasn't easy.
She was a nice person.
Very nice.
Very nice person. You go by Ifa.
Kind.
She'll give you food.
She was kind.
She'll give you. Whatever she had, she had a son by the name of
Julio.
Julio's around with us. She had another son.
Just now.
What's his name, the boy? Benji had a little
feminine way
in him, or plenty feminine way, plenty, whichever you want to call it. And you had the daughter
Louvain and
Louvain has sins and pass, right?
Huh?
Louvain has sins and pass.
Yes, Louvain pass.
Yeah, and what's the sister name? The big sister?
I can't remember.
How I forget the big sister name now?
Oh, yeah, I know Buffett did very well, man.
And then you had the next house. 2 sisters that like more Beth in whole of Buffett State.
Tallymac.
The 2 Tallymac sisters.
Ifa and Marjorie.
Zafa Mama Grit.
Mama. Oh yes, Mama.
Zafa Mama Grit. Oh, Angie. The person told me Angie.
Yes, Angie.
Zafa Mama Grit. Ifa had like more Beth. Whole of Buffett State.
And tongue not good.
And tongue loose. Saying what she want, how she want, to
when she want,
what she want, about who she want. I mean, up to now, people taking advantage. Oh boy, Violet was the lady name. The neighbor name was Violet.
Okay.
Yeah, Violet was the person name. Thank you, Audrey, and Marjorie and Eva.
Was 2 of a kind. Eva was just more wild.
Eva was more wild.
But it's 2 of a kind.
No, Marjorie, no. 2 of them equal. No,
2 of a kind, I tell you.
2 of them equal. Because when Marjorie decide she gonna expose.
Everything exposed.
Everything.
She come in front of her gate.
No face.
She come in front of her gate. And who vex lost.
All exposed.
No face. Faceless.
Yes.
All you had people.
Somebody said it's 20. Somebody tell me something. 33.39. Was that 3.39? You guys have me awake. Love the program. Eva and Marjorie. Yes, Eva and Marjorie.
All exposed.
Let me tell you, when you see Eva start with you, Eva doesn't end. Eva only is a whole year. and Eva and Mamuna, they were
tit and tat.
Tit and tat.
When they meet.
But the best thing is that now, Mona take Eva children and raise them. Although they always in trouble, you know. But Mamona would take Eva children
and raise them.
I mean, what that person say, that's good, Beth. Good evening.
Cecil,
Yes.
You know, Eva and
Marjorie.
Marjorie is
Abu sister.
sisters.
Yes.
Abu Bakr.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So you have these two people. Then you cross the road. You had Pipe Rinch. Remember Pipe Rinch?
Yes. Marie.
Pipe Rinch.
Marie.
For Marie and Pipe Rinch. Marie used to love her rum. Marie was Meg. And they had another brother. Well, Pipe Rinch had two sons. He had one they called, but he wasn't living there. Pipe Rinch. They used to call him Pipe Rinch.
Pipe
He used
Rinch,
to live
yeah.
in Point Michel. Then they had.
We wanted to drink all the rum.
One is episode and Norman.
Yes.
Norman is
before them die.
Norman died, no?
Mondo died, not to my head, Norman died recently there.
I don't know about that. Huh?
Yeah, I think Norman died.
I must ask.
I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so.
No, I don't want to say what is not true.
Because why I think so. I think that is why Norman ended up getting the house.
Well, I don't know. I know. So they used to have farm. Farm was Davina.
Davina, yes.
And you used to have Norman wasn't living with them.
No, Norman wasn't living there.
Wasn't living with them. Apis was boy. Let me tell you, Apis was drink around me, boy.
Boy, I could drink around me.
Boy. Apis going to Bronx. Apis coming home drunk like a
fish.
More drunk than a fish. You know what I'm saying?
You had characters.
Yes, man. And Mark you, all four of them in the house drinking, you know.
Everybody.
All four drinking.
Everybody.
But Davina had was more meticulous about the way she drink. She had more control. She had more control, so she was drinking a nice rum. She wasn't drinking them white
to get
rum.
Drunk and like the others.
She wasn't like that. She was drinking a little rum. Now and then, when fat time comes, she get a little bouillie.
Yeah.
You know, the person have to say, good evening. Good evening.
APs.
Yes, APs. Yes, APs. Thanks.
Norman is alive. Norman is in California.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So all four batting in the house.
I tell you, all four. So what I'm saying to you, Davina, better known as Fam, used to do it in a better way. Meticulous. Fat time, Davina get. She like a fat. And
a shot before the meal.
She should take a shot before the meal. Wow. So you had her, Mama Marie, her mother's Meg, and you had Pipe Rinch.
Yeah.
And then I want to see Pipe Rinch drink his thing, my brother. Who talking more than Pipe Rinch? Good evening.
So Cecil.
Yes.
You are Medina. Is able to report tonight here to
No, we're talking about Harvest State.
We're talking about our experience in growing up.
We're talking about our experience in growing up. I can talk about yours, you know, Tony, down there. I can talk about yours down there.
Leave me out of it. Just leave me out of it.
But you have people here.
Anyway,
leave me out of it.
I will leave you out of it, Tony. You lucky.
Buffett State has a university.
Just leave me out of it, and leave Audrey and Ifa out of it. My two cousins.
Oh, they are your cousins now?
Yes.
Oh yes. Mama, your mother, two sisters. Yes,
my mother was the auntie.
Yeah, the auntie. Yes. You're right. You're right.
So
correct.
you and maybe down history. I hope only will make up from Bapper State. Okay, but
right,
it was so good.
Yes.
What is the free sets of people that make Bapper State?
The free sets of people? Christian, Womial.
No. I didn't reach in there.
Tell me what.
Okay.
Betong. Newton and Roseau
Central. Yeah.
You're right. Betong, Newton, and Roseau Central. No, you're correct. And a few from Fonkoli.
Now a few come after, but it's Roseau Central.
Yes.
Newton and Baffert.
Good history.
Very correct.
Very correct.
And history.
Yeah.
Pottersville, Roseau Central, and Newton. Thank you. Bye. Continue.
Yeah. So somebody says that if Baffert was a Beth place, Baffert was a Beth place. Right?
Well, you have Betong. You have Betong.
Everywhere have the little clique, yeah.
Yeah, but
everywhere have the little clique.
So it was a Beth and Via institution.
Yeah, because you have a university there, Betong, Newtown, and Roseau Central.
So from then after Mama Marie, you had Stousty and his mother.
You had Beachy.
Well, I tell Stausse and his mother.
You know, Stausse wasn't there.
Stausse was living with Beachy.
It was Donna, Stephen and Marvelyn father.
No, Stausse came after, you're right.
After she died.
Stausse.
It was
Donia and Beachy.
Yeah.
And again, Beachy was the lady, for persons who want to know, Beachy was the lady giving us toilet paper
in the Roseau toilet.
The Roseau toilet by the Fortune Hotel there.
Yes, that's true.
All right, she was the one giving us toilet paper.
And she was always also the wrongest player.
And she was a good wrongness player.
Right, she lived
yes.
But if all the one for Beachy had, she was still taking her white rum.
If she had like a liquor rum.
She was drinking that.
What? When you see Beachy sit down on a liquor stool in front of her house there, my brother, the bottle by the side.
She was a part of the crew.
Yes.
But
Zina too. Zina. Katie and them mother.
Yes.
She was part of the crew.
But
Beachy was always singing.
Yes, she could sing well.
Singing Christian songs.
Sing well.
I never knew
but
she was drinking.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you. She used to have she used to have her grandchild coming, Lucia Lander's sister. I'm trying to remember that one. I'm trying to remember her name, but she used to come. She used to be living with her.
Okay.
And after Beachy died,
Stausse came
his wife.
Wife, yes.
And as a matter of fact, the wife since then passed. The Stausse wife passed, yes. Stausse wife daughter passed. Just recently.
Stausse didn't marry to the man in Stausse passed first.
Right.
And wife married to the man in Mount Prosper.
She died.
Okay.
And then the daughter of Stausse, the wife,
was married to the
Henderson.
Henderson fella. She died too?
She passed. You know?
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she passed. So that was a nice little area there. We spoke about the Jab man already. You know, we spoke about my LC. We spoke about my Sylvia,
Annette,
and we speak about
Annette.
Annette mother was first of all we have to talk about the father first. What do you call the guy who ringing the bell in the church, in the Catholic church?
How do they call him now? The sexton.
The sexton. So Mr. Bernard was we call him Papi.
Well, he was the man ringing the bell.
He was the man ringing the bell for the Catholic Church.
Teacher Pat father.
Yeah, teacher Pat father.
Oh, right.
His bum bum one way, and his stomach one way, and his head straight up. Papi. Yeah, we used to call him Papi.
Right.
And Papi was married to a wonderful woman, Ma Bibzai. But Ma Bibzai like Beth. She was a Bethy woman too.
Yeah.
Them people that like the Beth.
Well,
that's how they survive.
No, I know, because Tony told us now. I understand the characteristics.
I think Beth is part of Baphomet culture, you know.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Is.
I don't know for today.
But everybody would have a story to tell. So everybody had something to tell each other.
So Avanel Samuel say, my family, the Roberts, Kitty, Lily, Stewart, and the others. So Avanel, yes, I remember Avanel. And I know Avanel. So if we have to go to Lime Street, body.
I don't know much about Lime Street.
I don't talking about Lime Street, but they'll take me to court. Boy, your street.
My street don't have much people.
Who say your street don't have much?
My street have one side of people. Remember, my street have Pora, George.
Yes.
Us.
Yes.
Stewart and them. That's the house that burned there.
Yes.
Refuse. Dinard. Diana.
Yes. But you don't give me a history, man. You just calling your name?
Brenda.
You just calling your name?
Well, the crew, I tell you, the crew that used to be with my mother. My mother and them crew was just.
What? Let me tell you, your mother too wasn't easy to with Beth. She was just like the hospital people.
I tell you, they should sit down by the road and do. They should sit down by. When they come to work, sit down by the road and pound their Beth and who cook the food chair.
And you know who was the ringleader of doing that? Stewart grandmother, the tall lady. She come from Cock Street.
She wasn't in this crew. He was the main leader. That was Mayuna.
Yeah, Mayuna come from us.
Mayuna.
Yeah, Mayuna used to come from our lane and go right across by
them.
No, Mayuna is Ivoniana.
Oh, Mayuna, she used to drink her rum too.
That's
Ivona Charles Isles' mother.
Yes,
Mayuna, but let me tell you, she's from Pottersville.
From Pottersville.
Let me tell you, Petit Boudet was
yes,
her husband.
Ivonia father.
Yeah, Petit Boudet was her husband. And that lady, but
I know her. That short-faced king woman.
No.
Speak easy. No, she wasn't short. She wasn't short. She was huge.
Full.
She was full.
Dark up, yes.
Yes, she was full. I will not come
Like
7
me,
days.
so full.
I will not come 7 days. She never come 7 days.
Never.
She never come 7 days. If I have 7 days, pas un jour. Because she like a speak easy.
Then it have that brother dead.
Hold on. We don't finish. I haven't no mother yet. Speak easy. I want you to see drunk, my brother. My brother, look lady laugh. And look lady talk.
Tongue heavy.
Tongue heavy. Wow. When you see she drunk, like a man. I want a mother. I will know 7 days. I will not care enough if a mother. You check. Because a mother is the one in charge of the house. But I will not have to go to church. Then you had Glennis. Bernadette. Glennis was a V-neck, you know. Meaning that he was a fella that what come out in his mouth, he telling you, you know.
And mind people business too.
Boy.
Mind people business.
Glennis
know everything. Yeah, like to gossip like a woman.
Boy, he was massacre.
Massacre from.
No shirt.
Oh, I know the guy.
Yeah, man, Glennis like shit, my brother.
Never
But he was a very, very helpful fella in the community.
I know.
Very, very helpful. I think he was a trade man, right? But,
he was a trade man.
So anything you call me said to do, Glennis was present. Anything.
He was a trade man.
He was we used to have this village, this community's group, and Glennis was our go-to man.
Yeah.
He was our go-to man.
He was very skilled.
Yeah, he was very skilled. We had the mayor in our area too, you know. Medina,
yes.
And Mr. Dinard.
Medina is in my lane.
But imagine, Mr. Dinard wasn't easy too, you know. We can say that now because Dinard died. And came and wireless finish. There's no cable wireless. There's no, what you call that, phone. When you see Dinard going to work, Dinard used to be at
he's an operator.
He's an operator, but he used to be at the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
And
he used to drink.
He used to drink his thing. He used to drink heavy. Wife is a Christian. He too was a Christian, you know, but he be drinking. So now he used to work for cables. I'm telling you what we raise up with. People don't think it's bad for you.
Before cell phone.
Before cell phone. So you have to call and say, call. But I guess for us in my say, no call, you know.
No call.
No call. When Dinah working, we just calling Dinah and Dinah just patching us up.
Wow.
No call.
No calls, my brother. Dinah patching us up.
Setting all you up.
Yeah. But you're dying tonight, man. I confess saying.
He was a nice guy.
Oh my God! And Dinah died funny, man, in a car accident. You know.
Yes, I know.
I think coming from Portsmouth.
He lived in Jolly Lane.
In the early days.
He lived lower down Jolly Lane.
He was a huge guy.
Huge, strapping guy. His wife was short.
No, his wife was the mayor of Roseau, man. You didn't.
Bernadine
Dinard.
To me, she was not all that tall for me.
No, man,
no, she's not tall.
She's not tall, but she's not short.
No, you happen to say Cecil, she's short.
She's short.
She always have tall shoes in her foot.
Tall shoes, man.
Well, let me tell you, my brother. My Dinard.
Yes.
My Dinard 5'5".
About 5'5", we?
Are you sure?
No, but she's about 5'4". I know.
No, but my Dinard 5'5".
My Dinard short.
She's short. High shoes she used to use.
Not a high shoes.
Huh?
Yeah, short woman, man. Using high shoes.
Not a high shoes.
I know the lady. Dark woman.
She's short.
She's short.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe the shoes.
Maybe shoes to put me off.
Yeah, the shoes.
Yeah.
No, you had another lady now. Soul, mother.
Diana.
My Diana. Boy, she was working in the hospital, like your mother.
Yes, like my mother.
Boy, that was a Befian. That was a Befian.
Okay.
That was a Befian.
Imagine Befian alone. I tell my mother put me out when I get pregnant with my first child. My mother said put out baby. Because baby was pregnant at the same. My mother said put out baby.
Oh yes, baby, yes, I remember baby. Yeah.
They said put me out there. I pregnant my first child.
Baby was a child now?
Yes, baby is a child.
Baby was a child, yeah.
Baby Rosalind Kuwais. She have
Soul.
baby Rosalind Kuwais Soul.
Yeah, that was it.
Deborah, yeah.
Deborah.
5 of them.
Deborah.
Oh, you know the Lakou, Deborah.
Yeah. And
she raised a few.
She raised
Fanny.
Fanny, yes. Fanny has made something of herself.
I don't know what Fanny doing now.
Fanny's doing well, Fanny's doing well, Good. She was brought up well, and I'm happy. I understood one of her grandson died some years ago, I'm the one of Soul first son, I think.
Yeah, first son.
I didn't know
David,
that. The mother who told me so.
Yeah, he
just
died.
last week, the mother told me that. I didn't know
Soul
that.
died too, you know.
I know Soul died. Kawhi still around, you know.
Kawhi still around, yeah.
So, and then you had
Rosaline.
You had Rosaline, yeah. No, higher up, you had Mr. Mate.
Mr. Mate, Medvey.
Oh, Mate.
And you had Mate, I'd like to be.
Mate was a miserable man.
Let me tell you, Mate was
like to be, boy.
Mate and Philip man were working on the port. Mate finished the after they dissolve the how you call these people? The defense forces. So Mate working on the port. My father working on the port. Every 7 o'clock sharp, Mate and Philip man on the porch. Philip man selling for 1 cigarette, 135. Mate not smoking, and Philip man smoking is 135. And Mate and Philip man on people head on the pot. You're every on the pot. Good evening.
Mate was ignorant.
Mr. Like, Mr. want to fight for everything.
Mr. Brent.
Yes.
Remember, he used to live in River Street, you know.
I know.
Yes, yeah, we know.
Before he went up to
Buffett
State. For jail. Foreman flashy.
Yes.
Yes. Boy, and in all story.
Mr. Put that agree with my father here, Foreman flashy. Every time you see that man, I don't know, Mr. was doing the right.
And let me tell you.
Too hard by Mate.
Fighting.
And he was a defense force.
Yes.
Defense force, I remember him. Ignorant.
Thanks.
But you all have all of Buffett covered.
Covered, very well covered.
Of course.
Yeah, very well covered.
But let me
Thanks.
We are the original seedlings of Buffett State,
right.
Let me give you a joke about Mattel. You take the call. I'll give you a joke about Mattel.
Good evening, caller. Good evening. Good evening, caller.
You're live? Yeah, we lost the call.
Caller, good evening.
We lost the call.
You know, you forget one person I deliberately didn't mention. Boy, Buffer. How could you forget Buffer? How could you forget Buffer? Huh? Good evening. Good evening.
Cecil.
Yes, I.
You realize you only speak of 2 lanes and all that history come out.
Yes.
Well, we don't even touch the
It's mostly all your lane and Medina and them lane and all that history. So can you imagine you have to go down?
I one of these I have to go down.
You have to go down. We just take
although Dong had less characters. You know,
Who said that?
Still,
Who said that? Stop.
Dong had less character. We have more classy Dong, man.
No.
We'll do it all in next
Okay, let's start from the Johnson's home.
Well, you know that lane is the nicest lane, not my lane.
I said let's talk about the Johnson's home. If you have to talk about Tim if you have to talk about Tim and Zim mother, lot of Beth
people.
No, lot of Beth, plenty Beth.
Boy.
You just born.
People.
I tell you, Zim, Tazi had like a lot of Beth, my brother. You can't tell me about Tazi.
That lady always inside.
My brother, that is what I'm telling you. Mamona was always inside. Mamona know all people business.
Solage.
Well, the biggest best man was A for Lakou, you know.
He's still the biggest best man. My Eugene too. When my Eugene
was the king of best.
when my Eugene Paul and Hayford meet together.
Hayford used to tell us, let's go by the road and talk shit to you.
But that Hayford
like a best Hayford. Up to today. When I go home there, Hayford just tell me, boy, let's pong some pest.
You forgetting Sugar George mother?
Well, that lady died so long I couldn't remember.
Oh, you couldn't remember her. You want me to start talking about your lane?
We'll do that next week.
But Cecil,
yes.
What I'm trying to say, compared to all you lane and up, in terms of the level, our level wasn't like other levels.
You need to
hold on. Janet was working social security. What she was?
He don't have details.
That lady wasn't coming out. It's
but
like
that's
the
you have guts,
ladies to pass.
But my brother, you have guts,
ignorant lady.
But you have guts,
We'll talk about that
Helen to say in your lane. You remember Helen Toussaint?
Who's Helen?
You see, you know Helen. Helen Toussaint was Daphne Toussaint. Daphne.
My Helen. Refuse.
And that married got woman there. That married got woman there. What's her name again?
Which one?
Yeah, but them people was inside people, man.
Inside people?
Well,
but they should check your BF, my brother. They should check you, my brother. Don't try that with me, my brother.
Let me tell you, you know.
But let's go to Mate. Is Mate the one they say that ignorant, right?
Yes,
His name?
Mate.
Your neighbor.
Yeah, Mate.
Boy, Mr. was ignorant. Oh, Lord.
Yes, yeah,
one time we trouble Mr. Boy, a punch shot our first trouble Mr. in Roseau, right? But we know he's so ignorant, so we're trying to cross the bridge before he crossed before, so he wouldn't bury us. Bro, we start to run from Roseau to Bath Estate because we're checking. By any time Mr. crossed the bridge before us, we're in trouble. We can't go.
Yeah.
Because how ignorant Mr. was.
Well, you know the second one. You know,
to Medina, he was miserable, man.
You know the second one. You know the second one. Snapper. You don't know, man. My bone.
My bone still not true.
You forget that make you. My bone.
You know this morning my mind come on him and I'm thinking that same way about him.
My bone.
He's from Pottersville.
You forget Bobby father.
Dragon.
Dragon.
Father.
You forget Dragon.
Pattern father. Yeah.
You forget Dragon.
But Cecil, I will forgive.
You forget Booms. You forget Booms.
Dragon. You know.
You forget Booms.
You know why I'll forgive. Wait. You know why I'll forgive Dragon.
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the man used to pull up by the wall and you man arguing all night, all day, all night. Can you imagine how disturbing that is? So when I grow up and I think of it, I say, boy, now I understand why they started that.
So are you tormenting the man to that level?
But the thing is that he could do nothing. He had two sons there. He had Tony and
Bobby.
Bobby.
So he had to
Tony and Bobby, so he had to take
it.
So he could do nothing. You check
Boy,
Tony and Bobby there.
I understand, man, why Mr. had that attitude towards us.
Yeah, you know, so
all night, man, arguing by the wall. So it was
so
really
you see, if I have to talk about every lane now, you see,
yeah.
I have to go to the other lane.
Yeah,
I have to talk
but
about Brother Joe.
Man, you have Brother Joe was
Brother Chewitt. Mr. Bridgewater.
You know, Cecil, wait. Brother Chewitt was the most undercover medvay. and you know where he used to do the vein
by the river.
By the river.
Yes, by the river.
Like his cows he going to look after.
And he have his BAFTA wheel.
In the river.
And he bring his BAFTA wheel. His BAFTA wheels. He bring his BAFTA wheel. So if you can do
on the show, you don't Cecil listen. The man son on the all right, good night, Cecil.
Boy, let me give you a joke, boy, about that fella, the same defense force fella, man. Boy, don't say anything bad about Patrick John, no?
No, boy.
Don't ever say anything
boy.
About Patrick John.
Let me tell you, boy. I can tell you. I remembered once, Mr. and my father, Philip Mann, we had a Kalinago boy living with us. And the Kalinago boy came from a rally of the Freedom Party. And Mate say, Philip, comment ça ni en boucosa de la caso? You talk party alone.
Yes.
Comment ça ni en boucosa de la caso?
That's how we're talking.
If you have any hook on freedom? Hook on freedom? Let me see the walk. Boy, let me tell you. Mr. was like Philip Mann. Philip Mann, get up. Philip Mann say, Glenford, leave my house. Hook on freedom? Party la casa, Cas Patrick John. Let me tell you, my brother. This wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy.
Hook on freedom and Dina Kaimwe.
And that Kaimwe. Hook on freedom.
Patrick Bamwe.
Cas Patrick John. Hook on freedom. Put to town your casa. Ale. My mother tell him, man, leave the man. Tomorrow you can do that. My father said, no, Oxford, hook on freedom.
Party la Kaisa.
Mate, that caused that.
Mate.
But
hi, pop the man.
But we had one person we forget. Buffer. Met Sukuya.
Yeah.
That was a Met Sukuya.
That was a Sukuya. That was a real Sukuya. Real life.
Boy.
Real life Sukuya.
Boy.
But let me tell you, boy. Everybody's afraid of him.
Boy.
You go into the shop, you buy a thing, and you want to buy, as you buy it, you want to run. And she had a daughter, body Connie. Body.
All you had character.
Boy, let me tell you, Connie wasn't easy.
She passed, you know.
I know she passed. Connie wasn't easy.
That's a very interesting.
And Eddie, their brother Eddie was a very nice, cool, Eddie for everybody. And they just, I don't know what they do in Eddie. But you know what Eddie said to them?
I know.
But let me
Eddie's a loose cannon.
And he was a loose cannon.
Boy.
So really, and my grandmother, the last one, my grandmother, Ma
Yes,
Philip man.
Ma Philip man.
Philip man mother, Mamili.
Mamili.
A Medvey.
No, she was too old for that.
She was too old for Vey.
Medvey, I know her.
No. They just selling her tablet, her Farin Coco,
I know.
her Max.
I know.
She was no. I'll never agree to that one.
All right, you can say what
She
you
was from Grand Bay, talking Pato alone, no English. She was
from Grand Bay, no?
Grand Bay, they from my brother. Grand Bay, they don't know English. Nothing, no English word then.
But her tongue was not easy, no Cecil neither.
More can decide then.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I tell you, she was not a Medvey, but she wasn't easy.
She wasn't easy, no?
Philip man take that by her. Her tongue was deadly. You know, really.
Showman!
Boy, let me tell you that lady.
Only had character.
Let me
Only
see.
must write a book about it.
And tell you, these people, they were not easy.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very
so
nice.
I can go in every lane and talk about every person in Baffin State. I know that every one of them characters when I was growing up. But we make it our business. So
I have plenty I forget, but I can remember a good bit.
boy, forget.
Because what happens is that I left in and out so much. I left out for how many years and I came back in, how many years and came back in, so I lose out a lot.
So it had, I mean, in Lime Street had a portion of them, you know. In Lime Street had, let's take that last caller there quickly. Good evening, because we're also in a quarter past. Good evening.
Cecil, that's so all them elderly people from Gambia or Sukuya. Stop it, you know that. Bye-bye.
If I knew that was my last call, I would never answer.
Boy, look at that. Boy, mom.
Too bad for you.
If I knew that's what you're going to say, I would never answer.
Boy, mamsel deadly.
The lady said all grand people was Sukuyan.
That's what you said at the time.
Well, my grandmother was not Sukuyan.
Eh?
She was not Sukuyan.
Yeah.
Millie didn't know nothing about Sukuyan.
Boy.
Millie, we took her at home. We used to say Millie Gel Bobin. That's what we used to call her. But she had a long mouth.
Okay.
See, no, that wasn't for outsiders, eh?
Yes.
That's for only the family
to know.
When you see we ready to get daddy vex, we'll just say Millie Gel Bobin. But I guess daddy would beat us, but calling his mother Gel Bobin.
Gel Bobin, all you out of place.
Out of place.
To call him.
You check? Because sometimes daddy used to get us vexed. So
but Philip man himself was not easy. Boy. Philip himself was not easy.
No,
do not say anything about the Labour Party.
No, let me tell you about Philip man.
Not to say anything about the Labour Party.
Let me tell you about Philip man. Philip man had the highest ignorance about the Labour Party.
Yes.
I mean, let me tell you, Mr. wasn't
No,
easy.
never say.
But if you say anything about Labour Party
in front of Mr.
If Mr. You're Labour and you watch your face and you think you looking like a freedom, Mr. giving you maple, you know.
Yeah.
If you think if you say Labour, he just say you say Labour.
He stopping the active for the finish and say.
Let me tell you, when he watch you and you looking like as if it's a freedom, Philip man giving you
maple.
When you born, who make you, who is your father, who is not your father, who your mother take, who is not your father.
Your whole ancestry.
But let me tell you, Mr. Arsenal.
Don't say anything.
Don't say nothing
about the Labour Party, about him. And he's still the same way.
But the man cannot well talk, I tell you.
And the man still
the man get 2 strokes in his mouth, you know.
Yeah.
2 strokes in his mouth. Good evening. Good evening.
Cecil.
Yes.
You can remember Brother Curtis?
Oh, the ambulance of Baffin State.
That had the chop?
Yes.
Right. You remember when Labour Party had lost their last election? When all those Labourites had put them in their red skirt and their white blouse and passing on his van?
Well, that's what we were hot, eh?
I'm saying we lose that time.
Yes.
Better luck next time.
Yes. Too hot.
Right.
There's a dumper here.
That was the best lady.
Yeah, the dumper. Yeah, it was the dumper.
Oh, that was the best lady.
Everybody said Ellie was the best. I say my own is the best one too.
Yeah. My own too?
Yes, man.
You and Nelly was have a real debate in the Bronx there.
You want me to tell you about yours?
Hey.
You want me to tell you about yours? Magifa.
You can.
Magifa.
Hey,
Magifa.
give them Gifa out of your business.
Magifa. Magifa. You ready? You ready?
Magifa.
You ready?
This is my thing die. Peter mother die.
Vincia? Yeah, I know my Vincia died. Yeah, my Vincia.
My Vincia died. Well, it was my Vincia, my all the Jal hospital that work together in the hospital. But you see, they need those there behind all of this. But my mother was a very quiet lady. Can't say that.
The only person I think in all you, I shouldn't say persons. The two people I can maybe point out was that lady that living in the end of all your road, of all your lane there. She's a Christian.
Medina.
No, not Medina.
Helena. Flossy sister.
Helena, Flossy sister.
Helena.
And Ma Bridgewater. These two people. But
Cecil.
But Linda like Beth. Linda for Georgia like Beth.
My mother didn't like Beth.
Margaret like a lot of Beth. Margaret Telemac. Margaret Telemac loved Beth. Loved Beth. And not just love Beth, she used to carry the Beth. She used to be the transport for Beth.
Boy.
What was a Pastora? Pastora loved the Beth. Oh my God.
Pastora like that.
Oh my God.
And Suki mother.
Suki mother love a Beth. That Carlton, the truck driver, love that Beth.
Ask for Carlton.
Love that Beth.
And
Meme love that Beth.
Meme love a Beth.
Magrel. Desmond Grell mother loved that Beth. Huh? Remember?
Boy.
Huh?
Boy, look
you
at
forget?
Boy, Cecil,
Sabine.
Love a Beth.
Ma Sabine, the quiet Ma Sabine.
Love a Beth.
Love the Beth. Clarence and Ma Sabine used to pong Beth like as if it was going out of style. You remember Clarence? In the States now?
I was in your story.
You know Clarence? Boy, I know everybody in Baptist State, my brother. Huh?
Boy, Tony, boy.
I don't think Michael Hamilton's mother had like Beth. I don't think so. She was a quiet lady. In all your lane.
You can say what all you want, but those were the days in Baptist State.
Great days.
Those were the great days.
So we come to the Tony. So we come to the end. Thanks for closing it first.
Boy.
Yeah.
Let me give you a joke about your father
Yes.
before we go. Boy, your father came, Labour Party lose the election, 1985 election. Your father say, Labour, the man start crying. Boy, when Mike will like, boy, your father came by my father, man start crying.
Boy,
Labour lose.
Let me tell you, before Philippine used to bring Zabuka, Melcher, all this at his home. When Freedom Party won in 80, I don't think I ever saw any of those kind of people at my father's home again. He banned all Freedom Lights.
He banned, boy, your father started to cry.
That wasn't easy. But can we take a last call?
Last call, boy.
Take a last call quickly. Good evening. Vadu again.
Boy, if you want to get Philip back, there's something about freedom. Philip might hate you. But I excite you. Because you're freedom.
You can freedom.
Lawrence is going to be too.
Lawrence, look at him. Lawrence, he say you can freedom. Philip,
boy.
And they under the tree playing. I'm playing noodles or whatever. Child Philip man who just kill Lawrence. Because Lawrence is freedom, right?
Who can freedom?
But let me tell you, Philip, we used to have a neighbor, Mr. Paul, is dead now.
Let me tell you, no. Magifa is in the infirmary, you know.
Magifa is in the infirmary?
Yeah, Magifa is Solo's mother.
I know she's Solo's mother.
Yeah, she's in the infirmary now.
I must pass and say hi to her.
Imagine, asking about her yesterday, asking about her.
She just about 3 months now. Nothing more than that.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for that info.
But she's 93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then.
Take care.
Yesterday, asked me about her.
Okay, very good program. I enjoy it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I enjoy it.
You who can freedom?
Who can freedom? Philippe, comment ça fait me servir dans la case? Who can freedom?
Who can freedom?
Say war. Say war. Who can freedom? Packers, boy. Packers, boy. Boy. Boy, I can't.
I can't tell your father is a die-hard boy.
But anyway.
He needs to get a medal.
We have to go and sit. We have to go and sleep.
We have to go and sleep.
Yes. Medina, your last words.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the program. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. And thanks to all the people who follow us and supported our program. Have a blessed night, everyone.
And what about you?
I enjoyed it. It was great. Nice fun.
Yeah. I just want to say too, I also enjoyed it. I was happy to talk about my community, Bath Estate, and to really bring back good memories. I hope I don't get a lawyer paper tomorrow.
I don't think you will.
Everything I said was true.
Right.
It's a very beautiful community, a wonderful community. That person is trying to get me from overseas. Let's try that person quickly. Good evening.
Cecil, real quick, we talking about your father, right? What about Matuxi? What the
Tuxi. That Tuxi. That Matuxi. No, hold on. That Matuxi and another one close to us, man. Mary mother, not Mary. Mary died. Thing mother. Close to us, yes. Kathy's grandmother. Kathy's grandmother, tall lady from Pottersville.
I know who you're talking about.
Yes.
I forget her name. Yeah. Oh shit. Kathy's grandmother.
Kathy's grandmother. So it had Kathy's grandmother. It had Matuxi. It had Philip Man.
Yeah, but
it had my Irene.
Yes,
Irene James. Irene
my
James.
Evelyn.
Oh,
my Evelyn.
At my Evelyn. And these people were not Siki.
Masiki.
That
was the ladies of
Labour.
Yes. John People.
Oh boy, they would go up.
But Matuxi was the queen because she had a kind of tomboy niece in her.
Oh boy,
she was a tomboy.
And she was bad. She was bad, man. Matuxi.
Pierson Pacadimus.
Yes. So she was the opposite of your of Philip Mine Labor.
Yes.
Tuxi,
Tuxi. Man.
Yeah, boy, she would die for Patrick John. Tuxi.
Yeah, man. Then people die for Patrick John. Yes. My mother was so too, but in the badness, Matuxi was the queen. The queen of badness.
Yeah. So
anyway, man, good.
Thanks.
Good program tonight.
So it had Matuxi. It had Siki. It had Philip Man. It had Mate.
Yes.
It had Irene Iris.
Yeah, these were extremists.
Yeah, they were extremists.
You don't say anything about Libya.
Nothing about
nothing
Libya.
about
nothing.
Libya. You say nothing.
Nothing.
Anything
you say, you're getting it.
Yes.
You're getting it. When I tell you getting it, you're getting it.
Pa Adida, I will never forget. Pa Adida Kai Patrick John.
Hook on freedom. Hook on freedom.
Adida Kai Lema.
Hook on freedom. Boy. Oh, let me tell you.
That was something.
It wasn't easy.
It was nice. The program was nice.
Yes, man. People still sending messages, but I really have to say good night. We really had a good night tonight. Hartley and Medina, it was a brilliant night. We enjoyed it, and I hope that people who actually listened tonight enjoyed our interaction. It was more or less very local, and I just want to say thank you so very much for all the persons who have found themselves, listening to the program to the end. So we go across to BBC as we continue our programming on DBS Radio. Thanks again, Medina, and thank you, my good friend Hartley.
So, who had a place to go to. Now, on the critical question of what happens to the regime, we heard very differing opinions. One government employee who was going back in said he believed the regime would fall in the end, not now, but he feared that at that point there would be a takeover by the military. A younger man said to us, look, the leadership has hung on for decades. They can probably hang on now. And even among those who were hoping for change, wishing for change, believing it would come, there were also fears being expressed about how many people might be killed.
Ola Guerin, you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World.